19. Golden Gate at Machu Picchu. They walked from green globule to green globule on the Golden Gate, down unmoving escalators and across green glass-enclosed walkways connecting the giant cables that supported the roadway so far below. Odysseus walked with them. "Are you really the Odysseus from the Turin drama?" asked Hannah. "I've never seen the Turin drama," said the man. Ada noticed that the man who called himself Odysseus had not really confirmed or denied anything, just sidestepped the question. "How did you get here?" asked Harmon. "And where did you come from?" "It is a complicated answer," said Odysseus. "I have been traveling for some time now, trying to find my way home. This is only a stop on the way, a place to rest, and I shall be leaving in a few weeks. I would prefer to tell some of my story later, if you don't mind, perhaps when we dine this evening. Savior may be able to help me make sense of parts of my tale." Ada thought that it was very strange to hear someone speak common English as if it were not his native tongue. She had never heard an accent before. There were not even regional dialects in Ada's facts-based world, where everyone lived everywhere and nowhere. The six emerged on the top of the tower where Savi had landed the Sony earlier. They emerged just as the sun was touching the top of southernmost of the two sharp peaks that anchored the bridge. The wind from the west was strong and cold. They walked to the railing at the edge of the platform and looked down at the sloping, grassy saddle with its terraced ruins more than 800 feet below. "The last time I came to the Golden Gate 3 weeks ago," said Savi, "Odysseus was in one of the cryotemporal sarcophagi where I usually sleep. His arrival, and what it means, is the reason I finally contacted you, why I left those directions on the rock in the dry valley." Ada, Harmon, Hannah, and Demon stared at the old woman, obviously not understanding the terms or real meaning of her statement. Savi did not explain, before waited for Odysseus to say something that would enlighten them. "What is for dinner?" asked Odysseus. "More of the same," said Savi. The bearded man shook his head. "No." He pointed a broad, blunt finger at Harmon, then again at Demon. "You too. There is an hour of twilight left, a good time of day for hunting. Do you want to come with me?" "No," said Demon. "Yes," said Harmon. "I want to come," said Ada, surprised at the urgency in her own voice. "Please." Odysseus stared at her a long moment. "Yes," he said at last. "I should join you," said Savi. She sounded dubious. "I know how to handle your machine," said Odysseus, nodding toward the Sony. "I know, but—" Savi touched the black weapon in her belt. "No need," said Odysseus. "It's just food I'm seeking, not a war. There will be no Voynix down there." Savi still hesitated. Odysseus looked at Ada and Harmon. "Wait here. I'll be back as soon as I get my spear and shield." Harmon laughed before he realized that the barrel-chested man in the pale tunic was not joking. Odysseus did indeed know how to fly the Sony. They lifted off the tower top, circled the high saddle with its ruins throwing complicated shadows in the low sunlight, and swooped down a valley at high speed. "I thought you meant you'd be hunting below the bridge," said Harmon over the wind hiss. Odysseus shook his head. Ada noticed that the man's silver hair fell down his neck like a curly mane. "Nothing there except jaguars and chipmunks and ghosts," said Odysseus. "We have to get out on the plains to find game. And there's one prey in particular that I have in mind." They flew out of the canyon mouth and mountains at high speed and soared over high grasslands, sprinkled with towering cycads and fern-topped trees. The sun was setting, but still above the mountains, and everything on the plain threw long shadows. A herd appeared below, large grazing animals that Ada could not identify, brown hides with white striped butts. The hundreds of creatures were antelope-like in form, but each was 3 times an antelope's size, with long, strangely jointed legs, long flexible necks, and dangling snouts that looked like pink hoses. The Sony made no noise as it swooped over them, and none of the grazing animals even looked up. "What are they?" asked Harmon. "Edible," said Odysseus. He circled lower and landed the Sony behind some high fern shrubs some 30 yards downwind of the grazing herd. The sun was setting. In addition to 2 absurdly long spears, each was almost as long as the Sony, and the butts and shafts of the spears had protruded well beyond the force field bubble and stern of the flying machine. Odysseus had brought a round shield made of intricately worked bronze and layers of oxhide, as well as a short sword in a scabbard and a knife tucked into the belt of his tunic. To Ada, who had gone under the turn cloth more frequently than she had admitted to Harmon, this juxtaposition of a man from the fantastical Turin drama of Troy with her world, or this wild version of her world, made her somewhat dizzy. She rose and started to follow Odysseus and Harmon away from the landed Sony. "No," snapped Odysseus. "You stay with the vehicle." "The hell I will," said Ada. Odysseus sighed and spoke to them in a whisper. "Both of you stand here behind this bush. Don't move. If anything approaches, get in the Sony and activate the force field." "I don't know how to do that," whispered Harmon. "I left the AI active," said Odysseus. "Just lie down in it and say force field on." Carrying both spears, Odysseus went out onto the grassy plain, walking slowly and silently toward the grazing beasts. Ada could hear the floppy-nosed animals grunting and munching, could hear the grass being snapped off by their teeth, and could smell their strong scent. They did not run in alarm when the man approached, and when the animals on the edge of the herd finally looked up, Odysseus was within 40 feet. He stopped, set down one spear and his shield, and hefted the other long spear. The grazing animals had quit chewing and were watching the strange biped carefully now, but they did not seem alarmed. Odysseus' powerful body coiled, arced, and released. The spear flew flat and straight, hitting the closest animal above the chest and almost passing through its long, thick neck. It whirled, made a strangled noise, and fell heavily. The other grazers snorted, bleated, and ran hard, each animal zigging and zagging in a way Ada had never seen before, the grazers' oddly jointed legs allowing almost instant changes of direction, until the entire herd thundered out of sight down a draw a mile or so to the north. Odysseus dropped to one knee next to the dead animal and pulled the short curved knife from his belt. With a few quick strokes he opened the abdominal cavity, pulled out organs and entrails, tossing them onto the grass except for what looked to be the liver, which he set on a small plastic tarp he had laid out next to him, and then sliced the hide back from one haunch, cutting a thick slice of red meat free and setting it on the tarp as well. Then he cut the dead animal's throat, draining more blood onto the grass, and tugged his spear free, taking care not to break it. He carefully wiped the shaft and bronze point on the grass. Still standing near the bush, Ada felt a wave of dizziness pass over her and decided to sit down on the grass rather than run the risk of fainting. Ada had never seen an animal killed by a human being, much less butchered and partially skinned so expertly. It was terribly efficient. Ashamed of her reaction but not wanting to faint, she lowered her head toward her knees until black spots quit dancing around the circle of her vision. Harmon touched her back in concern, but when she waved him away, he began walking out toward the carcass. "Stay there," called Odysseus. Harmon paused, confused. "They're gone. Do you need help carrying?" Odysseus held up one palm to keep Harmon where he was. "This isn't what I'm hunting for." "This is. Don't move." Harmon and Ada turned their faces to the west. 2 white and black and red bipedal forms were approaching at very high speed, faster even than the grazers had fled. Ada felt her breath catch in her throat and saw Harmon freeze. The creatures ran toward the bloody grazer carcass and the kneeling Odysseus at more than 60 miles per hour, then skidded to a stop in a small cloud of dust. Ada saw that they were the birds they'd seen from the Sony, terror birds, Savi had called them. But what had been strangely amusing from high in the air, ostrich-like creatures strutting like awkward chicks, turned out to be, in truth, terrifying. The two terror birds had stopped 5 paces from the carcass, their eyes on Odysseus now. Each bird was more than 9 feet tall, with short white feathers on their muscular bodies, black feathers on their vestigial wings, and powerful legs as thick as Ada's torso. The birds' beaks had to be at least 4 feet long, wickedly curved red around the mouth, as if dipped in blood, and controlled by powerful jaw muscles that bulged below the half-dozen long red feathers that protruded from the back of each terror bird's skull. Their eyes were a terrible, malevolent yellow ringed by blue circles and set under saurian brows. In addition to their rending predator beaks, the birds had powerful foot claws, each as long as Ada's forearm, and an even more wicked-looking claw at the bend of each vestigial wing. Ada knew at once that this monster was no mere scavenger, but a terrible predator. Odysseus rose, a long spear in his left hand and his bloodied spear in his right hand. The terror birds' heads snapped back in unison. Yellow eyes blinked at yellow eyes, and the hunting pair moved apart like well-choreographed dancers, preparing to attack Odysseus from either side. Ada could smell the carrion reek of the monsters. She had no doubt that those powerful naked legs could propel each terror bird 20 feet or more at its prey, Odysseus, in a single hop, claws extended and ripping as the 1-ton monsters landed. It was also obvious that the pair worked perfectly as a killing team. Odysseus did not wait for them to get into position or attack. With lethal grace he cast his first spear, flat and straight and hard, into the muscled breast of the terror bird on his left, then wheeled to face the second bird. The first bird let out a terrible screech that froze Ada's lungs, but it was matched a second later by a roar and howl from Odysseus as he sprang across the grazer carcass, tossed the second killing spear from his left hand to his right, and thrust the bronze point at the second terror bird's right eye. The first bird staggered backward, clawing at the spear protruding from its chest, snapping off the thick oak shaft. The second bird dodged Odysseus' thrust by whipping its head back like a cobra's. Obviously taken by surprise by being attacked by this small featherless biped, the bird hopped twice, carrying it 10 feet backward, and clawed at the parrying spear. Odysseus had to whip the unwieldy spear back quickly after each thrust to keep from having it torn out of his hands. Still shouting, the man stepped backward and seemed to trip over the bloody grazer carcass rolling on his side. The uninjured terror bird saw its chance and took it, leaping 6 feet into the air and coming down on Odysseus with talons and killing claws extended. Still rolling, Odysseus came to one knee in a single fluid movement and planted the butt of the spear in the ground an instant before the terror bird came down on it with the full weight of its body, driving the bronze point home, up through its muscled chest into its awful heart. Odysseus had to roll again to get out of its way as the huge creature crashed, lifeless, where he had been kneeling. "Look out!" cried Harmon, and began running toward the fray. The first terror bird, pouring blood from the spear wound and broken shaft still embedded in his chest, was rushing at Odysseus' back. The bird's head snapped forward on 6 feet of feathered snake neck, and the huge beak snapped where Odysseus' head would have to be if he retreated. But the warrior had thrown himself forward rather than back, rolling again, but with empty hands this time as the terror bird ran past him, and then wheeled, twisting and turning almost as impossibly fast as had the oddly jointed grazers. "Hey!" shouted Harmon, and threw a rock at the giant bird. The terror bird's head snapped high, the yellow eyes blinked at the impertinence, and the huge predator kicked forward toward Harmon, who skidded in the dirt, said "shit" in a high voice, and scrambled back the way he had come. Suddenly Harmon realized that he couldn't outrun the monster, and he turned, legs apart, fists raised, ready to meet the terror bird's charge with his bare hands. Ada looked around for a rock, a stick, a weapon of any sort. There was none in reach. She leaped to her feet. Odysseus swept up his shield and, using the grazer's carcass as a springboard, jumped aboard the terror bird's back, pulling his short sword from its scabbard as he did so. The bird kept running in Harmon and Ada's direction, but now its neck was twisted around, head snapping, giant red beak clacking against Odysseus' circular shield. Every time the massive jaws struck, Odysseus was knocked backward, but his legs were tight around the bird's body 6 feet above the ground, and though he bent far back like a trick horseback rider in the Turin drama, he never fell off. Then, as the terror bird's head swiveled around, finding Harmon with its yellow eyes, Odysseus leaned forward and pulled the sword low across the giant bird's white-feathered neck, severing the jugular. He jumped off, landed on his feet, and ran to Harmon's side as the terror bird crashed to the ground and lay still not 10 feet in front of them. Blood spurted 5 feet in the air, and then the red fountain diminished and disappeared as the huge heart stopped beating. Panting, covered with grazer, gore, and terror bird blood and grass and mud, his bloody sword and shield still held high, Odysseus grinned through his beard and said, "I only wanted one for dinner, but we'll carve up the second one for leftovers." Ada came up to Harmon and touched his arm. He never looked around. His eyes were wide. Odysseus walked to the nearest bird, cut off its huge head, and ran his skinning knife down the length of its chest, peeling flesh and skin and feathers back as easily as someone would help remove a thick coat. "I'll need more plastic bags," he said to Harmon and Ada. "There are some in a storage locker near the aft end of the Sony. Just say 'Open locker' to the machine and it will open, but hurry." Harmon had turned to walk back to the Sony, but paused. "Hurry? Why?" Odysseus wiped blood from his beard with the back of his hand and grinned whitely at them. "These birds smell blood up to 10 leagues away, and there are hundreds of hunting pairs of terror birds out here on the plains at twilight." Harmon turned and ran hard toward the Sony to get the bags. Ada noticed that Savi and Demon were both drunk before dinner began. The meal was served in a glass room attached to the side of the South Tower's higher support. Savi was heating pre-prepared meals in a regular microwave bubble, but Ada was fascinated. She had never seen a meal prepared exclusively by a human being before. The absence of servitors in the Golden Gate residence areas was even more noticeable during a meal. Odysseus was outside on the bridge's broad support strut, and had erected a clumsy stone and metal structure in which he was burning wood he'd brought back from the plains. It had begun to rain, and Odysseus had to build the fire high to keep it burning. Flames lighted the rust and faded orange paint on the side of the tower. Looking out through the translucent green wool, sipping from his glass of gin, Harmon said, "Is that some sort of altar to his pagan gods?" "Not quite," said Savi. "It's how he cooks his food." She carried bowls and plates to the round table where the others were waiting. "Call him inside, would you?" she said to Harmon. "Our food is getting cold while he's cremating his. And there's a lightning storm coming over the mountains. It's not a great idea to be out on the bridge superstructure during a lightning storm." When they were finally seated, Odysseus setting the wooden plates of steaming meat on a nearby counter so that no one would have to stare at the fire-blackened stuff, Savi passed around a pitcher of wine. She poured her own glass last, and Ada overheard the old woman whisper, "Bargatadne, Raheno Merk Haulam, Barai Pri Hagafen." "What is that?" Ada asked softly. Everyone else was laughing at something Demon had said, and had not seemed to notice Savi's muttering. The only time Ada had ever heard another language was in the Turin drama. There the battling men spoke in gibberish, but somehow the Turin translated every word so that anyone under the cloth understood the meaning without actually listening. Savi shook her head, although whether to say that she did not know the meaning of the odd words, or that she was not disposed to tell them, Ada could not tell. "I explored all the levels of the bridge and bubbles around the bridge," Hannah was saying excitedly. The metal of the bridge itself is old and rusty, but amazing. And there are strange shapes of metal in some of the rooms below, just freestanding, not part of any structure. Some are in the shape of men and women." Savi barked a laugh. She was already refilling her glass with wine. No strange words accompanied this pouring. "Those are statues," said Odysseus. "Sculptures. Have you never seen such things?" Hannah shook her head slowly. Even though the girl had spent years learning how to heat and pour metal, Ada knew, the idea of making things in the shape of human beings or other living things was shocking. Ada also found it strange. "They have no art," Savi said brusquely to Odysseus. "No sculpture, no painting, no crafts. No photography, no holography, not even genetic manipulation. No music, no dance, no ballet, no sports, and no singing. No theater, no architecture, no kabuki, no plays, no nothing. They're as creative as newborn birds. No, I take that back. Even birds know how to sing and build a nest. These latter-day Eloi are silent cuckoos, inhabiting other birds' nests without so much as a song for payment." Savi was beginning to slur her words slightly. Odysseus looked at Hannah, Ada, Demon, and Harmon, and his expression was unreadable. Meanwhile, the four guests stared at Savi, wondering why her tone was so angry. "But then," continued Savi, looking only Odysseus in the eye, "they have no literature either. And neither do you." Odysseus smiled at the woman. Ada recognized the smile from when the man was carving flesh out of the flank of the grazing animal. Odysseus had bathed before dinner. Even his gray curly hair was freshly shampooed, but Ada still imagined his arms and hands and beard as they had been, streaked with blood, clotted with gore. It wasn't any of her business, but she thought it probably unwise for Savi to goad him so. "The pre-literate meet the post-literate," continued Savi, opening her hand as if introducing Odysseus to the other four. Then she held up one finger. "Oh, I forgot our friend Harmon here. He is the Balzac and the Shakespeare of the current litter of old-style humanity. He reads at about the level of a 6-year-old from the lost age, don't you, Harmon? Or lips move when you sound out the words, eh?" "Yes," said Harmon, smiling slightly. "My lips do move when I read. I didn't know there was any other way to do it. And it took me more than 420s to reach that level of proficiency." To Ada, it appeared as if the 99-year-old knew he was being insulted but did not care, showing only interest in what Savi would say next. Ada cleared her throat. "What was that animal you killed today?" she asked Odysseus, her voice bright and brittle. "Not the terror birds, the other one." "I just think of it as the floppy-nosed grazer," said Odysseus. "Want to try some?" He reached back to the counter and lifted the platter of fire-darkened meat, holding it in front of Ada. Wanting to be polite, Ada took the smallest cut on the platter, handling it gingerly with utensils. "I'll also take some," said Harmon. The platter went around. Hannah and Demon scowled at the meat, sniffed it, smiled politely, but didn't take any. When the platter came to Savi, she passed it on to Odysseus without a word. Ada nibbled the smallest bit she could slice. It was delicious, like steak, only stronger and richer. The wood smoke gave it a flavor different than any microwaved thing she had ever tasted. She cut a larger piece. Odysseus was eating with just a short, sharp knife he had brought to the table with him, slicing thin strips and chewing them from the end of the knife. Ada tried not to stare. "Macrauchenia," said Savi between forkfuls of her salad and microwaved rice. Ada looked up, wondering if this was more of the woman's strange language ritual. "Pardon me," said Demon. "Macrauchenia. That's the name of the animal that our Greek friend killed, and our 2 other friends are eating like there's no second course. They covered these South American plains a couple of million years ago, but went extinct before humankind showed up in South America. They were brought back by the Arnists during the crazy years after the Rubicon, before the post-humans put a stop to reintroducing extinct species helter-skelter. Once they had the Macrauchenia back, though, some Arnist thought it would be clever to bring back Forashakos. What? Said Demon. Forashakos, the terror birds. The Arnist geniuses forgot that those birds were the primary predator in South America for millions of years. At least until the Smilodonts wandered down from North America when the water level fell and the land bridge between the continents emerged. Did you know that the Panamanian Isthmus is underwater again? The continents separate again? She looked around, obviously intoxicated, belligerent, and secure in the knowledge that none of them had any idea what she was talking about. Harmon sipped his wine. Do we want to know what a Smilodont is? Savi shrugged. Just a big fucking cat with big fucking saber-toothed teeth. They'd eat terror birds for lunch and pick their sabers with the leftover claws. The idiot Arnists did bring saber-tooths back, but not here, India. Anyone here know where that is? Should be? The post-humans ripped it free of Asia and broke it into a goddamned archipelago. The five looked at her. Thank you for reminding me, said Odysseus with his stilted accent, and stood and went to the counter. Next course, terror bird. He carried the big platter back to the table. I've been waiting to taste this delicacy for quite a while, but never had the time to hunt one until today. Who will join me? Everyone but Demon and Savi volunteered to try a slice. They all poured more wine for themselves. Outside, the thunderstorm had arrived with a vengeance, and flashes of lightning streaked around the bridge structure, illuminating the saddle and ruins far below, as well as the clouds and jagged peaks on either side. Ada, Harmon, and Hannah each tried a bite of the pale meat and then drank copious water and wine. Odysseus bit off slice after slice from the point of his knife. It reminds me of chicken, Ada said into the silence. Yes, said Hannah, definitely chicken. Chicken with a strange, strong, bitter taste, said Harmon. Vulture, said Odysseus. It reminds me of vulture. He took another large bite, swallowed, and grinned. If I cook terror bird again, I'll use lots of sauce. 5 of them ate their microwaved rice in silence, while Odysseus enjoyed more helpings of his terror bird and macrauchenia, washed down with huge draughts of wine. The conversational silence might have been uncomfortable if it had not been for the storm. The wind had come up. Lightning was almost continuous, illuminating the softly lit dining bubble in blasts of white light, and the thunder would have drowned out most conversation anyway. The green dining bubble seemed to sway ever so slightly when the wind howled, and the 4 guests glanced at each other with barely concealed anxiety. It's all right, said Savi, no longer sounding angry or all that intoxicated, as if her earlier harsh words had vented some of the pressure from her bitterness. The paraglass does not conduct electricity, and we're firmly attached. As long as the bridge stands, we won't fall. Savi sipped the last of her wine and smiled without humor. Of course, the bridge is older than God's teeth, so I can't guarantee it will remain standing. When the worst of the storm passed and Savi was offering coffee and chai heated in odd-looking glass containers, Hannah said, You promised to tell us how you got here, Odysseus. You want me to sing to you of all my twists and turns driven time and again off course, in the days since my comrades and I plundered the hallowed heights of Pergamus? He replied, voice soft. Yes, said Hannah. I shall, said Odysseus. But first, I think Savi has some business to discuss with all of you. They looked at the old woman and waited. I need your help, said Savi. For centuries I have avoided exposure to your world, to the Voyniks and the other watchers who wish me ill. But Odysseus is here for a reason, and his ends serve my own. I ask if you would take him back to one of your homes where others can visit him, and allow him to meet and speak with your friends." Ada, Harmon, Demon, and Hannah exchanged glances. "Why doesn't he just fax wherever he wants?" asked Demon. Savi shook her head. "Odysseus can no more fax than I can." "That's silly," said Demon. "Anyone can fax." Savi sighed and poured the last of the wine into her glass. "Boy," she said, "do you know what faxing is?" Demon laughed. "Of course, it's how you go from where you are to where you want to be." "But how does it work?" asked Savi. Demon shook his head at the old woman's obtuseness. "What do you mean, how does it work? It just works, like servitors or running water. You use a fax portal to go from one place to another, one fax node to the next." Harmon held up his hand. "I think what Savi means is, how does the machinery work that allows us to fax, Demon?" "I wondered that myself a few times," said Hannah. "I understand how to build a furnace hearth that can melt metal, but how does one build a fax portal that sends us from here to there without having to go in between?" Savi laughed. "It doesn't, gentle children. Your fax portals don't send you anywhere. They destroy you. Rip you atom from atom. They don't even send the atoms anywhere, just store them until they're needed by the next person faxing in. You don't go anywhere when you're faxed. You just die and allow another you to be built somewhere else." Odysseus drank his wine and watched the receding storm, apparently not interested in Savi's explanations. The other four stared at her. "Why," said Ada, that's insane," said Demon. Savi smiled. "Yes." Harmon cleared his throat and set down his coffee cup. "If we are destroyed every time we fax, Savi, how is it that we remember everything when we arrive somewhere else?" He held up his right arm. "And this small scar, I received it 7 years ago when I was 92. Normally these little problems are cleared up when we go to the infirmary every 20, but—" He stopped, as if seeing the answer himself. "Yes," said Savi. "The machine minds behind the fax portals remember your little imperfections, just as they do your memories and personalities' cell structure, sending the information, not you, but the information, from fax node to fax node, updating you and fixing your aging cells every 20 years, what you call your infirmary visits. But why do you think you disappear on your 100th birthday, Harmon? Why do they quit renewing you when you reach 100? And where will you go on your next birthday?" Harmon said nothing, but Demon said, "To the rings, you foolish woman. On the 5th 20, we all ascend to the rings." "To become post-humans," said Savi, barely avoiding a sneer, "to ascend into heaven and sit at the right hand of someone." "Yes," said Hannah, but she made it sound like a question. "No," said Savi, "I don't know what happens to the memory patterns the logosphere keeps of you until you turn 100. But I know they don't send the data to the rings. It may be stored, but I suspect it's just destroyed, scrambled." For the second time this long day, Ada felt as if she might faint. Still, she was the first to find her voice. "Why can't you and Odysseus use the fax nodes, Savi, or do you just choose not to?" "Choose not to be destroyed, to have the atoms of your body ripped apart like the bodies of the grazer and terror bird we were eating tonight." Ada dipped her fingers in her water glass and touched her fingertips to her cheek. "Odysseus can't fax because the logosphere has no record of him," Savi said softly. "His first attempt to fax would be his last." "Logosphere?" repeated Harmon. Savi shook her head again. "That's a complicated topic, too complicated for an old woman who's had too much to drink today." "But you will explain it soon?" pressed Harmon. "I'll show you all tomorrow," said Savi, "before we go our different ways again." Ada caught Harmon's eye. He could barely contain his excitement. "But this logosphere, whatever it is," said Hannah, "has a record of you for the fax node, so you could fax." Savi showed her unhappy smile. "Oh, yes, it remembers me from more than 1,400 years ago, when I faxed every day of my life." The logosphere is waiting for me like some invisible terror bird. It would recognize me instantly if I were to try one of your regular fax portals, but that would be my last attempt as well." "I don't understand," said Hannah. "Let's put all this technical double-talk aside for a while," said Savi. "Accept that neither Odysseus here nor I can use your precious fax portals. And if I visited your wonderful society by flying there, it would be my life." "Why?" asked Harmon. "There's no violence in our world, other than the Turin drama, and none of us believe that is real." He looked pointedly at Odysseus, but the gray-haired man did not respond in any way. Savi sipped her wine. "Just believe me when I say that to show myself openly would be death. Also believe me that it is imperative that Odysseus be allowed to meet people, to speak to them, to be heard. If I were to fly you back, would one of you host him at your home for a few weeks? A month?" "3 weeks," interrupted Odysseus, sounding brusque, as if hearing himself spoken about as if he weren't there had irritated him. "No more." "All right," said Savi, 3 weeks. Will any of you offer 3 weeks of hospitality to this stranger in a strange land?" "Wouldn't Odysseus be in danger in the same way you are?" asked Demon. "Odysseus can take care of himself," said Savi. The four were silent a minute, trying to understand the request and the circumstances of the request. Finally Harmon said, "I'd like to host Odysseus, but I also want to visit this place you said might have spacecraft, Savi. My goal is to get to the rings, and as you pointed out, I'm approaching my final 20. I don't have any time to waste. I'd rather spend the time finding this drained sea where you say the post-humans kept something that can fly to the E and P rings. Perhaps if you showed me how to pilot your Sony." Savi rubbed her brow as if her head hurt. "The Mediterranean Basin? You can't fly there, Harmon. "You mean it's forbidden?" "No," said Savi, "I mean you can't fly there. The Sonys and other flying machines won't work over the basin." She paused and looked around the table. "But it's possible to hike or drive into the basin. I've tried and failed to go there over centuries, but I can lead you there. If one of your friends agrees to host Odysseus for 3 weeks. "I want to go with you and Harmon," said Ada. "So do I," said Demon. "I want to see this whatchamacallit basin." Harmon looked at the younger man in surprise. "To hell with it," said Demon. "I'm no coward. I'll wager that I'm the only one here who's been eaten by an Allosaurus." "I'll drink to that," said Odysseus, and drained the last of his wine. Savi looked at Hannah. "That leaves you, my dear." "I'd be happy to host Odysseus," said the young woman, "but I don't fax that much or go to parties. I live with my mother, and she doesn't host groups that often either." "No, that won't work, I'm afraid," said Savi. "Odysseus only has 3 weeks, and we need to start with a place that is well known and where many can stay for weeks on end. Actually, Ardis Hall would have been perfect." She looked at Ada. "How do you know about Ardis Hall, Savi? Asked Ada. "For that matter, how do you know about Harmon's reading or anything about the world if you cannot walk among us or use the fax nodes?" "I do watch," said the older woman. "I watch and wait and sometimes fly to places where I can mingle with you." "The Burning Man," said Hannah. "Yes, among other places," said Savi. She looked around the table and said, "You all look exhausted. Why don't I show you to your rooms so you can get a good night's sleep? We'll continue the conversation in the morning. Just leave the dishes. I'll clear them and wash them later." The idea of picking up or washing dishes had never occurred to the guests. Once again Ada looked around and felt the absence of servitors and voyniks. Ada wanted to protest this enforced bedtime. They'd not yet heard Odysseus tell his tale, but she looked at her friends. Hannah, hollow-eyed with fatigue, Demon drunk and barely able to keep his head up, Harmon's face showing his age, and felt the exhaustion working at her as well. It had been one hell of a day. It was time to sleep. Odysseus stayed at the table as Savi led the other 4 from the dining room down hallways, lighted only by the diminishing lightning, up a glass-covered escalator that wound around the Golden Gate Tower, and down a long corridor to a series of bubble rooms at the highest point on the north tower. These sleeping rooms were not physically attached to the tower top, only to the glass corridor that had bridge steel as its south wall, and the sleeping cubbies themselves protruded precariously into space, like clusters of green grapes. Savi was offering them all separate sleep bubbles and gestured Hannah into the first room along the corridor. The young woman hesitated at the entrance to the small space. Inside the sleeping cubby, even the floor was transparent, so that Hannah took one step forward and then hopped quickly backward into the relative solidity of the carpeted access hall. "It's perfectly safe," said Savi. "All right," said Hannah, and tried again. The bed was set against the far wall, and there was a privately partitioned toilet and sink space near the corridor wall, ensuring privacy from the viewpoint of the other sleep bubbles. But elsewhere, the curving walls and floor were so clear that you could look down 800 feet to the lightning-illuminated stones and hillside directly below. Hannah walked gingerly across the clear floor and settled gratefully onto the solid shape of the bed. The other three laughed and applauded. "If I have to go to the toilet in the night, I may not have the nerve to cross that floor again," said Hannah. "You'll get used to it, Hannah," said Savi. "You may close and open the door by voice command, and it is keyed to your voice only." "Door, close," said Hannah. The door irised closed. Savi dropped them off one at a time in their cubby's first demon, who staggered to his bed with no apparent fear of the empty space under his feet. Then Harmon, who wished them both good night before ordering his door closed. Then Ada. "Sleep well, my dear," said Savi. "The sunrises here are rather beautiful, and I hope you enjoy the view in the morning. I shall see you at breakfast." There were fresh silk sleeping clothes set out on her bed. Ada went into the toilet area, took a quick hot shower, dried her hair, left her clothes on the counter next to the sink, dressed in the silk sleeping gown, and returned to the bed. Once under the covers, she turned her face to the wall and looked out at the mountain peaks and cloud tops. The thunderstorm had passed on to the east now. The lightning illuminated the receding clouds from within, and now the nearby peaks and grassy saddle were illuminated by moonlight. Ada looked down at the roadway and stone ruins so far below. What had Odysseus said about that place? That it was inhabited only by jaguars, chipmunks, and ghosts? Looking at the ancient, pale gray stones in the moonlight, Ada almost believed in the ghosts. There came a soft tapping at her door. Ada slipped from the bed and tiptoed across the cold floor, setting her fingertips against the irised metal. "Who is it?" "Harmon." Ada's heart thudded in her chest. She had been hoping, silently wishing that Harmon would join her tonight. "Door open," she whispered, stepping back, noting in the wall's reflection how milky her arms and thin gown looked in the moonlight. Harmon stepped just inside and paused as Ada whispered the door closed again. Harmon was wearing only blue silk sleep garb. She waited for him to embrace her, to lift her in his arms and carry her to the soft bed against the clear curved wall. What would it be like, she wondered, to make love as if one were floating above these clouds, these mountains? "I needed to talk to you," Harmon said softly. Ada nodded. "I think it's important that Odysseus be in the right place the next few weeks," he said. "And I don't think that Hannah's mother's cubby is the right place." Feeling foolish, Ada folded her arms across her breasts. She imagined that she could feel the cold night air of the high mountains through the glass under her feet. "You don't know what Odysseus wants to do or why," she whispered. "No, but if he's really Odysseus, it may be very important. And Savi's right, Ardis Hall is the perfect place for him to meet people." Ada felt anger coil in her. Who was this man to tell her what to do? "If you think it's so important that he be hosted somewhere," she said, "why don't you invite him to your home as your guest?" "I don't have a home," said Harmon. Ada blinked at this, trying to understand. She couldn't. Everyone had a home. "I've been traveling for many years," said Harmon. "I own only what I carry, except for the books I've collected, which I store in an empty cubby in Paris Crater." Ada opened her mouth to speak, but could think of nothing to say. Harmon took a step closer, so close that Ada could smell the mail and soap scent of him. He had also showered before coming to her room. "Will we make love after this conversation?" thought Ada, feeling her anger slip away as quickly as it came. "I need to go to the Mediterranean Basin with Savi," said Harmon. "I've been hunting for a way to get to the E and P rings for more than 60 years, Ada. To be so close. Well, I have to go." Ada felt the anger flare again. "But I want to go with you. I want to see this basin. Find a spaceship, go to the rings. It's why I've helped you the last few weeks." "I know," whispered Harmon. He touched her arm. "And I want you to go with me. But this thing with Odysseus may be important." "I know, but—" "And Hannah just doesn't know that many people. Or have the space to host visitors." "I know, but—" "And Artis Hall would be perfect," whispered Harmon. He released his soft hold on Ada's arm, but still held her in the grip of his gaze. Ada was aware of the stars beyond the clear curved ceiling above them. "I know Artis Hall would be perfect," said Ada. She felt sad and torn between imperatives and people. "But we don't even know what this Odysseus wants, or who he really is." "True," whispered Harmon, "but the best way to find out would be for you to host him while I hunt for a spaceship in the Mediterranean Basin. I promise you that if I find one that can get us to the rings, I'll come get you before I go there." Ada hesitated before speaking again. Her face was raised slightly toward Harmon's, and she had the feeling that if they did not speak, he would kiss her. Suddenly, lightning flashed, and thunder from the receding storm shook the green glass structure. "All right," Ada whispered. "I'll host Odysseus and have Hannah as my helper at Artis Hall for 3 weeks, but only if you promise to take me to the rings if you find a way to get there." "I promise," said Harmon. He did kiss her then, but only on the cheek, and only the way her father might have, Ada thought, if she had ever known her father. Harmon turned as if leaving, but before Ada could command the door to Iris open, he turned back toward her. "What do you think of Odysseus?" he asked. "What do you mean? You mean, do I think he's really Odysseus?" Ada was confused by the question. "No, I mean, what do you think of him? Are you interested in the man?" "Interested in his story, you mean?" said Ada. "He's intriguing. But I'll have to hear what he says before I decide whether he's telling the truth about things." "No, Harmon stopped and rubbed his chin. He seemed embarrassed. "I mean, do you find him interesting? Are you attracted to him?" Ada had to laugh. Somewhere to the east, the receding thunder echoed the sound. "You idiot," she said at last, and, waiting no longer, walked to Harmon, put her arms around him, and kissed him on the lips. Harmon responded passively for a few seconds, and then embraced her and kissed her back. Through the thin silk that separated them, Ada could feel his excitement rise. Moonlight flowed over the skin of their faces and arms like spilled white milk. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind struck the bridge, and the bubble of the sleeping cubby swayed underfoot. Harmon lifted Ada and carried her to the bed. 20. The Tethys Sea on Mars.
"I think it's Falstaff that made me fall out of love with the bard."
"What's that?" said Monmouth over the hard line. He was preoccupied driving the dying submersible toward the still out-of-sight coastline at a weakening 8 knots, trying to keep the ship functions online, watching the skies for enemy chariots through the periscope buoy, and generally brooding about the improbability of their continued survival. Orpheus had been silent down there in the Dark Lady's hold for more than 2 hours. "Now this. What was that about Falstaff?" said Monmouth.
"Well, I was just saying that it was Falstaff that drove me away from Shakespeare and toward Proust," said Orpheus.
"I would have thought that you'd love Falstaff," said Monmouth. "He's so funny."
"I did love Falstaff," said Orpheus. "Hell, I identified with Falstaff. I wanted to be Falstaff. For a while I thought I looked like Falstaff."
Monmouth tried to imagine this. He couldn't. He returned his attention to the ship's functions and perusing the periscope. "What made you change your mind?" he asked.
"Do you remember the scene in Henry IV, Part 1, where Falstaff finds the body of Henry Percy Hotspur on the battlefield?"
"Yes," said Monmouth. The periscope and radar showed the skies clear of chariots. He had been forced to shut down the failing reactor during the night, and battery reserves were down to 4%, giving them only 6 knots now, and the power was still dropping. Monmouth knew that he'd have to take the Dark Lady up to the surface again soon. Every time they surfaced, he brought in Martian air for his own survival, storing it in his envirocreche and breathing it until it got foul, funneling all the ship-produced air down to Orfu. The submersible had never been designed to open itself to European atmosphere, and he'd had to override a dozen safety protocols to let the Martian air in.
"Falstaff stabs Hotspur's corpse in the thigh just to make sure he's dead," said Orfu. "Then carries Hotspur's body on his back, trying to take credit for killing him."
"Right," said Monmouth. The MPS said that they were within 30 kilometers of the coast, but there was no sign of it in the periscope, and he didn't want to direct the radar toward land. He prepared to blow the ballast tanks and surface again, but had the dive planes ready for an emergency dive if anything showed on the radar. "The better part of valor is discretion, in which better part I have saved my life," he quoted. "All the Shakespearean commentary I read, Bloom, Goddard, Bradley, Morgan, Hazlitt, and even Emerson, says that Falstaff may be one of the greatest characters Shakespeare ever created."
"Yes,"
said Orfu, and stayed silent a minute while the submersible shook and rumbled to the ballast tanks being blown. When the ship was silent again except for the ocean rushing over the hull, he said,
"But I find Falstaff despicable."
"Despicable?" The sub broke the surface. It was just after dawn, and the sun, so much larger than the point-star sun Monmouth had grown up with on Europa, was just breaking free of the horizon. He opened the vents and breathed in fresh salt air.
"Wherein cunning but in craft, wherein crafty but in villainy, wherein villainous but in all things," said Orfu.
But Prince Hal was joking when he said that. Monmouth decided to run on the surface. It was far more dangerous. Radar had picked up a flying chariot every hour or two while they were submerged, but they could make 8 knots on the surface and stretch out their dwindling power reserves.
"Was he?" said Orfu. "He rejects the old blowhard in Henry IV, Part 2.
"And Falstaff dies from it," said Monmouth, breathing in the clean air and thinking of Orfu down in the black and flooded hold, connected to life only by the O2 line and the intercom. The first time they had surfaced, Monmouth had realized it would be impossible to get the big Ionian out of the hold until they reached land. "The king has killed his heart," he said, quoting Hostess quickly.
"I've decided he deserved to be rejected," said Orfu. "When he was ordered to recruit soldiers for the war with Percy, Falstaff took bribes to let the good ones off and recruited only losers. Men he called food for powder." Feeling the Dark Lady surging ahead faster through the low waves, Monmouth kept monitoring the sonar, radar, and periscope. "Everyone says that Falstaff is a much more interesting character than Hal," he said. "Funny, realistic, anti-military, witty. Hazlitt wrote that the bliss of freedom gained in humor is the essence of Falstaff." "Yes," said Orfu. "But what kind of freedom is it? The freedom to mock everything, the freedom to be a thief and a coward?"
"Sir John was a knight," said Monmouth. Suddenly his attention focused on what Orfu was saying, Orfu the cynic and humorous commentator on the folly of Moravec existence. "You sound more like Koros III," he said. This made Orfu rumble.
"I'll never be a warrior."
"Was Koros a warrior? Do you think he killed Moravecs during his mission to the Belt?" Monmouth was curious.
"We'll never know what happened in the Belt," said Orfu. "And I doubt that Koros had any more eagerness to fight than do the rest of us peaceable Moravecs. But he was trained to leadership and duty, things that Falstaff mocked even in his beloved Prince Hal." "And you're thinking that we've been called to duty here," said Monmouth. There was a haze to the south.
"Something like that."
"And you think you might need to be more Hotspur than Falstaff?"
Orfovile rumbled again. "It may be too late for that. I wasted time, and now doth time waste me."
"That's not Falstaff."
"Richard II," came the voice from the hold.
"You think you're too old for what lies ahead?" asked Monmouth, wondering himself what might lie ahead.
"Well, I feel a little old, sans eyes, sans legs, sans hands, sans teeth, and sans shell," said the Ionian.
"You never had teeth," said Monmouth. Coras's mission had been to carry out reconnaissance near the big volcano Olympus, and to deliver the device in the cargo bay as close to the summit of Olympus as possible. But the Dark Lady was close to death, and Orfu might also be dying. Even if Orfu survived, he would not be able to see or move or take care of himself if they managed to reach land. How could Monmouth possibly deliver the device across more than 3,000 kilometers of landmass while keeping himself and his friend from being detected and destroyed by the chariot people? "Worry about that when you get the lady to land and Orfu out of the hold," he thought. "One thing at a time." The blue sky was empty of threat, but he felt terribly exposed as the submersible continued to wallow southward through the waves. To Orfu he said, "Does your friend Proust have any advice?"
Orfu cleared his throat with a rumble. "Old age hath yet his honour and his toil. Death closes all, but something ere the end. Some work of noble note may yet be done. 'Tis not too late to seek a newer world. Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak in time and fate, but strong in will to strive, to seek, and not to yield."
"You can't convince me that's Proust," said Monmouth. The haze to the south was resolving itself.
"No," said Orfu, "that's Tennyson's Ulysses."
"Who's Ulysses?"
"Odysseus."
"Who's Odysseus?"
There was a shocked silence. Finally Orfu said, "Ah, my friend, this gap in your otherwise excellent education calls out for repair. We may well need to know as much as we can about—"
"Wait," said Monmouth, and a minute later, "Wait."
"What is it?"
"Land," said Monmouth. "I can see land."
"Anything else? Any details?"
"I'm changing magnification," said Monmouth.
Orfu waited, but finally said, "And?"
"The stone faces," said Monmouth. "I see the stone faces, on the cliff tops mostly, stretching as far to the east as I can see."
"Just to the east? None to the west?"
"No. The line of faces ends almost where we'd reached land. I can see movement there, hundreds of people or things moving along the cliffs and beach."
"We'd better dive," said Orfu. "Wait for dark before we make landfall. Find an ocean cave or something where you can bring the lady in unseen where—"
"Too late," said Monmouth. "The ship doesn't have more than 40 minutes of life support and propulsion left in her. Besides, the shapes, the people, have given up their work moving the stone faces west. They're coming down to the beach by the hundreds. They've seen us." 21. Ilium. I could tell you what it's like to make love to Helen of Troy, but I won't. And not just because it would be totally ungentlemanly of me to do so. The details are just not part of my story here, but I can say truthfully that if the vengeful muse or maddened Aphrodite had found me a moment after Helen and I ended our first bout of lovemaking, say, a minute after we rolled apart on the sweat-moistened sheets to catch our breath and feel the cool breeze coming in ahead of the storm, and if the muse and the goddess had crashed in and killed me then, I can tell you without fear of contradiction that the short second life of Thomas Hockenberry would have been a happy one, and at least it would have ended on a high note. A minute after that instant of perfection, the woman was holding a dagger to my belly. "Who are you?" demanded Helen. I began and stopped. Something in Helen's eyes made me abort my lie about being Paris before I could vocalize it. "If you say you are my new husband, I will have to sink this blade into your bowels," she said evenly. "If you are a god, that shouldn't matter, but if you aren't—" "I'm not," I managed. The point of the knife was close enough to draw blood from the skin above my belly. Where did this knife come from? Had it been in the cushions while we were making love? "If you aren't a god, how have you taken Paris's shape?" I realized that this was Helen of Troy, the mortal daughter of Zeus, a woman who lived in a universe where gods and goddesses had sex with mortals all the time. A world where shape-changers, divine and otherwise, walked among mere humans. A world where the concept of cause and effect had completely different meanings. I said, "The gods gave me the ability to change appearances." "Who are you?" she asked. "What are you?" She did not seem angry, nor even especially shocked. Her voice was calm, her beautiful features undistorted by fear or fury. But the blade was steady against my belly. The woman wanted an answer. "My name is Thomas Hockenberry," I said. "I'm a Skolic." I knew that none of this would make sense. My name sounded strange even to me, hard-edged in the smoother tones of their ancient language. "Thomas Hockenberry," she mouthed. "It sounds Persian." "No," I said, "Dutch and German and Irish, actually." I saw Helen frown and knew I was not only not making sense to her with these words, but was sounding actively deranged. "Put on a robe," she said. "We will talk on the terrace." Helen's large bedroom had terraces on both sides, one looking down into the courtyard, the other looking out south and east over the city. My levitation harness and other gear, except for the QT medallion and morphing bracelet I had worn to bed, were hidden behind the curtain on the courtyard terrace. Helen led me to the outside terrace. We each wore thin robes. Helen kept her short, sharp knife in her hand as we stood at the railing in the reflected light from the city and from the occasional storm flash. "Are you a god?" she asked. I almost answered yes. It would be the easiest way to talk her out of putting that blade in my belly, but had the sudden, inexplicable, overwhelming urge to tell the truth for a change. "No," I said. "I'm not a god." She nodded. "I knew you were not a god. I would have gutted you like a fish if you had lied to me about that." She smiled grimly. "You don't make love like a god." Well, I thought, but there was nothing else to say to that. "How is it," she asked, "that you can take the shape and form of Paris?" "The gods have given me the ability to do so," I said. "Why?" The tip of the dagger blade was only inches from my bare skin through the robe. I shrugged, but then, realizing that shrugs weren't used by the ancients, I said, "They lent me this ability for their own purposes. I serve them. I watch the battle and report to them. It helps that I can take the shape of other men." Helen did not seem surprised by this. "Where is my Trojan lover? What have you done to the real Paris?" "He's well," I said. "When I abandon this likeness, he will return to what he was doing when I took his shape." "Where will he be?" asked Helen. I thought this was a slightly strange question. "Wherever he would have been if I hadn't borrowed his form," I said at last. "I think he'd just left the city to join Hector for tomorrow's fighting. Actually, when I morph out of Paris's form, Paris will be exactly where he would have been if he'd continued on during the time I had his identity. Sleeping in a tent, perhaps, or in the midst of battle, or shagging one of the slave girls in Hector's war camp." But this was too difficult to explain to Helen. I didn't think she'd appreciate a discourse on probability wave functions and quantum temporal simultaneity. I couldn't explain why it was that neither Paris nor those around him wouldn't necessarily notice his absence, or how it was that events might reconnect to the Iliad as if I hadn't interrupted the probability wave collapse of that temporal line. Quantum continuity might be sewn up as soon as I canceled the morph function. Shit, I didn't understand any of this. "Leave this form," commanded Helen. "Show me your true shape." "My lady, if I began to protest, but her hand moved quickly. The blade cut through silk and skin, and I felt the blood flow on my abdomen. Showing her that my right hand was going to move very, very slowly, I opened the glowing functions and touched the icon on the morphing bracelet. I was Thomas Hockenberry, again shorter, thinner, gawkier, with my slightly myopic gaze and thinning hair. Helen blinked once and swung the dagger up fast, faster than I thought any person could move. I heard the ripping and tearing, but it wasn't my stomach muscles she had sliced open, only the tie of the robe and the silken material itself. "Don't move," she whispered. Helen of Troy flung my robe open, using her free hand to slide it off my shoulders. I stood naked and pale in front of this formidable woman. If a dictionary ever needed a perfect definition of pathetic, a photograph of this moment would suffice. "You may put the robe back on," she said after a minute. I tugged it back up. The sash was torn, so I held it together with my hand. She seemed to be thinking. For several minutes we stood there on the terrace in silence. Even as late as it was, the towers of Ilium glowed from torchlight. Watchfires flickered along the ramparts on the distant walls. Farther to the south, beyond the Scaean gate, the corpse fires burned. To the southwest, lightning flashed in the towering storm clouds. There were no stars visible, and the air smelled of the rain coming from the direction of Mount Ida. "How did you know I was not Paris?" I asked at last. Helen blinked out of her reverie and gave a small smile. A woman may forget the color of her lover's eyes, the tone of his voice, even the details of his smile or form, but she cannot forget how her husband fucks. It was my turn to blink in surprise, and not just at Helen's vulgar speech. Homer had literally sung the praises of Paris's appearance, comparing him to a stallion full-fed at the manger, when describing Paris's rush to join Hector outside the city this very night. Sure in his racing stride, his head flung back, his mane streaming over his shoulders, sure and sleek in his glory. Paris was, in the teenager's parlance of my previous life, a hunk. And while I had been in Helen's bed, I had owned Paris's streaming hair, his sun-bronzed body, his washboard belly, his oiled muscles, his— "Your penis is larger," said Helen. I blinked again, twice this time. She had not used the word penis, of course. Latin was not yet a real language, and the Greek word she had chosen was slang closer to cock. But that made no sense. When we were making love, I'd had Paris's penis. "No, that wasn't how I knew you were not my lover," said Helen. She seemed to be reading my mind. "That is just my observation." "Then how—" "Yes," said Helen. "It was how you bedded me, Hockenberry." I had nothing to say to this, and could not have spoken clearly if I'd had anything to say. Helen smiled again. "Paris first had met me, not in Sparta, where he won me, nor in Ilium, where he brought me, but on the little island of Chryse, on the way here." There was no island that I knew of named Chryse, and the word merely meant rocky in ancient Greek. So I took it to mean that Paris had interrupted their voyage to put into some small rocky, unnamed island to have his way with Helen without the watching presence of the ship's crew, which would mean that Paris was impatient. "So are you, Hockenberry," came the voice of something not totally unlike my conscience. Too late for a conscience. "He's had me, and I've had him hundreds of times since then," Helen said softly, "but never like tonight. Never like tonight." I was a dither with confusion and smug with pride. Was this good? Was this a compliment? No, wait. That's absurd. Homer sings of Paris as nearly godlike in his physical beauty and charm. A great lover, irresistible to women and goddesses alike, which must mean that Helen only meant— "You," she said, interrupting my confused thoughts, "you were earnest." Earnest. I clutched the robe tighter and looked toward the coming storm to hide my embarrassment. Earnest. "Sincere," she said, "very sincere." If she didn't shut up soon and quit hunting for synonyms for pathetic, I thought I might wrestle the dagger away from her and cut my own throat with it. "Did the gods send you here to me?" she asked. I considered lying again. Certainly not even this strong-willed woman would gut someone on an errand from the gods. But again I chose not to lie. Helen of Troy seemed almost telepathic in her ability to read me, and telling the truth for a change felt good. "No," I said, "no one sent me." "You came here just because you wanted to bed me?" Well, at least she hadn't used the F word again. "Yes," I said, "I mean no." She looked at me. Somewhere in the city a man laughed loudly, then a woman did the same. Ilium never slept. I mean, I was lonely, I said. I've been here for the whole war by myself with no one to talk to, no one to touch. You touched me enough, said Helen. I couldn't tell from her tone if it was sarcasm or an accusation. Yes, I said. Are you married, Hockenberry? Yes. No. I shook my head again. I must sound like a total idiot to Helen. I believe I was married, I said, but if I was, my wife is dead. You believe you were married. The gods brought me to Mount Olympos across time and space, I said, knowing she would not understand, but not caring. I believe I died in my other life and they somehow brought me back, but they did not return all my memory to me. Images come and go from my real life, my former life, like dreams. I understand, said Helen. I realized from her tone that somehow, amazingly, she did understand. Is there a particular god or goddess you serve, Hockenberry? I report to one of the muses, I said, but I learned just yesterday that Aphrodite controls my fate. Helen looked up in surprise. And so has she controlled mine, she said softly. Just yesterday, when the goddess saved Paris from Menelaus' fury and brought him back here to our bed, Aphrodite ordered me to go to him. When I protested, she flew into a rage and threatened to make me the butt of hard, withering hate, her words, of both Trojans and Achaeans. The goddess of love, I said softly. The goddess of lust, said Helen. And I know much about lust, Hockenberry. Again, I didn't know what to say. My mother was named Leda, called the Daughter of Night, she said in conversational tones, and Zeus came to her and fucked her while he was in the shape of a swan, a huge horny swan. There was a mural in my home showing my two older brothers and an altar to Zeus and me as an egg waiting to be hatched. I couldn't help it. I barked a laugh. Then my stomach muscles clenched, waiting for the dagger's blade to rip through it. Instead, Helen smiled broadly. Yes, she said. I know about abductions and being a pawn of the gods, Hockenberry. Yes, I said, when Paris came to Sparta. No, interrupted Helen. When I was 11, Hockenberry, I was carried off, abducted from the temple of Artemis Orthia by Theseus, uniter of the Attica communities, into the city of Athens. Theseus made me pregnant. I bore him a girl-child, Iphigenia, whom I could not look upon with love, and handed over to Clytemnestra, to raise with her husband Agamemnon as their own. I was rescued from this marriage by my brothers and returned to Sparta. Theseus then went off with Hercules in his war against the Amazons, where he took time to invade Hell, marry an Amazon warrior, and explore the labyrinth of the Minotaur in Crete. My head was spinning. Every one of these Greeks and Trojans and gods had a story, and had to tell it at the drop of a hat. But what did this have to do with— I know about lust, Hockenberry, said Helen. The great King Menelaus claimed me as his bride, even though such men love virgins, love their bloodlines more than life, even though I was soiled goods in a man's world that loves its virgins so. And then Paris, spurred on by Aphrodite, came to abduct me again, to take me to Troy, to be his prize. Helen stopped the recitation and seemed to be studying me. I could think of nothing to say. There was a bottomless depth of bitterness between her cool, ironic words. No, not bitterness, I realized, looking into her eyes. Sadness. A terrible, tired sadness. Hockenberry, continued Helen, do you think I am the most beautiful woman in the world? Did you come here to abduct me? No, I did not come here to abduct you. I have nowhere to take you. My own days are numbered by the wrath of the gods. I have betrayed my muse and her boss, Aphrodite, and when Aphrodite heals from the wounds Diomedes inflicted on her yesterday, she will wipe me off the face of the earth as sure as we're standing here. Yes? Said Helen. Yes. Come to bed, Hockenberry. I wake in the grey hour before dawn, having slept only a few hours after our last 2 bouts of love-making, but feeling perfectly rested. My back is to Helen, but somehow I know that she is also lying awake on this large bed with its elaborately carved posts. Hockenberry? Yes. How do you serve Aphrodite and the other gods? I think about this a minute and then roll over. The most beautiful woman in the world is lying there in the dim light, propping herself up on one elbow. Her long dark hair, mussed by our lovemaking, flowing around her naked shoulder and arm, with her eyes, pupils wide and dark, intent on mine. How do you mean? I ask, although I know. Why did the gods bring you across time and space, as you say, to serve them? What do you know that they need? I close my eyes for a moment. How can I possibly explain to her? It will be madness if I answer honestly, but, as I admitted earlier, I'm terribly tired of lying. I know something about the war going on, I say. I know some of the events that will happen, might happen. You serve an oracle? No. You are a prophet, then, a priest to whom one of the gods has given such vision? No. Then I don't understand, says Helen. I shift on my side and sit up, moving cushions to be more comfortable. It is still dark, but a bird begins to sing in the courtyard. In the place whence I came, I whisper, there is a song, a poem about this war. It's called the Iliad. So far, the events of the actual war resemble those sung about in this song. You speak as if this siege and this war were already an old tale in the land you came from, says Helen. As if all this has already occurred. Don't admit this to her, it would be folly. Yes, I say. That is the truth. You are one of the fates, she says. No, I'm just a man. Helen smiles with wicked amusement. She touches the valley between her breasts where I had climaxed just a few hours earlier. I know that, Hockenberry. I blush, rub my cheeks, and feel the stubble there. No shaving in the Skolic barracks for me this morning. Why bother? You only have hours to live. Will you answer my questions about the future? She asks, her voice terribly soft. It would be madness to do so. I don't really know your future, I say disingenuously. Only the details of this song, and there have been many discrepancies between it and the actual events. Will you answer my questions about the future? She sets her hand on my chest. Yes, I say. Is Ilium doomed? Helen's voice is steady, calm, soft. Yes. Will it be taken by strength or stealth? For God's sake, you can't tell her that, I think. By stealth, I say. Helen actually smiles. Odysseus, she murmurs. I say nothing. I tell myself that perhaps if I give no details, these revelations will not affect events. Will Paris be killed before Troy falls? She asks. Yes. By Achilles' hand? No details, clamors my conscience. No, I say, fuck it. And the noble Hector? Death, I say, feeling like some vicious hanging judge. By Achilles' hand? Yes. And Achilles, will he go home from this war alive? No. His fate is sealed as soon as he slays Hector, and he has known this all along. Knew it from a prophecy he has carried with him like a cancer for years. Long life or glory, Homer said that it will be the decision he must make. But the prophecy goes, if he chooses long life, he will be known only as a man, not as the demigod he will become if he kills Hector in combat. But he has a choice. The future is not sealed. And King Priam? Death, I say, my whisper hoarse. Slaughtered in his own palace, in his private temple to Zeus, hacked to bloody bits like a heifer being sacrificed to the gods. And Hector's little boy, Scamandrius, whom the people call Astyanax. Death, I say. I close my eyes against the image of Pyrrhus flinging the screaming infant down from the wall. And Andromache? Helen whispers. Hector's wife? A slave, I say. If Helen keeps up this litany of questions, I'm pretty sure I'll go crazy. It was all right from a distance, from a Skolik's disinterested observer's stance. But now I'm talking about people I have known and met and slept with. It strikes me that Helen has not asked about her own fate. Perhaps she never will. "And will I die with Ilium?" she asks, her voice still calm. I take a breath. No. "But Menelaus will find me?" "Yes." I feel like one of those black Crazy 8 tell-your-fortune toys that were popular when I was a kid. Why hadn't I answered her like that black ball would have? That would be more like the oracle at Delphi. The future is cloudy, or ask again. Am I showing off for this woman? It's too late now. "Menelaus finds me, but does not kill me. I survive his anger?" "Yes." I remember Odysseus telling of this in the Odyssey. Menelaus finding Helen hiding in Deiphobos' quarters in the great royal palace, near the shrine of the Palladian, and of the cuckolded husband throwing himself upon her, sword drawn, fully intending to kill this beautiful woman. Helen will uncover her breasts to her husband, as if inviting the blow, as if willing it, and then Menelaus will drop his sword and kiss her. It's not clear whether Deiphobos, one of the sons of Priam, is killed by Menelaus before this or after he... "But he takes me back to Sparta," whispers Helen. "Paris dead, Hector dead, all the great warriors of Ilium dead or put to the sword, all the great women of Troy dead or dragged off to slavery. The city itself burned, its wall breached, its towers dragged down and broken up, the earth salted so that nothing will ever grow here again. But I live, and am taken back to Sparta by Menelaus." "Something like that," I say, hearing how lame it sounds. Helen rolls out of bed, stands and walks naked to the courtyard terrace. For a minute, I forget my role as Cassandra, and just gaze in something like awe at her dark hair tumbling down her back, at her perfect buttocks and at her strong legs. She stands naked at the railing, not turning back my way, as she says, "And what about you, Hockenberry? Have the fates told you your own destiny through this song of theirs?" "No," I confess. "I'm not important enough to be included in the poem, but I'm pretty sure I will die today." She turns. I expect Helen to be weeping after all I've told her, if she believes me, but she's smiling slightly. "Only pretty sure?" "Yes." "You will die because of Aphrodite's wrath?" "Yes." "I've felt that wrath, Hockenberry. If she takes a whim to kill you, she will." Well, that's encouraging. I say nothing for a while. There is a drone from the open terrace doorways on the city side. "What's that?" I ask. "The Trojan women are still entreating Athena for mercy and divine protection, chanting and sacrificing at her temple as Hector ordered," says Helen. She turns away from me again and stares down into the interior courtyard, as if trying to find that solitary singing bird. Too late for Athena's mercy, I think. Then, without thinking about it, I say, "Aphrodite wants me to kill Athena. She's given me the Hades helmet and other tools so I can do just that." Helen's head snaps around, and even in the dim light I can see the expression of shock on her face, the pallor. It's as if she has finally reacted to all my terrible oracle news. Naked, she comes back and sits on the edge of the bed where I am propped up on one elbow. "Did you say kill Athena?" she whispers, voice lower than at any time since we began speaking. I nod. "Can the gods be killed, then?" asks Helen, her voice so soft I can barely hear it from a foot away. "I think they can," I say. "Only yesterday I heard Zeus tell Ares that gods could die." Then I tell her about Aphrodite and Ares, their wounds, the strange place where they are healing. I explain how Aphrodite will emerge from that vat today sometime, how it's possible she already has, since Olympus is on the same day-night schedule as Ilium, and it's already tomorrow there as well. "You're able to travel to Olympus?" she whispers. Helen appears to be lost in thought. Her expression has slowly melted from shock to... "What? Travel back and forth from Ilium to Olympus whenever you please?" she asks. I hesitate here. I know I've told too much already. What if this Helen is merely my muse in morphed form? I know she isn't. Don't ask me how I know, and to hell with it if she is. Yes, I say, also whispering now, although the household is not coming awake yet. I can go to Olympos when I want and stay there unseen by the gods. Except for the single bird deluded to think it's almost dawn, the city and the palace are eerily silent. There are guards at the front entrance, I know, but I cannot hear their shuffle of their sandals or the scrape of their spear butts on stone. The streets of Ilium, never totally silent, seem hushed now. Even the women's chanting from the temple of Athena has ceased. Did Aphrodite give you the means to kill Athena, Hockenberry? Some weapon of the gods? No. I don't tell her about the Hades helmet of death or the QT medallion or my taser baton. None of these things could kill a goddess. Suddenly that short dagger is in her hand again, inches from my skin. Where does she keep that thing? How does she make it appear that way? We both have our little secrets, I guess. The dagger moves closer. If I kill you now, whispers Helen, will it change the song of Ilium, you know? Change the future? This future? This isn't the time to be honest, Tommy boy, warns the sane part of my brain, but I speak the truth anyway. I don't know, I say. I don't see how it can. If it's my fate to die today, I suppose it doesn't matter whether it's by your hand or Aphrodite's. Anyway, I'm not an actor in this drama, only an observer. Helen nods, but still appears distracted, as if her question about my death were of little consequence either way. She lifts the dagger until its point is almost touching the firm white flesh under her chin. If I take my own life right now, will it change the song, she asks. I don't see how it will save Ilium or change the outcome of the war, I answer. This isn't completely true. Helen is a central figure in Homer's Iliad, and I have no idea whether the Greeks would stay to finish the fight if she kills herself. What would they be fighting for with Helen dead? Glory, honor, plunder, but then again, with Helen removed as the prize for Agamemnon and Menelaus, and Achilles still sulking in his tent, would mere plunder be enough to keep the tens and tens of thousands of other Achaeans in the fight? They've been plundering islands and Trojan coastal cities for almost a decade now. Perhaps they've had enough, and are looking for an excuse. Isn't that why Menelaus accepted the one-on-one combat with Paris to decide it all, before Aphrodite whisked Paris away? Back to this bed. Helen and Paris having sex in this bed mere hours ago. Perhaps Helen's suicide would end the war. She lowers the dagger. I've thought of this self-murder for 10 years, Hockenberry. But I have too much lust to live and too little fondness for death, even though I deserve to die. You don't deserve to die, I say. She smiles. Does Hector deserve to die? Does his baby? Does lordly Priam, the most generous of fathers to me? Do all those people you hear awakening out there in the city deserve to die? Do even the warriors, Achilles and all the rest who have already gone down to cold Hades, deserve to die because of one fickle woman who chose passion and vanity and abduction over fidelity? And what about all the thousands of Trojan women who have served their gods and husbands well, but who will be torn from their homes and children and be sold into slavery because of me? Do they deserve such a fate, Hockenberry, just because I choose to live? You don't deserve to die, I say stubbornly. The scent of her is still on my skin, my fingers, and in my hair. All right, says Helen, and slides the dagger under the mattress. Then will you help me live and stay free? Will you help stop this war, or at least change its outcome? What do you mean? I'm suddenly wary. I have no interest in trying to help the Trojans win this battle, and I couldn't do it if I tried. Too many forces are in play here, not to mention the gods. Helen, I say. I was serious about not having any time left. Aphrodite will be free of her recovery vat today, and while I might hide for a while from the other gods, she has a way she can find me when she wants to. Even if she doesn't kill me right away for disobeying her, I won't be free to act in the short time I have left as a Skolic. Helen slides the sheet off my lower body. The light is coming up now, and I can see her better than any time since I watched her in her bath the night before. She swings her leg up and straddles me, one hand flat on my chest while her other hand goes lower, finding encouraging. "Listen to me," she says, looking down over her breasts at me. "If you are going to change our fates, you must find the fulcrum." I take this as an invitation and try to move into her. "No, not yet," she whispers. "Listen to me, Hockenberry. If you're going to change our fates, you must find the fulcrum, and I don't mean what you're doing now." It's difficult, but I pause long enough to listen. An hour and a half later, the city is coming alive, and I am walking the streets, fully garbed in my usual Skolix gear and morphed as a Thracian spearman. The sun has risen, and the city is coming fully alive, with crowded streets opening, market stalls, driven animals, running children, and swaggering warriors breaking their fast before going out to kill. Near the marketplace I find Nightenhelser, morphed as a Dardanian watchman but visible as Nightenhelser through my lenses, eating breakfast in an outdoor restaurant we've both frequented. He looks up and recognizes me. I don't flee or use the Hades helmet to disappear. I join him at the table under a low tree and order bread, dried fish, and fruit for breakfast. "Our muse was hunting for you at the barracks before dawn this morning," says the portly Nightenhelser, "and again near the walls here this morning. She was asking after you by name. She seems eager to locate you." "Are you worried about being seen with me?" I ask. "Want me to move on?" Nightenhelser shrugs. "All of us Skolix are on borrowed time anyway. What does it matter? Tempus edax rerum." I've been thinking in ancient Greek for so long that it takes me a second to translate the Latin. Time is a devourer. Perhaps so, but I want more of it. I break the fresh, hot bread and eat, marveling at the glorious taste of it and of the sweet breakfast wine. Everything looks, smells, and tastes crisper, cleaner, newer, and more wonderful this morning. Perhaps it was the night's rain. Perhaps it was something else. "You smell suspiciously perfumed this morning," says Nightenhelser. At first, my only response is a blush. Can the other Skolix smell the night's revelries on me? But then I realize what he's talking about. Helen had insisted I bathe with her before leaving. The old female slave who had directed the carrying of the hot water to the bath, I'd learned, was Aethra, Pittheus' daughter, wife of King Aegeus, and mother of the famous Theseus, ruler of Athens, and the man who had abducted Helen when she was 11. I remembered the name Aethra from my graduate school days, but my instructor, Dr. Fertig, a fine Homerian scholar, had insisted that the name had been drawn at random from the epic stock. Aethra, daughter of Pittheus, must have sounded good to Homer or some poetic predecessor who needed a name for a mere slave, said Dr. Fertig, and that the noble Theseus' mother couldn't possibly be Helen's servant in Troy. Well, wrong, Dr. Fertig. Just half an hour ago, lounging in the sunken marble tub with a naked Helen, she mentioned that the old slave woman Aethra was indeed Theseus' mum. That Helen's brothers, Castor and Polydeuces, when they rescued her from Theseus' captivity, had carried off the old lady as punishment, and Paris had brought her along to Troy with Helen. "Thinking about something, Hockenberry?" asked Nightenhelser. I blushed again. Right then I had been thinking about Helen's soft breasts, visible through the bubbles in the bath. I ate some fish and said, "I wasn't on the field yesterday evening. Anything interesting happen?" "Nothing much. Just Hector's big duel with Ajax, just the showdown we've been waiting for since the Achaean ships first touched their bows to shore down there, just all of Book 7. "Oh, that," I said. Book 7 was an exciting duel between Hector and the Achaean giant, but nothing happened. Neither man hurt the other, even though Ajax was obviously the better fighter, and when evening made it too dark to fight, Ajax and Hector called a truce, exchanged gifts of armor and weapons, and both sides went back to burn their dead. I hadn't missed anything crucial, nothing to give up 1 minute with Helen. There was something odd, said Nightenhelser. I ate bread and waited. You know that Hector was supposed to come out of the city with his brother Paris, and both were supposed to lead the Trojans back into battle. Homer says that Paris kills Menestheus at the beginning of the fight, yes? And later, do you remember when King Priam's counselor, Antenor, advises his fellow Trojans to give back Helen and all the treasures looted from Argos? Give them back and let the Achaeans go away in peace? That's why Ajax and Hector are pals after they fail to kill each other, exchanging gifts on the field, right, I say? Yes. Well, what about it? Nightenhelser sets his goblet down. Well, it was Paris who was supposed to answer Antenor and urge his fellow Trojans to refuse to surrender Helen, but offers to give up the treasures in exchange for peace. So, I say, realizing where this is going, my stomach suddenly feels queasy. Well, Paris wasn't there last night, not to come out of the Scaean gates with Hector, not to kill Menestheus, and not even to offer the peace proposal at dusk. I nod and chew. So that's one of the largest discrepancies we've seen, isn't it, Hockenberry? I have to shrug again. I don't know. Book 7 has the Achaeans building their defensive wall and trench near the shore, but you and I know that those defenses have been there since the first month after they arrived. Homer messes up the chronology sometimes. Nightenhelser looks at me. Perhaps, but the absence of Paris to refute Antenor's suggestion about giving up Helen was strange. Finally, King Priam spoke for his son, saying that he was sure that Paris would never surrender the woman, but that he might give up the treasure. But without Paris being there in person, a lot of the Trojans in the crowd were mumbling their agreement. It's the closest thing to peace breaking out that I've seen in all the years I've been here, Hockenberry. My skin feels cold. My self-indulgence with Helen last night, my long impersonation of Paris, has already changed something important in the flow of things. If the Muse had known the details of the Iliad, which she didn't, she would have known at once that I had taken Paris's place in bed with Helen. Did you report the discrepancy to the Muse? I asked softly. Nightenhelser would have gone off shift when darkness fell. Since I was missing, he was the only Skolic on duty last evening. It was his duty to report such oddities. Nightenhelser chews the last of his bread slowly. No, he says at last. I didn't dictate that to the word stone. I let out a breath. Thank you, I say. We'd better go, says the other Skolic. The restaurant is filling up with Trojan men and their wives waiting for a seat. As I drop coins on the table, Nightenhelser grips my forearm. Do you know what you're doing, Hockenberry? I look him in the eye. My voice is firm when I respond. Absolutely not. Once on the street, I go the opposite direction from Nightenhelser. Stepping into an empty alley, I pull up the cowl of the Hades helmet and touch the QT medallion. It is sunrise on the summit of Mount Olympus. The white buildings and green lawns reflect the rich but lesser light here. I've always wondered why the sun seems smaller on and around Olympus than in the skies above Ilium. I had envisioned the chariot stand near the Muses building, and that's where I have arrived. I hold my breath as a chariot spirals down from the morning sky and lands not 20 feet from me. But Apollo steps out and strides away without noticing me. The Hades helmet still works. I step onto the chariot and touch the bronze plate near the front. I had watched the Muse carefully as she flew us across the Caldera Lake the other day. A glowing, transparent key plate comes into existence inches above the brass. I touch the icons there in the sequence I'd watched the Muse use. The chariot wobbles, rises, wobbles again, and steadies itself as I move the glowing, virtual energy controller next to the readouts. I twist it left, and the chariot banks left 50 feet above the summit grass. I touch the forward arrow icon, and the chariot leaps ahead, flying south over the blue lake. To any god watching, it should look like an empty chariot flying itself, but no god is visible to watch. Across the lake, I gain a bit of altitude and try to find the right building. There, just beyond the great hall of the gods. Some goddess, I do not recognize her, cries out from the front steps of the huge building and points toward my seemingly empty chariot. But it's too late. I've identified the building I want, huge white with an open doorway. I'm getting the knack of the chariot controls now, and I dive within 20 feet of the ground and accelerate toward the building. I have to lift the left side of the chariot almost perpendicular to the ground. I do not fall. There is some artificial gravity in the machine as I zip between the giant columns at 40 or 50 miles per hour. Inside, the space is as I remember it. The giant vats filled with bubbling violet liquid, green worms roiling around the unconscious, floating, healing gods. The healer, the giant centipede thing with metallic arms and red eyes, is on the opposite side of Aphrodite's reconstruction vat, preparing to remove her from it, I presume. His red eyes look my way, and his many arms quiver as the chariot rushes into the quiet space. But he is not between me and my target, and I accelerate forward before he or anything else can stop me. It is only at the last second that I decide to jump rather than to stay with the chariot. It must be the memory of Helen, the night with Helen, the renewed pleasure of life in those hours with Helen. The Hades helmet still shielding me, I leap from the speeding chariot. Land hard, feel something bruise, if not break, in my right shoulder, and then I tumble to a stop on the floor as the chariot flies directly into the reconstruction vat, smashing plastic and steel, throwing violet liquid 100 feet into the air of the giant room. Something, either part of the chariot or a huge shard of vat glass, slices the giant centipede healer in two. Aphrodite's body rolls out onto the floor in a wave of violet liquid and a coiling mass of writhing green worms. The other vats, including the one holding Ares in his nest of worms, rock but do not break or tumble. Klaxons, alarms, and sirens go off, deafening me. I try to rise, but my head, left leg, and right shoulder ache terribly, and I sink back to the floor. I crawl to one side of the room, trying to stay out of the violet goo. I'm afraid of what the chemicals will do to me, but more afraid that the outline of my body will be visible in the flood if I can't get away from it. Black spots dance in my vision, and I realize I'm going to pass out. Gods and floating robot machines are rushing into the great healing chamber. In the seconds before I lose consciousness, I see mighty Zeus stride in, his cloak billowing, his brow furrowed. Whatever's going to happen next will have to happen without me. I set my forehead against the cool floor, close my eyes, and let the blackness wash over me. 22. The coast of Chryse, Planitia. I killed my friend Orpheus of Io, Monmouth told William Shakespeare. The two were walking in neighborhoods along the bank of the Thames. Monmouth knew that it was the late summer of 1592 A.D., although he did not know how he knew. The river was busy with barges, wherries, and low-masted river craft. Beyond the Tudor buildings and ramshackle tenements on the north bank rose a profusion of London steeples and a few contorted towers. A hot haze hung over the river and behind the slums on either side. "I should have saved Orpheus, but I could not," said Monmouth. He had to walk quickly to keep up with the playwright. Shakespeare was a compact man in his late 20s, soft-spoken and dressed in a more dignified manner than Monmouth would have expected from an actor and playwright. The young man's face was a sharp oval, showing a hairline already receding, sideburns, and a wisp of a beard and thin mustache, as if Shakespeare were tentatively experimenting with a more permanent beard. His hair was brown, his eyes a grayish-green, and he wore a black doublet from which the wide, soft collars of a white shirt were visible, white drawstrings hanging down. There was a small gold hoop in the writer's left ear. Monmouth wanted to ask Shakespeare 1,000 questions. What was he writing now? What was life like in this city that would soon be overwhelmed by the plague? What is the hidden structure of the sonnets? But all he could talk about was Orpheus. "I tried to save him," explained Monmouth. "The Dark Lady's reactor shut down, and then the batteries went dead less than 5 kilometers from the coast. I was trying to find an inlet in one of the many caves along the cliffs. Someplace we could hide the sub." "The Dark Lady?" asked Shakespeare. "This is the name of your ship?" "Yes." "Pray continue." "Orpheus and I were talking about the stone faces," said Monmouth. "It was night. We were approaching the coast at night under cover of darkness, but I was using the night vision scope and was describing the faces to him. He was still alive. The ship was providing just enough O2 for him." "O2? "Air," explained Monmouth. "As I say, I was describing the great stone heads to him." "Great stone heads? Statues?" "Stone monoliths, each about 20 meters tall," said Monmouth. "Did you recognize the statue's visage? Was he someone of your acquaintance, or perhaps a famous king or conqueror?" "It was too far away for me to see details of the faces," said Monmouth. They had come to a wide, multi-arched bridge covered with 3-story buildings. A passageway about 4 meters wide ran right through the structures like a road through a tunnel, and at the moment pedestrians in motley were dodging a mass of sheep being driven north into the city. All along that walkway, human heads, some dried and mummified, some almost skulls except for tufts of hair or bits of rotted flesh, others so shockingly fresh that there was still a blush to the cheeks or lips, had been mounted on posts. "What is all this?" asked Monmouth. His organic parts felt queasy. "London Bridge," said Shakespeare. "Tell me what happened to your friend." Tired of looking up at the playwright, Monmouth scampered up onto a stone wall that served as a railing. He could see a forbidding tower in the east, and he assumed it was the tower from Richard III. Knowing that he was either dreaming or dying from lack of air himself, Monmouth did not want this dream to end before he asked Shakespeare a question or two. "Have you begun writing your sonnets yet, Master Shakespeare?" The playwright smiled and looked out at the reeking Thames, then turned to gaze at the stinking city. Raw sewage was everywhere, as were the carcasses of dead horses and cattle rotting in the mud flats, while a wild effluvium of bloody chicken parts flowed out from open gutters and swirled in stagnant backwaters. Monmouth had all but shut off his olfactory input. He didn't know how this human with his full-time nose could stand it. "How do you know about my experiment with the sonnet?" asked Shakespeare. Monmouth approximated a human shrug. "A guess, so you've begun them?" "I've considered playing with the form," admitted the playwright. "And who is the young man in the sonnets?" asked Monmouth, hardly able to breathe at the thought of unraveling this ancient mystery. "Is it Henry Wriothesley, the Earl of Southampton?" Shakespeare blinked in surprise and looked carefully at the Moravec. "You seem to follow close on my heels in such things, tiny Caliban." Monmouth nodded. "So Wriothesley is the youth in the sonnets?" "His lordship will have seen 19 years this October, and the down on his upper lip, it is said, has turned to sedge," said the playwright. "Hardly a youth." "William Herbert, then," suggested Monmouth. "He's only 12 years old, and he'll become the 3rd Earl of Pembroke 9 years from now." "You know the dates of future succession and accession," Shakespeare said with a tone of irony. "Does Master Caliban sail Time's sea as well as this ocean of Mars he speaks of?" Monmouth was too excited about solving this mystery to respond to that. "You'll dedicate the large folio of 1623 to William Herbert and his brother, and when your sonnets are printed, you'll dedicate them to Mr. W.H. Shakespeare stared at the Moravec as if he were a fever dream. Monmouth wanted to say, "No, you're the dream of a dying brain, Master Shakespeare, not I." Aloud he said, "I just think it's interesting that you have a young man or a boy as a lover." Monmouth was surprised by the poet's reaction. Shakespeare turned, drew a dagger from his belt, and held it under the Moravec's head unit. "Do you have an eye, little Caliban, that I may bury my blade in it?" Careful not to lower his permaflesh deeper onto the point of the blade, Monmouth shook his head very slightly and said, "I apologize. I am a stranger to your town, to your country, and to the manners here." "See those closest 3 heads on posts on the bridge?" asked Shakespeare. Monmouth shifted his vision without moving his head. "Yes." "This time last week, they were strangers to our manners," hissed the poet. "I get the point," said Monmouth. "No pun intended, sir." Shakespeare slid the dagger back in its leather scabbard. Monmouth remembered that the man was an actor given to flourishes and exaggerations, although the dagger had been no stage prop, nor had Shakespeare's response been a denial to Monmouth's question. Both looked back out at the river. The sun hung impossibly large and orange and low in the river haze to the west. Shakespeare's voice was soft when he spoke. "If I pen these sonnets, Caliban, I will do so to explore my own failures, weaknesses, compromises, self-conceits, and sad ambiguities in the way that one probes a bloody socket for the missing tooth after a bar-room brawl. How did you kill your friend, this Orpheus of Io?" Monmouth had to take a second to catch up to the question. "I couldn't get the Dark Lady to the cave inlet I had seen along the coast," he said. "I tried and failed. The sub's reactor died suddenly, the power went out, the lady went aground in less than 4 fathoms of water, 3 kilometers or so from the cave. I tried blowing all the ballast tanks to bring her on her side, so I could free the bay doors to get to my friend, but she was already stuck fast." Monmouth looked at the poet. Shakespeare seemed to be paying attention. The buildings on the bridge behind him were red with the Thames sunset. "I went outside and went on internal O2 and dived for hours," continued Monmouth. "I used pry bars and the last of the acetylene and my manipulator fingers, but I couldn't open the bay doors, couldn't clear the debris in the flooded access way to the hold. Orpheus was on comm line for a while, but then I lost him as the internal systems failed. He never sounded worried, never frightened, just tired, very tired. Right up to when the comm failed. It was dark. I must have lost consciousness. Perhaps I'm at the bottom of the Martian Ocean right now, dead with Orpheus, or dying, dreaming this conversation, as the last cells of my organic brain shut down." "Thy bosom is endeared with all hearts," said Shakespeare, his voice a monotone, "which you by lacking have supposed dead, and there reigns love and all love's loving parts, and all the friends which you thought buried." Monmouth regained consciousness to find himself on the beach in low morning Martian daylight and surrounded by dozens of little green men. They were bent over him, staring with small black eyes set into their green, transparent faces, and they backed a step or two away when Monmouth sat up with a slight whir of his servos. They were little. Monmouth was just over 1 meter tall. These persons were shorter than that. They were humanoid in form, more so than Monmouth, but not really human in appearance. They were bipedal with arms and legs, but had no ears, no noses, and no mouths. They wore no clothes and had only 3 fingers on each hand, rather like cartoon characters Monmouth had seen in the Lost Age media archives. They were sexless, Monmouth noted, and their flesh, if flesh it was transparent like soft plastic, revealing insides without organs or veins, bodies filled with floating green globules and clumps, particles and blobs, all flowing and bubbling in a way not that different from the insides of Monmouth's beloved lava lamp, now abandoned with the sunken submersible. More little green men were coming down a trail set into the cliff face. Monmouth could see the last of the erected stone faces 1 kilometer or so to the east. Another was visible, horizontal on a long wooden pallet set on rollers far above them near the edge of the cliff, bound about by ropes. The details of the faces were not discernible. To hell with the heads. Monmouth whirled and searched the sea and beach. Tepid waves rolled in with the regularity of a metronome. Where's the Dark Lady? There she was, 200 meters out, part of the upper hull and command superstructure clearly visible. Her fathometer and sonar had died before she had, and Monmouth had committed perhaps the most ancient and most grievous of sea captains' offenses, running his ship aground. He had been on internal O2 while working wildly to free the hold doors on the sandy, muddy sea bottom, but he realized that he must have passed out, been washed ashore here during the night. Orpheus. How long had he been unconscious, dreaming of Shakespeare? Monmouth's internal chronometer said that it had been a bit less than 4 hours. He still might be alive in there. He started walking toward the water, intending to walk the bottom all the way out to the stranded submersible. A dozen little green men moved between Monmouth and the water, blocking his way, then 20, then 50. 100 more surrounded him on the beach. Monmouth had never lifted his hand or manipulate her in anger, but he was ready to fight now, to punch and slash and kick his way through this mob if he had to. But he would try to talk to them first. "Get out of my way," he said, voice on full amplification and sounding loud in the Martian air. "Please." The black eyes in green faces stared at him, but they had neither ears to hear him with nor mouths to speak with. Monmouth laughed sadly and started to push his way through them, knowing that however much stronger he might be, they could overcome him by sheer numbers, sit on him while they tore him apart. The thought of such violence, his or theirs, made his organic insides clutch with horror. One of the little green men held his hand up as if to say stop. Monmouth paused. All the green heads turned to the right and looked up the beach. The mob parted magically as a little green man who looked exactly like the other little green men approached, stopped in front of Monmouth, and extended both hands as if cupping an invisible bowl or praying. Monmouth did not understand, nor did he want to take time to parley through sign language even if he could. Orpheus might still be alive. He started to brush past the little man, but a score of others closed ranks behind this emissary, blocking Monmouth's way. He would either have to fight now or pay attention to the gesturing green figure. Monmouth let out a sigh not much different than a moan and paused, holding his hands out in mimicry of the little green man's gesture. The emissary shook his head, touched Monmouth's left arm. Both organic and Moraveckian sensors told him that the green fingers were cool, and lowered Monmouth's left arm, then gripped the right. The little green man pulled Monmouth's hand closer, closer, until the Moravec's fingers and palm were flat against the cool, transparent flesh. The little green man pulled harder, pushing himself forward and pulling Monmouth's hand hard enough that the Moravec's palm dented the flat chest, pressed the flesh inward, then penetrated. Monmouth would have drawn his hand back in shock at this, but the little green man did not relent with his grip or with his strong pull. Monmouth could see his dark hand entering the fluid of the little green man's chest, could feel the transparent flesh closing tight around his forearm in a vacuum seal. All of the little green men raised their hands to their chests. Monmouth's splayed fingers encountered something hard, almost spherical. He could see a green blob about the size of a human heart centered in the man's chest. His palm felt it pulse. The little green man pulled again, and Monmouth understood. He closed his organic fingers around the organ. "What do you need?" Shocked, Monmouth almost jerked his hand free. He forced himself to leave his fingers where they were, wrapped around the little man's green heart blob. Monmouth had felt the question flow up to his brain in pulses, throbs, vibrations, not in words, certainly not in English or French or Russian or Chinese or primary or any language Monmouth had ever used. He did not know how to respond in kind, so he spoke. "I need to save my friend who is trapped in the ship out there." 150 green heads turned in unison to look at the submersible. 300 black eyes gazed a few seconds and then turned their gaze back on Monmouth. "Tell us with your thoughts where he is." Monmouth closed his eyes and formed an image of Orpheus in the blocked hold. An image of the bay doors, an image of the interior corridor. The vibration response throbbed back up his arm. Wait. Monmouth's hand was suddenly free, and he pulled it from the little green man's tight flesh with an audible squishing sound. The little green man collapsed onto the sand then, rolling on his side and lying motionless. The green blobs in his body ceased to flow. His black eyes clouded white and stared blindly, and his fingers twitched once and were still. The 140-something of the others turned away and went efficiently about the task of saving Orphu. Monmouth collapsed onto the sand next to what was clearly the emissary's lifeless corpse. Mother of God, thought the Moravec, it kills them to communicate. More little green men kept coming down the steep path from the cliff, 200, 300, 600. Monmouth quit trying to count, and ignoring the dead emissary's request for him to wait, he waded and then paddled through the slight surf to the grounded submersible. Monmouth went down through the conning tower airlock into his dry enviro creche, checking to see if any of the batteries had come back online. They hadn't. He cycled through the internal airlock into the flooded corridor to the hold and swam down to the collapsed hull there. No way through to Orphu that way. Returning to the control room, he tried the hardline comm again. Silence. Salvaging his hardback edition of the sonnets safe in a waterproof wrapper, Monmouth stuffed other gear into a backpack, the remote comm he'd devised for Orphu if he could get him out, the ship's log discs, hard copy maps, a flare pistol, power cells, and clambered up to the top of the conning tower. The little green men had brought great coils of their black cable down from the stone head they had been hauling along the cliff. They also brought scores of the rollers that the huge pallet had been moving on. They worked with an unbelievable efficiency, some swimming out to the submersible and attaching lines both above and under the waterline, others sinking metal rods from the rollers deep into the sand, while pounding others into the rocky cliff face, still rigging pulleys and running the cable from the shore to the sub and back to the shore. The sub was heavy, especially heavy with its water-damped reactor, flooded hold and corridors, and Monmouth had trouble imagining these tiny green men actually moving the thing. But they did. Within 20 minutes there were hundreds of cables running to the sub and then ashore, and many little green men on each cable. They understood it was a rescue mission. The first thing they did was pull hard enough from the shore, the cables stretching like a black web back to the beach to the east, to tip the sub on its right side. Monmouth's instinct was to go help pull on the cables, but he knew that would be useless. Instead, he waited on the hull of the Dark Lady, shifting as the submersible shifted. And as soon as the bay doors were clear of the mud, he dove into the shallow water with a cell-powered pry bar, his shoulder lamps on full bright. The hull bay doors had been twisted and partially melted by entry into the atmosphere, and Monmouth was unable to open them more than a few centimeters before they jammed completely. Wanting to weep with frustration, pounding the hull with impotent fury, he suddenly had the sense that he was not alone, and he swung around in the silt-filled seawater. Half a dozen little green men stood on the bottom of the sea nearby, watching him. They did not seem to need to breathe. Not wanting to communicate with them again at the price of killing one of them, Monmouth pointed to the pried-up section of door, pointed to the surface, made a gesture of rolling cable and wrapping it around the torn flange of metal, and pantomimed pulling. All 6 of the little green men nodded and kicked for the surface 3 meters above them. A minute later, 60 of them returned, some pulling cable, others with the black rods that slid out of the rollers they used to pull the stone heads. Again they worked, with improbable efficiency, some working as a team to twist back a few centimeters of the doors at the opposite end of the hold bay, others running cable through as if threading a needle. Within a few minutes they had dozens of strands of the strong cable running beneath the jammed bay doors. They kicked to the surface again, gesturing Monmouth to follow. Again he breathed air, felt sunlight on his polymer and skin, and stood on the Dark Lady's hull as hundreds of the little green men rigged the cables through a system of cliffside pulleys and pulled again. The submersible creaked, the hull groaned, Silt surrounded them, and the Dark Lady rolled another 30 degrees to starboard and twisted around until the belly of the ship was in the air and the stern was pointed toward the beach. The alloy bay doors bent but did not open. Monmouth attacked the doors with his powered pry bar again. The tortured and twisted metal would not relent. His acetylene torch was out of O2 and energy. The little green man gently pulled him away from his fruitless labors. Monmouth pulled free and stumbled across the slippery hull toward the hold again, intent on prying at the warped and jammed doors until his own energy cells died. But then he saw that the LGM weren't finished with their efforts. They knotted and spliced cable, turning the 50 strands into one. Then they ran the lengthened cable up the cliff face and through a series of oversized pulleys connected to a latticework of support rods they had somehow driven into the stone. Finally, they ran the cable to the huge stone head and wrapped the ends around the figure's neck a dozen times before tying it off. 5 of the little green men came over and pushed Monmouth into the water, pulling him away from the sub. Monmouth could not believe what he was seeing. He had assumed that the great stone faces were sacred to the little green men, their positioning and raising along the coast a religious or psychological imperative calling for all of their time, energy, and devotion. The stone heads their only priority. Evidently, he was wrong. Hundreds of the green figures wrestled the head around on its pallet, got behind it, shoved, and pushed it off the cliff. The stone head, its face to the cliff now, fell 60 meters, striking rocks at the base of the cliff and shattering into a dozen pieces. But the cable whirred on pulleys, rods popped out of stone, and the tied-off ends ripped the hold bay doors off and threw them 20 meters into the air before dragging the torn metal up the cliff and back down again. Hundreds of little green men swam for the sub, but Monmouth reached it first, flicking on his searchlights again. There were the 3 objects he'd left in the hold, including the large device they were supposed to deliver to Mons Olympos. And tucked into the creche, battered and torn and silent, was Orpheus of Io. Monmouth used the last power in his pry bar to rip free the arresting flanges and tie-downs. Orpheus' great bulk sagged free, sloshing in seawater, but the bay was opened skyward now, the sub on its back, and there was no way that Monmouth could ever get the Ionian out of the partially flooded pit the storage bay had become. A dozen more little green men jumped into the space with Monmouth, found grasping points on Orpheus' pitted and cracked carapace, and forced green arms and legs under the hard-vac Moravec's ungainly shape. Together they found leverage and lifted. Working silently, never slipping or dropping him, they lifted Orpheus out, gently wrapped more cables around him, slid him across the curve of the Dark Lady's hull, lowered him to the water, set buoyant rollers under him, lashed them together into a raft, and gently propelled the Ionian's body to the beach. The little green men, at least 1,000 strong on the beach now, stood back and gave Monmouth room as he worked to find out if Orpheus was dead or alive. The Ionian lay inert on the red sand beach like some storm-battered, oversized trilobite washed ashore in one of Earth's dim prehistoric ages. Checking the skies for flying chariots that Monmouth was sure were overdue, he emptied his backpack and waterproof bags of the gear he'd salvaged from the Dark Lady. First he laid out 5 of these small but heavy power cells, connected them in series, and ran the cable to one of Orpheus' surviving input connectors. There was no response from the big Ionian, but the virtual indicator showed that the energy was flowing somewhere. Next, Monmouth crawled up the curve of Orpheus' carapace, marveling at seeing the physical damage clearly for the first time here in the strong morning light, and screwed the radio receiver into the hardline socket. He tested the connection, receiving a carrier wave hum, and activated his own microphone. "Orpheus?" No response. "Orpheus?" Silence. The scores of little green men looked on impassively. "Orpheus?" Monmouth spent 5 minutes at the task, calling once every 20 seconds, using all comm frequencies and rechecking the receiver's connections. The comm unit was receiving his transmission. It was Orphu who was not responding. Orphu? There wasn't silence, exactly. From his external pickups, Monmouth could hear more ambient noise than he'd ever encountered in his life. The lap of waves against the sand, the hiss of wind against the cliff behind him, the soft stir of the little green men shifting position from time to time, and the 1,000 nuances of vibrations in such a thick planetary atmosphere. It was just the comm line and Orphu that were dead. Orphu? Monmouth checked his chronometer. He had been at it for more than 30 minutes. Reluctantly, in slow motion, he slid down off his friend's carapace, walked 15 paces down the beach, and sat in the wet sand where the water rolled in. The little green men made way for him and then surrounded him again at a respectful distance. Monmouth looked at them, at the wall of tiny green bodies, expressionless faces and unblinking black eyes. "Don't you all have work to do?" he asked, his voice sounding strange and choked to his own auditory inputs. Perhaps it was the acoustics of the Martian atmosphere. The LGM did not move. The stone head was smashed into rubble at the base of the cliff, but the little green men ignored it. A score of cables still ran out to the submersible where it lay inert in the low, rolling surf. Monmouth felt a sudden and immeasurably deep wave of loss and homesickness roll over him. He'd had 3 close relationships in his 3 Jovian decades, more than 300 Martian years of existence. First, the Dark Lady, which had been only a semi-sentient machine, but for which he'd been designed and in which he fit perfectly. The lady was dead. Second, his exploration partner, Ertzweil, killed 18J years ago, half of Monmouth's lifetime ago. Now Orphu. Now here he was, hundreds of millions of kilometers from home, alone, unfit, untrained, and unprepared for this mission they'd sent him on. How was he supposed to get the 5,000 or so kilometers to Olympos Mons to plant the device? And what if he did? Goras 3 may have known what to do there, what this mission was really about, but lowly Monmouth, late of the Dark Lady, didn't have a fucking clue. Quit feeling sorry for yourself, idiot, he thought. Monmouth glanced at the LGM. It surely must be an illusion that they seemed downcast, even sad. They hadn't mourned the death of one of their own. How could they show that emotion at the end of a Moravec, a sentient machine they'd never imagined? Monmouth knew that he would have to communicate with the little green men again, but he hated the thought of reaching into one of the creature's chests, of killing it through communication. No, he wouldn't do that until he had to. He stood, returned to Orphu's corpse, and began disconnecting the power cells. "Hey," said Orphu on the comm band, "I'm still eating." Monmouth was so startled he actually jumped backward in the sand. "Jesus, you're alive!" "As much as any of us Moravecs are alive." "God damn you," said Monmouth, feeling like laughing and crying, but mostly like hitting the big battered horseshoe crab. "Why didn't you answer me when I called and called and called?" "What do you mean?" said Orphu. "I was in hibernation. Have been ever since the air and energy ran out on the lady. You expect me to chat with you while I'm in hibernation?" "What is this hibernation shit?" said Monmouth, pacing around Orphu. "I never heard of Moravecs going into hibernation." "You European Vecs don't have it?" asked Orphu. "Obviously not." "Well, what can I say? Working alone in Io's radiation torus or anywhere in Jovian space, we hardvac Moravecs sometimes run into situations where we just have to shut down everything for a while until someone can get to us to repair and recharge us. It happens. Not often, but it happens." "How long could you have stayed in this hibernation?" asked Monmouth, his anger shifting into something like giddiness. "Not long," said Orphu. "About 500 hours. Monmouth extended fingers through his manipulator pads, picked up a rock and bounced it off Orphu's shell.
"Did you hear something?" asked the Ionian.
Monmouth sighed, sat in the sand near the end of Orphu that used to house his eyes, and began describing their current situation. Orphu convinced Monmouth that he'd have to communicate with the LGM through a translator again. The Ionian hated the idea of causing the death of one of the little green men as much as Monmouth did, especially since the LGM had rescued him, but he argued that the mission depended on them communicating, and communicating fast. Monmouth had tried talking again, had tried sign language, had tried drawings in the sand, showing maps of the coast where they were and the volcano they had to get to, had even tried the idiot's version of speaking a foreign language, shouting. The LGM all stared calmly but did not respond. Finally, it was the little green man who took the initiative, stepping forward, seizing Monmouth's hand and pulling it to his chest. "Shall I?" Monmouth asked Orphu over the comm line.
"You have to."
Monmouth winced as his hand was pulled through the yielding flesh, as his fingers encircled and then gripped what could only be a beating green heart in the warm, syrupy fluid of the little man's body. "How can we help you?" Monmouth had 100 questions he wanted to ask, but Orphu helped him put first things first.
"The sub," said Orphu. "We have to get it out of sight before a chariot flies over."
Through a combination of language and images, Monmouth conveyed the thought of moving the submersible a kilometer or so to the west, of pulling it into the ocean cave in the cliff that jutted out to sea at the headland.
"Yes."
Scores of the little green men began to work, even while Monmouth stood there, his hand deep in the translator's chest. They began sinking rods into the sand, running more cables to the Dark Lady, and rigging pulleys. The translator waited with Monmouth's hand around his heart. "I want to ask him about the stone heads," said Monmouth over the comm line. "Ask him who they are, why they're doing this."
"Not until we try to find a way to get to Olympos," insisted Orphu.
Monmouth sighed, and communicated the request for help in getting to the large volcano. He transmitted images of Olympus Mons as he'd seen it from orbit, and asked if there was any way the LGM could help them travel either overland over the Tempe Terra highlands or east along the Tethys coast for more than 4,000 kilometers, then south along the Alba Patera coast to Olympus Mons. "That is not possible."
"What does he mean?" asked Orphu when Monmouth relayed the response. "Does he mean it's not possible to help us, or to travel east that way?"
Monmouth had felt something like relief when the LGM translator had all but pronounced their mission over, but now he forwarded Orphu's request for clarification. "Not possible for you to travel east secretly because the dwellers on Olympus would see you and kill you."
"Ask him if there's another way," said Orphu. "Maybe we could go overland along the Valles."
"No, you will go to the Noctis Labyrinth by Felucca."
"What's a Felucca?"
asked Orphu when Monmouth relayed the answer.
"It sounds like an Italian dessert."
"It's a two-masted, lateen-rigged sailing ship," said Monmouth, whose training for the black underseas of Europa had included everything available in download about sailing the liquid seas of Earth. "Used to ply the Mediterranean millennia ago."
"Ask them when we can leave," sent Orphu.
"When can we leave?" asked Monmouth, feeling the question as a vibration through his fingers and a tickling in his mind. "The stone barge arrives in the morning. The Felucca will be with it. You can leave on it." "We'll need some other things salvaged from our submersible," said Monmouth. He sent the images of the device and the 2 other pieces of cargo in the hold, visualized it being brought ashore and transported to the sea cave. Then he sent the image of LGM rolling Orphu to the same cave. As if in response, dozens of the little green men began to wade and paddle back out to the ship. Others walked closer to Orphu and began arranging the rollers into an Orphu-sized pallet. "I don't think I can hold this man's heart any longer," Monmouth said to Orfu over the calm. "It's like grabbing a live electric wire."
"Let go, then," said the Ionian, "but let go."
Monmouth thanked the translator, thanked all of them, and released his grip. Just as with the first translator, this little green man fell to the sand, twitched, hissed, dried out, and died. "Oh, God," whispered Monmouth. He leaned back against Orfu's shell. The little green men were already lifting the Ionian's bulk, sliding rollers under him.
"What are they doing?"
Monmouth described the translator's body and the work all around him, their preparation to transport Orfu and the device and other objects already being hauled in from the ship, the cables being attached to the sub, the hundreds of LGM pulling at the cables from the shore, already dragging the Dark Lady west toward the ocean cave where it would be safe from airborne eyes. "I'll go with you to the cave," Monmouth said dully. The translator's body was like a dry, shriveled brown husk on the red sand. All of the interior organs had dried up and the fluid had flowed out of it, making the mud under it run like red blood. The other little green men ignored the translator's corpse and were already beginning to roll Orfu along the sand toward the west.
"No," said Orfu. "You know what you have to do."
"I already described the faces to you when I saw them from the sea."
"That was at night, through the periscope, boy," said Orfu. "We need to look at one or two of them in the daylight."
"The one at the base of the cliff is in pieces," said Monmouth, feeling like whining. "The next one is a full kilometer to the east, way up on the cliffs."
"You go ahead," said Orfu. "I'll stay in touch on comm while they trundle me off to the cave. You'll be able to see how they handle the lady during most of your walk."
Monmouth grudgingly complied, walking east away from the crowd of LGM, pulling his dead sub along the coast and rolling Orfu toward the cool shadow of the sea cave. The fallen head was in too many pieces to make out its features. Monmouth struggled up the steep trail that the little green men had descended with such apparent effortlessness. The path was narrow and frighteningly steep and wet sandstone slick. At the top, Monmouth paused a second to recharge his cells and to look around. The Tethys Sea stretched out as far as he could see to the north. To the south, inland, red stone gave way to low red hills, and several clicks further south, Monmouth could make out the green of forests of shrubs on the foothills. There was some grass along the path he followed east along the edge of the cliff. Monmouth paused to look at the pad and prepared whole for the face the little green man had sacrificed in shoving off the cliff to pry open the hold bay doors. It had been prepared carefully, and Monmouth could see how the stem at the base of the great stone heads' necks slid down into the hole in the stone and then locked in place. These little green men were craftsmen and skilled stoneworkers. Monmouth walked east. He could see the next head along the eastern horizon. The Moravec was not designed for walking. His role was mostly to sit in an exploration submersible, sometimes to swim, and when he grew tired of being a biped, he altered the workings of his joints and spine and padded along like a dog for a while. When he reached the next stone head, he paused by its broad base, seeing how the stone at the neck had been filled in with something like cement. He looked east at the path the rollers and thousands of LGM had created along the cliff top, and west to where the green mob had pulled the sub and pushed Orfu almost to the headland cave.
"There yet?"
came Orfu's voice. "Yes, leaning against the thing."
"How about the face?"
"This is a bad angle from beneath," said Monmouth. "Mostly lips and chin and nostrils."
"Get out on the beach again. These faces are meant to be seen from the sea for some reason."
"But," began Monmouth, looking down at the steep cliff dropping at least 100 meters away to the sand. There was a faint path on the greasy rock just as at the other site. "If I break my neck getting down there," he said, "it's your damned fault."
"Understood," said Orfu. "I can feel the vibration as they move me along here. but I have no idea how close we are to the cave. Can you see?"
Monmouth magnified his vision as he looked to the west. "Just a couple of 100 meters from the overhang," he said. "I'm going to climb down now. Are you sure you want me to check the next head as well? It's another kilometer east, and the heads looked all the same from orbit."
"I think we should check it," said Orfu.
"Saith the Vec with no legs," muttered Monmouth. He began the long, steep descent to the beach. He stood as far away as he could, backing up until the low waves lapped at his legs. The face was distinct but not familiar. Saying nothing, lost in his own thoughts, he walked another kilometer east along the water's edge. The next face was identical to the first, proud, imperious, commanding, its visage staring fiercely out to sea, the sculpted stone showing an old man's face, mostly bald on top but with long hair flowing back on either side of the wrinkled face. Small eyes under hard, downward slashes of eyebrows, wrinkles at the corner, high cheekbones gouged into stone. A small but firm chin, thin lips curving into a frown, and the same severe countenance. "It's an old man," Monmouth said on the comm. "Definitely an elderly human male, but I don't recognize him from the history databanks." There was only static for a few seconds.
"Fascinating," said Orfu. "Why would an old man from Earth deserve thousands of these stone heads all along the Martian coastline?"
"I have no idea," said Monmouth.
"Is he one of the chariot people?" asked Orfu. "Does he look like a god?"
"Not a Greek god," said Monmouth. "More than anything else, he looks like a powerful but dyspeptic old man. Can I come back now, before one of the toga-wearing graybeards in a chariot does come flying along, and sees me standing out here gawking like a tourist?"
"Yes," said Orfu. "I think you should come back."
23. Texas Redwood Forest. Odysseus didn't tell the story of his travels that morning during breakfast in the green bubble atop the Golden Gate at Machu Picchu. No one remembered to ask him. Ada thought that everyone seemed preoccupied, and she soon realized why. Ada was preoccupied because she'd slept little but spent the most wonderful night of her life with Harmon. Ada'd had sex before. What woman her age had not? But she realized that she'd never made love before. Harmon had been exquisitely tender yet eagerly insistent, attentive to her needs and responses but not controlled by them, sensitive but forceful. They slept a little, coiled together on the narrow bed by the curving glass window, but woke often, their bodies renewing the love-making before their minds were fully engaged. When the sun rose over the spire to the east of Machu Picchu, Ada felt like a different person. No, that wasn't right, she realized. She felt like a larger, fuller, more connected person. Ada thought that Hannah was also acting strangely that morning, flushed, hyper-alert, attentive to every comment the man who called himself Odysseus made, glancing at Ada occasionally and then looking away, almost blushing. My God, Ada realized just as breakfast was ending and they were ready to leave, to fly north together to Ardis Hall. Hannah slept with Odysseus. For a minute, Ada couldn't believe it, for never during their friendship had Hannah ever commented on being with men or on sexual matters. But then she caught the glances Hannah was giving the bearded man, and the physical signs, the young woman sitting across from Odysseus but her body still reacting to every move the man made, hands nervous, leaning forward. And Ada realized it had been a busy night in the domes atop the Golden Gate. Demon and Savi were visibly the odd people out. The young man was in no better a mood than he'd been in the night before, barking questions about the Mediterranean Basin, eager to get going on his adventure with Harmon and Savi, but obviously nervous about it. Savi seemed withdrawn, almost sorrowful, and in a hurry to leave. Harmon was quiet and, Ada thought, obviously still focused on Ada, although not obvious about it to the others. She caught his glance once or twice, and something warm moved in her chest when he smiled at her. Once he put his hand on the outside of her leg under the table and patted twice. "So what's the plan?" Demon asked as they were finishing their breakfast of hot croissant. Ada had watched in amazement as Savi had baked the bread earlier, and butter and berries and fresh squeezed fruit juice and rich coffee. "The plan is to fly Odysseus, Hannah, and Ada to Ardis Hall. We're running late if we're to get them there before dark. And then for you, Harmon, and me to go on to the Mediterranean Basin," said Savi. "Are you still game for that expedition, Demon? "I'm still game." Demon did not sound game to Ada. He sounded tired or hungover or both. "Then let's get our gear in bags and our asses in gear and go," said the ancient woman. They flew out on the same Sony they'd flown in on, even though Hannah told Ada that there were other flying machines hangared in one of the rooms attached to the south tower of the bridge. The little Sony had a surprising number of compartments at the rear for Savi's backpack and their other gear, but it was Odysseus who carried the most baggage, including a short sword in a scabbard, his shield, changes of raiment, and the 2 javelins he had used to hunt the terror birds. Savi lay in the front center depression, handling the glowing virtual controls, with Ada on her left and Harmon on her right. Demon, Odysseus, and Hannah filled the 3 concavities behind them, and Ada glanced back once to find her friend looking longingly at the bearded man. They flew east over high mountains and then dropped lower and turned due north again, passing over thick jungle and a wide brown river that Savi said was called the Amazon. The jungle itself was solid rainforest canopy, broken here and there only by a few blue glass pyramids, whose apexes were 1,000 feet high, parting low-moving rain clouds. Savi did not tell them what the pyramids might be, and the others seemed too tired or preoccupied with their own thoughts to ask. A half-hour after the last of the pyramids had disappeared behind them, Savi banked the Sony hard left, and they flew west by northwest across high mountains again. The air was so high and thin here that the force field bubble popped up even at their apparent low altitude of 500 feet or so above the terrain, and the air in the bubble pressurized again to a higher oxygen content. "Aren't we going out of our way?" asked Harmon after the long silence. Savi nodded. "I had to give a wide berth to the Zoran monoliths that run along the coastal shelf of what used to be Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia," she said. "Some of them are still armed and automated." "What are these Zoran monoliths?" asked Hannah. "Nothing we have to worry about today," said Savi. "How fast are we traveling?" asked Ada. "Slowly," said Savi. She glanced at the virtual display surrounding her wrists and hands. "About 300 miles per hour right now." Ada tried to imagine that speed. She couldn't. She'd never traveled in anything faster than Voynich's pulled droshky before their first trip in this Sony, and she'd had no idea how fast a droshky went. Probably not 300 miles per hour, she thought. Certainly the mountains and ridges below were flicking past much faster than the familiar countryside had in the droshky or carryall ride between the fax portal and Ardis Hall. They flew on another hour. At one point Hannah said, "I'm getting a sore neck craning to look over the edge of the Sony, and the bubble's too low to let me sit up. I wish—" She screamed. Ada, Demon, and Harmon let out similar yells. Savi had moved her hand through the virtual control panel, and the solid Sony under them had simply disappeared. In the brief seconds before Ada closed her eyes tight, she looked around at the perfect illusion of the 6 humans, their luggage and Odysseus' spears flying along in midair, unsupported by anything other than empty air. "Warn us if you're going to do something like that again," Harmon said shakily to Savi. The old woman muttered something. Ada spent a full minute or two touching the cold metal of the cowl ahead of her, feeling the soft, leather-like solidity of the contour couch beneath her legs and belly and chest, before daring to open her eyes again. "I'm not falling, I'm not falling, I'm not falling," she told herself. "Yes, you are falling," her eyes and inner ear told her. She closed her eyes again, opening them just as they came out of the highlands and followed a peninsula running northwest from the mainland. "I thought you might want to see this," Savi said to Harman, as if the rest of them wouldn't know what they were talking about. Ahead of them, the ocean sliced through the isthmus, open water visible for a gap of at least 100 miles. Savi gained altitude and turned them north across open seas. "The maps I've seen show the isthmus connecting North and South America above sea level the whole way," said Harman, straining up out of his couch to look behind them. "The maps you've seen are useless," said Savi. Her fingers moved and the Sony accelerated and gained more altitude. It was past midday when another coastline came into sight. Savi dropped the Sony lower and they were soon flicking over swamps, which quickly gave way to mile after mile of redwoods and sequoia. Savi named the trees, the tallest towering 200 or 300 feet into the humid air. "Anyone want to stretch their legs on solid ground while we stop for lunch?" asked Savi. "Or have some privacy in case nature is calling?" 4 of the 5 passengers loudly voted aye. Odysseus smiled slightly. He had been dozing. They had lunch in a clearing on a small rise surrounded by cathedral giants. The E and P rings moved palely through the bit of blue sky visible overhead. "Are there dinosaurs around here?" Demon asked, peering into the shadows beneath the trees. "No," said Savi. "They tend to prefer the middle and northern parts of the continent." Demon relaxed against a fallen log and nibbled at his fruit, sliced beef and bread, but sat straight up when Odysseus said, "Perhaps Saviur is actually saying that there are more ferocious predators around here that keep the recombinant dinosaurs away." Savi frowned at Odysseus and shook her head, as if sighing over an incorrigible child. Demon looked into the midday shadows under the trees again and moved closer to the Sony to finish his meal. Hannah, rarely taking her gaze off Odysseus, did take time to pull her Turin cloth from a pocket and set it over her eyes. She reclined for several minutes while the others ate silently in the shadowed heat and stillness. Finally, Hannah sat up, removed the microcircuit embroidered cloth, and said, "Odysseus, would you like to see what's happening with you and your comrades in the war for the walled city?" "No," said the Greek. He tore off a strip of cold terror bird leftover with his white teeth and chewed slowly, then drank from the wineskin he'd brought with him. "Zeus is angry and has tilted the balance toward the Trojans led by Hector," continued Hannah, ignoring Odysseus' reticence. "They've driven the Greeks back through their defenses, the moat and the stakes, and they're fighting around the black ships. It looks like your side is going to lose. All of the great kings, including you, have turned and run. Only Nestor stayed to fight." Odysseus grunted. "That garrulous old man. He stayed because his horse had been shot out from under him." Hannah glanced at Ada and grinned. It was obvious that Hannah's goal had been to draw Odysseus into conversation, and equally obvious that she thought she'd won. Ada still didn't believe that this all-too-real man, sun-bronzed, wrinkled, scarred, so different than the firmery renewed males of their experience, was the same person as the Odysseus of the Turin drama. Like most intelligent people she knew, Ada believed that the Turin cloth provided a virtual entertainment, probably written and recorded during the Lost Age. "Do you remember that fight by the black ships?" prompted Hannah. Odysseus grunted again. "I remember the feast the night before, that miserable dog's-ass day. 30 ships arrived from the Isle of Lemnos, bringing wine, 1,000 measures full, enough wine to drown the Trojan armies with, if we hadn't had a better use for it. Euneus, Jason's son, sent it as a gift for the Atrides, Agamemnon and Menelaus." He squinted at Hannah and the others. "Now Jason's voyage, there's a story worth hearing." Everyone except Savi looked blankly at the barrel-chested man in his belted tunic. "Jason and his Argonauts," repeated Odysseus, looking from face to face. "Surely you've heard that tale." Savi broke the embarrassed silence. They haven't heard any tales, son of Laertes. Our so-called old-style humans here are without past, without myth, without stories of any sort, except for the Turin cloth. They're as perfectly post-literate as you and your comrades were pre-literate. We didn't need scratches on bark or parchment or mud to make us men to be reckoned with, growled Odysseus. Writing had been tried in some age before ours, and had been abandoned as a useless thing. Indeed, Savi said dryly. Does an illiterate's tool stand any less erect? I think Horace said that. Odysseus glared. Will you tell us about this Jason and his what? Asked Hannah, blushing in a way that convinced Ada that her friend had indeed slept with Odysseus the night before. Argonauts, Odysseus said slowly, emphasizing each syllable as if speaking to a child, and no, I won't. Ada found her gaze wandering to Harmon and her mind wandering to memories of the long night before. She wanted to walk off with Harmon and talk to him in private about what they'd shared, or, failing that, just to close her eyes in the humid heat of the sun-dappled glade and nap, perhaps to dream about their love-making. Or better yet, thought Ada, peering at Harmon through lowered lashes, we could just steal off into the forest dim and make love again, rather than just dream about it. But Harmon didn't seem to notice her glances, and obviously had his lover's telepathy receiver turned off. Ada's beloved appeared to be amused and interested by Odysseus' comments. "Will you tell us a story about your Turin cloth war?" he asked the bearded man. "It was called the Trojan War, and fuck your Turin rag," said Odysseus. But he'd been drinking steadily from his wineskin and appeared to have mellowed. "But I can tell you a story that your precious diaper cloth doesn't know." "Yes, please," said Hannah, shifting closer to the warrior. "The Lord deliver us from storytellers," muttered Savi. She rose, packed away her lunch package in the boot of the Sony, and walked into the forest. Demon watched her go with visible anxiety. "Do you really think there are worse predators here than dinosaurs?" he asked no one in particular. "Savi can take care of herself," said Harmon. "She has that gun weapon." "But if something were to eat her," said Demon, still staring into the forest, "who would fly the Sony?" "Hush," said Hannah. She touched Odysseus' wrist with her long tan fingers. "Tell us the story that the Turin cloth doesn't know, please." Odysseus frowned, but Ada and Harmon were nodding in agreement with Hannah's request, so he flicked crumbs out of his beard and began. "This experience wasn't and won't be shown in your Turin rag tale. The events I will share with you now happened after the death of Hector and Paris, but before the wooden horse." "Paris dies?" interrupted Demon. "Hector dies?" asked Hannah. "Wooden horse?" said Ada. Odysseus closed his eyes, combed fingers through his short beard, and said, "May I continue without interruption?" Everyone except the absent Savi nodded. "The events I will describe to you now happened after the death of Hector in Paris, but before the wooden horse. It was true in those days that among its most potent treasures, the city of Ilium possessed a divine image that had fallen from heaven. You would call it a meteorite, but a stone cast and formed by Zeus himself generations before our war, as a sign of the father of the gods' approval of the founding of the city itself. This metallic stone figure was called a Palladion, because it was in the form of Pallas. Not, I should explain, Pallas Athena, as we call our goddess, but Pallas, Athena's companion in her youth. This other Pallas, the word itself can be accented to have a feminine or masculine meaning in our language, but here it is close to the Latin word virago, which means strong virgin, had been killed in a sham fight with Athena, and it was Ilias, sometimes called Ilus, father of Laomedon, who in turn would be father to Priam, Tithonus, Lampus, Clitius, and Hysetaeon, who had found the star stone in front of his tent one morning, and who recognized it for what it was.
This ancient Palladion, long a secret source of Ilium's wealth and power, was 3 cubits in height, carried a spear in its right hand and a distaff and spindle in its left, and was associated with the goddess of death and fate. Helios and the other ancestors of the current defenders of Troy had ordered many, many replicas of the Palladion in many different sizes and hid and guarded these false statues as surely as they did the real one, since everyone knew that the continued survival of Ilium itself depended on their possession of the Palladion. It was the gods themselves who revealed this fact to me in dreams in those last weeks at the siege of Ilium, and so I told Diomedes of my plan to go into the city and locate the true Palladion so that he and I could return to the city, steal it, and seal Troy's doom. First I disguised myself in rags as a beggar, and had my own servant whip me with a lash, thus disfiguring myself with stripes and welts. The citizens of Ilium, you see, were notoriously weak-stomached when it came to disciplining their servants. They tended to spoil slaves more often than punish them, and no Trojan servant serving a good family would be allowed to go abroad sporting torn clothes and flogging stripes. So I reasoned that rags and stench, and most important the bloody whip marks, would make the citizens turn away in embarrassment upon seeing me. A perfect disguise for a spy, don't you think? I chose myself for this task because I was the stealthiest and craftiest of all the Achaeans, and also because I had been within the walls of Troy before, more than 10 years earlier, sent there to lead a delegation tasked with peacefully negotiating the release of Helen before our black ships arrived in force and a war began. Obviously, those negotiations failed. All of us true Argives had hoped they'd fail, since we were spoiling for a fight and hungry for plunder. But I well remembered the layout of the city within those great walls and gates. In my dream, the gods, most likely Athena, since she favored our cause more than any of the others, had revealed to me that the Palladion and its many replicas were secreted somewhere in Priam's royal palace, but did not tell me where in that palace it might be hidden, nor how I could tell the real Palladion from its many pretenders. I waited until the deepest hours of the night, when the rampart fires are at their lowest and the human senses are at their weakest, and then I used grapple and rope to go over the towering walls, killing a guard as I did so, and hiding his body under fodder stacked high within the walls for the Thracian cavalry. Ilium was large, the largest city in the world, and it took me a while to navigate its streets and alleys to Priam's palace. I was challenged twice by armed sentinels in the streets, but I grunted and made strangled sounds while gesturing meaninglessly with my whip-bloodied arms, and they judged me an idiot slave, well and truly whipped for his idiocy, and they let me pass. Priam's palace was large. It had 50 bedrooms, one for each of Priam's 50 sons, and it was well guarded by the most elite of Trojans' elite troops, with alert guards at all the doors and outside each street-level window, with still more guards within the courtyards and on the palace walls. No sleepy sentinels would idly wave me on here, no matter how late the hour, or how bloody my stripes, or how idiotic my grunts. So I made my way south a few blocks to Helen's home, which was also well guarded, but less so after I knifed my second Trojan of the night and hid his body as best I could. After Paris's death in an archery duel, Helen had been given in marriage to another of Priam's sons, Deiphobos, whom the people of Ilium called the router of the enemy, but whom we Achaeans referred to on the field as oxen buttocks. But her new husband was not at home this night, and Helen slept alone. I woke her. I don't believe I would have killed Helen if she had cried for help. I had known her for many years, you know, both in my role as guest in Menelaus' noble house and, before that, as one of Helen's first suitors when she became eligible for marriage, although this was just a formality, since I was happily married to Penelope even then. It was I who had counseled that Tyndareos should take an oath of the suitors to acquiesce to Helen's choice, thus avoiding much bloodshed from the loser's bad manners. I think Helen always appreciated that advice. Helen did not cry out for help that night. I awakened her from her troubled sleep in her home in Ilium. She recognized me right away and hugged me and asked after the health of her true husband, Menelaus, and of her daughter so far away. I told her that all were well, although I did not tell her that at this point in the war Menelaus had been seriously wounded twice on the battlefield, and moderately wounded half a dozen times, including his recent arrow in the hip, and was in a surly mood. And instead, I expressed to her how much her husband and daughter and their family in Sparta missed her and wished her home and well. Helen laughed then. "My lord and husband Menelaus wishes me dead, and you know it, Odysseus," she said. "And I am sure that he will do the deed himself when the great walls and sea and gate of Ilium fall away soon, as Cassandra has prophesied." I did not know this particular oracle. Delphi and Pallas Athena are the only seers of the future who have my ear. But I could not argue with her. It seemed probable that Menelaus would indeed slit her throat after all the bitter years of her disloyalty in the arms and beds of his enemies. But I did not tell Helen this. Instead, I told her that I would intercede with Menelaus, son of Atreus, convincing him to spare her life if Helen would not betray me this night, but would help me find a way into Priam's palace and instruct me on how to choose the true Palladion. "I would not betray thee anyway, Odysseus, son of Laertes, true and crafty counselor," said Helen. And she told me how to pierce the palace defenses, and how to know the real Palladion when I saw it amongst its imitators. But it was almost dawn, too late to complete my mission that night, so I went out and down the streets and up and over and down the wall through the gaps I had left by killing the watchman. And I slept late the next day and bathed and ate and drank and had Machaon, the son of Asclepius and the finest healer in the army's pay, dress my flog wounds and apply a healing salve. The next night, knowing that I would need an ally since I could not fight and carry the heavy Palladion stone at the same time, I enlisted Diomedes in my plan. Together, in the deepest hour of the night, the son of Tydeus and I went up over the wall, killing this sentinel with a well-placed arrow. Then we moved quickly down the streets and alleys, no dumb show as flogged slaves this night, but rather efficiently and silently killing any who challenged us, and made our way into Priam's palace via a hidden sewer drain that Helen had told me how to find. Diomedes, a proud man like so many of those thick-skulled heroes from Argos, did not like wading through a sewer for any purpose, not even to ensure the downfall of Ilium. He grumbled and bitched and pissed and moaned, and was in a truly foul mood by the time we added insult to injury by having to climb up through a hole in one of the 10-man croppers in the privies of the palace basement, where Priam's treasure vaults were located in the midst of his elite guards' barracks. We were stealthy, but our stench preceded us, and we had to kill the first 20 guards we encountered in those corridors. The 21st showed us how to open the treasure vault doors without tripping alarms or deadfalls, and then Diomedes cut that man's throat as well. In addition to tons of gold, mountains of precious stones, deep pools of pearls, stacks of inlaid fabrics, chests of diamonds, and much of the rest of the wealth of the fabled East in those vaults, there were 40 or so statues of the Palladion arrayed in niches. They were alike in everything except size. Helen said to take only the smallest, I said to Diomedes, and I did so, wrapping the Palladion in a red cape I had taken from the last guard we'd killed. We had the downfall of Ilium in our hands. All we had to do now was escape. This is the point when Diomedes decided that he wanted to loot Priam's vaults then, that night, at once, immediately. The lure of all that plunder was too much for the greedy, brainless bastard. Diomedes would have traded 10 years of our blood and toil for a few £100 of gold. I dissuaded him. I will not describe the fight we had when I set the red-wrapped Palladion on the floor and drew my sword to stop the son of Tydeus, king of Argos, from ruining our mission through his greed. The fight was over quickly, won by stealth. All right, if you insist, I'll tell you. No noble combat here. No glorious Aristeia here. I suggested that we remove our reeking tunics before fighting, and while the great lummox was disrobing, I threw a 10-weight lump of gold at the great ox and knocked him cold. In the end, I ended up fleeing Priam's palace with the heavy Palladion in the crook of one arm and the heavier, naked Diomedes slung over my shoulder. I couldn't carry him over the wall like that, so I was ready, willing, and on the verge of leaving him by the cesspool of sewage where the great drain let out near where the river ran under Ilium's walls. But Diomedes regained consciousness right then and agreed to leave the city with me. We departed quietly, very quietly. He did not speak to me again that day, nor again that week, nor after the fall and plunder of Ilium, nor during our preparations to sail for home. Nor have I spoken to Diomedes since that day. I should add that it was shortly after that, after I bore away the Palladion to our Argives' camp where we hid it well, sure now that Troy was in its final hours, that we began work on the gigantic wooden horse. The horse had three purposes. First, as a ruse, of course, to carry me and a carefully chosen band of my staunchest fighters into the city. Second, as a means to have the Trojans themselves remove the great stone lintel over the Scaean gate in order to let the votive offering pass into their city, since prophecy said that these two things had to come to pass before Ilium would fall: the loss of the Palladion and the destruction of the Scaean lintel. And third, and finally, we crafted the great horse as a gift to Athena to make up for the loss of her Palladion, since she was also known as Hippia, horse goddess, since it was she who had bridled and tamed Pegasus for Bellerophontes, and she who took such pleasure in riding and exercising her own horses at every opportunity. And this, my friends, is my short tale of the theft of the Palladion and the downfall of Ilium. I hope the telling pleased you. Are there any questions? Ada caught Harmon's eye. This was his short tale? She thought, and saw her lover catch her thought like a blown kiss. Yes, I have a question, said Demon. Odysseus nodded. Why do you call it Troy some of the time and Ilium the rest of the time? Asked the pudgy young man. Odysseus shook his head slightly, rose, took his scabbard and short sword from the sony, and walked off into the forest. 24. Ilium, Indiana, and Olympos. Zeus is angry. I've seen Zeus angry before, but this time he is very, very, very angry. When the father of the gods sweeps into the ruins of the healing chamber on Olympus, surveys the damage, stares at Aphrodite's body lying pale amidst a nest of writhing green worms on the wet floor, and then turns to look in my direction, I am sure that Zeus sees me, that he looks right through whatever cloaking device powers the Hades helmet, and sees me. But although he stares directly at me for several seconds and blinks those glacially cold gray eyes of his, as if coming to some decision, he looks away again, and I, Thomas Hockenberry, formerly of Indiana University and more recently of Helen of Troy's bed, am allowed to continue living. My right arm and left leg are badly bruised, but nothing is broken, and, still cloaked by the Hades helmet from the sight of these scores of gods rushing into the healing room, I escape the building and QT to the only place I can think of, other than Helen's bedroom, where I can rest and recuperate, the Skolix barracks at the foot of Olympus. Out of old habit, I go to my own cubicle, my own bare bed, but I keep the Hades helmet cowl pulled up and activated as I flop on it and doze fitfully. It has been one hell of a long day, and night, and morning. The invisible man sleeps. I awake to the sound of screams and thunderclaps on the floor below.
By the time I rush out to the hallway, the Skolik named Blix runs by, almost runs into me, actually, since I'm invisible to him, and explains breathlessly to another Skolik named Campbell, "The Muse is here, and she's killing everybody." It's true. I cower in the corner of a stairway as the Muse, our Muse, the one Aphrodite had called Melite, strikes down the few fleeing Skoliks left alive in the blazing barracks. The goddess is using bolts of pure energy from her hands, corny, cliched, but horribly effective on mere human flesh. Blix is doomed, but there's nothing I can think of to do for him or the others. Nightenhelser. The stolid Skolik has been my one real friend the last years. Panting, I run to his room in the barracks. The marble is scarred, the wood is ablaze, the window glass has melted, but there's no charred corpse here as there are littering the hallways and lounges. None of those burned bodies that looked large enough to be the burly Nightenhelser. Suddenly, there come final screams from the third floor, then silence except for the increasing roar of flames. I look out a window and see the Muse flit by in her chariot, holographic horses in full stride. Near panic, choking audibly on the smoke, if the Muse was still in the barracks, she would hear me now. I force myself to visualize Ilium and the restaurant where I'd last seen Nightenhelser. Then I grasp and twist the QT medallion and escape. He's not at the restaurant where I'd seen him early that morning. I flick to the battlefield. He's not in his usual spot on the ridge above the Trojan lines. I take just enough time to notice that Hector and Paris are leading the Trojan troops in a successful attack against the fleeing Argives, and then I QT to a shady place behind Greek lines, near their moat and line of stakes, where I bumped into Nightenhelser in the past. He's there, disguised as Dolops, son of Clitius, who has some days left before being killed by Hector, if Homer is right. Not bothering to morph into any shape other than gawky Hockenberry, I pull off the Hades helmet, cowl, and run to the other Skolik. Hockenberry, what? Nightenhelser is shocked by my unprofessional behavior and by the reaction of other Achaeans nearby. Drawing attention to oneself is the last thing a Skolik wants, except, perhaps, to be burned to cinders by a vengeful Muse. I have no idea why our Muse is wiping out all the Skoliks this day, but my guess is that I've somehow caused this slaughter of the innocents. We have to get out of here, I say, shouting over the din of rushing reinforcements, neighing horses and rumbling chariots. It looks from this dusty vantage point that the entire center of the Greek lines has given way. "What are you talking about? This is an important day. Hector and Paris are fuck Hector and Paris," I say in English. The Muse has QT'd into solidity, high above the Trojan lines where Nightenhelser and I often station ourselves. Another Muse driving her flying chariot as she leans over the side and scans the troops with her enhanced vision. Morphing will not save us mortal Skoliks this day. As if to demonstrate this, the Muse named Melite, my Muse, raises her palms and fires a coherent beam of energy earthward, striking a Trojan foot soldier named Dias, who should be alive to be bossed around in Book 24 according to Homer, but who dies this day in a flash of flame and a whirlwind of smoke and heat. Other Trojans flinch away, some fleeing back toward the city, not understanding this goddess's wrath on a day of victory ordained by Zeus. But Hector and Paris are a quarter of a mile to the southeast, leading their charge, and don't even look back. "That wasn't Dias," gasped Nightenhelser. "It was Houston." "I know," I say, returning my enhanced vision to normal scope. Houston was the youngest and newest of the Skoliks. I'd barely spoken to him. He was probably on the Trojan lines today because I'd gone missing. The Muse's chariot banks sharply and flies directly toward us. I don't think the bitch Muse has seen us yet. We're standing amidst hundreds of milling men and horses, but she will in a few seconds. What do? I can pull the Hades helmet on and run like a coward again, leaving Nightenhelser to die just as I failed Blix and the others. There's no way this single cowl can hide us both from the goddess's divine vision. Or we can run toward the black ships. We won't get 20 yards.
The chariot drops lower and cloaks itself so that it's hidden from the view of the surging Greeks and Trojans below. With our nano-altered vision, Nightenhelzer and I can still see it coming on. "What the hell?" cries Nightenhelzer, almost dropping his recording wand as I embrace him, throwing both arms and one leg around him like a skinny foot soldier trying to rape this burly bear of a man. Arm around the big Skolik's neck, I grab the QT medallion and twist. I have no idea if this will work. It shouldn't. The medallion is obviously designed to transport just the person wearing it. But my clothes come with me when I QT, and more than once I've carried something else from place to place through Planck space. So perhaps the quantum field established for teleportation includes things my body is in touch with, or that my arms surround. What the hell indeed, it's worth a try. We pop into existence in darkness, tumble down a hill, and roll apart. I look around wildly, trying to determine where we are. I hadn't had time to visualize a destination properly. I'd simply willed myself elsewhere, and quantum teleported us both somewhere. Where? There's moonlight, so it's just light enough for me to see Nightenhelzer staring at me in alarm as if I might jump him again at any second. Ignoring that, I look at the sky, stars, sliver of moon, Milky Way, and then at the land, tall trees, a grassy hillside, a river running by. We're definitely on the Earth, the ancient Earth of Ilium at least, but it doesn't feel like the Peloponnese or Asia Minor. "Where are we?" asks Nightenhelzer, getting to his feet and brushing himself off. "What's going on? Why is it night?" "The opposite side of the ancient world, I think," I say. "I think we're in Indiana." "Indiana?" Nightenhelzer takes another step away from me. "The Indiana of 1200 plus BC, I say, give or take a century or so." I've hurt my arm and leg again rolling down the hill. "How'd we get here?" Nightenhelzer has always been a mellow sort, mildly grumpy in his rambling, rumbling ursine way, but never really angry about anything. He sounds angry now. "I QT'd us." "What the hell are you talking about, Hockenberry? We were nowhere near the QT portal." I ignore him and sit on a small rock, rubbing my arm. There aren't many hills in Indiana, even in my other life there, but there were hilly, wooded, rocky areas around Bloomington, where Susan and I lived. I believe that in my panic I visualized, well, home. I wish to hell the QT medallion had moved us through time as well as space and plunked us down into late 20th century Indiana. But something about the pure darkness of the night sky and the purely clean smell of the air here tells me otherwise. Who's here in 1200 BC? Indians. It would be ironic if the QT medallion had whisked us away from imminent death by our muse's hand, literally, only to bring us to the new world where we'll be scalped by Indians. Most of the tribes didn't scalp their victims before the white men arrived, drones on the pedantic part of my professor's brain, although I seem to remember reading somewhere that sometimes they took ears as proof of their kill. Well, that makes me feel better. You can always trust a murderer to have a good prose style, so the saying goes, and a professor to come up with something depressing when you're already depressed. "Hockenberry?" demands Nightenhelzer, sitting on a nearby footstool-sized rock, not too close to me, I notice, and rubbing his own elbows and knees. I'm thinking, I say in my best Jack Benny voice. "Well, when you've finished thinking," says Nightenhelzer, "maybe you could tell me why the Muse just killed young Houston." This sobers me, but I'm not sure how to respond. "There are things going on with the gods," I say at last. "Plots, intrigues, pacts." "Tell me about it," says Nightenhelzer, meaning it both in irony and as a serious request. I raise both hands, palm up. "Aphrodite was trying to use me to assassinate Athena." Nightenhelzer stares. He manages, barely, not to drop his jaw. "I know what you're thinking," I say. "Why me? Why use Hockenberry? Why give him the power to QT by himself and the Hades helmet to hide under?" And I agree. It doesn't make any sense. "I wasn't thinking that," says Nightenhelzer.
A meteorite slices across the star-filled sky above us. Somewhere in the forest beyond the hill, an owl makes its not-quite-hooting noise. I was just wondering what your first name was. It's my turn to stare. Why? Because the gods discouraged use of first names, and we were afraid of getting to know each other well because skoldiks were always being disappeared and replaced by the gods, says the big man, bear-like even in shadow darkness. So I want to know your first name. Thomas, I say after a second. Tom. Yours? Keith, says the man I've known slightly for 4 years. He stands up and looks at the dark woods. Well, what now, Tom? Insects, frogs, and other night critters are making noise in those black woods, unless they're really Indians sneaking up on us. Do you know how to... have you camped a lot? I begin. You mean will I die if you leave me here alone? Asks Nightenhelzer, Keith. Yeah. I don't know, probably, but I suspect my chances are a hell of a lot better here than back on the Plains of Ilium, at least while the Muse is on the warpath. I guess that Keith is fixated on Indians right now as well. Plus, I have all my little Skolik tech toys and gear. I can make fire, use the levitation harness to fly if I have to, morph into an Indian if necessary, even use the weapon taser. So I guess you should QT back to wherever you have to go and do whatever you have to do, says Nightenhelzer. Fill me in later on the details. If there is a later. I nod and stand. It seems strange, wrong, to leave the other Skolik here alone, but I don't see any choice. Can you find your way back? He asks. Here, to fetch me. I think so. Think so? Think so? Nightenhelzer rubs his hand through his wild hair. I hope you weren't the chairman of your department, Hockenberry. I guess the era of first names is over. There's no place in the universe that I'd less rather be than Olympos. When I arrive, the inhabitants of this mountaintop are gathered in the great hall of the gods, making sure that the cowl of the Hades helmet is pulled on tight and that I throw no shadow. I slip into the huge Parthenon-style building. In my 9+ years as Skolik, I've never seen so many gods in one place. On one side of the long hologram pool sits Zeus, high on his golden throne, larger than I have ever seen him. As I've mentioned, the gods are usually 8 or 9 feet tall, except when they take mortal form, and Zeus usually towers over them by 3 or 4 feet, a divine adult to their cosmic children. But today Zeus is 25 feet tall or taller, each of his muscled forearms as long as my torso. I fleetingly wonder what this does to that conservation of mass and energy the other Skolik tried to teach me about years ago. But that's not important now. Staying back against the wall away from the milling gods and not making any noise or movement or sneeze that will betray me to all these refined superhero senses, that's important. I thought that I knew all the gods and goddesses by name, but there are scores here that I don't recognize. Those that I do know, the gods and goddesses who have been most involved in the fighting at Troy, stand out in the crowd like movie stars at a meeting of minor politicians. But even the least of these gods is taller, stronger, handsomer, and more perfect than any human movie star I remember from my other life. Nearest Zeus, opposite him across the hologram pool, which divides the room like a long moat now, I can see Pallas Athena, the war god Ares, obviously out of his healing tank, which was not damaged when I destroyed Aphrodite's. Zeus's younger brothers, the sea god Poseidon, who rarely comes to Olympus, and Hades, ruler of the dead. Zeus's son Hermes stands near the pool, and the guide and giant killer is as lean and beautiful as statues I've seen of him. Another son of Zeus, Dionysus, the god of ecstatic release, is talking to Hera, and, contrary to his public image, he has no goblet of wine in his hand. For a god of ecstatic release, Dionysus looks pale, feeble, and dour, like a man in only the 3rd week of a 12-step program.
Beyond them, looking older than time, is Nereus, the true sea god, the old man of the sea. His fingers and toes are webbed, and there are gills visible below his armpits. The Fates and the Furies are here in force, milling by accident or design between the gods and the goddesses. These are gods of sorts, yet sometimes they have regulatory power over the other gods. They are not as human in appearance as the regular gods and goddesses, and I confess I know almost nothing about them except that they don't live on Olympus, but on one of the 3 volcanoes far to the southeast, near where the Muses reside. My muse, Melide, is here, standing with her sisters Monime and Ide. The more modern muses are also in the crowd. The real Calliope, Polymnia, Urania, Erato, Cleis, Euterpe, Melpomene, Terpsichore, and Teleia. Just beyond the Muses are the A-list goddesses. Aphrodite is not among them. That is the first thing I notice. If she were, I would be as visible to her as these divinities are to me. But her mother, Dione, is in attendance, speaking to Hera and Hermes and looking very serious indeed. Near that group are Demeter, the goddess of crops, and her daughter Persephone, Hades' wife. Behind them I can see Pasithea, one of the Graces. Farther back, as befits their lesser place, are the Nereids, nude to the waist, lovely and treacherous-looking. The meta-goddess called Night stands alone. Her gown and veil are of a purple so dark as to be black, and even the other gods and goddesses give her a wide berth. I know nothing about Night except rumors that even Zeus is afraid of her, and I've never seen her on Olympus before. I feel like a gawking movie fan in the crowd outside the Academy Awards, trying to separate the superstars from the lesser gods. Hebe there, for instance, standing near the males. She is the goddess of youth, Zeus and Hera's child, but only a servant to the gods. And there, red hair like flames, is Hephaestus, the great artificer, talking to his wife, Chryse, who is only one of the Graces. Pecking order among gods and goddesses, I realize, not for the first time, is complicated stuff. Suddenly the goddess Iris, Zeus's messenger, flies forward. Yes, flies, and claps her hands. "The Father will speak," she says, her voice as clear and crisp as a flute solo. Immediately the scores of soft conversations cease, and the great echoing hall goes silent. Zeus stands. His gold throne and the gold steps leading up to it exude a glow that bathes him in divine light. "Hear me, all you gods and goddesses too," says Zeus, his voice soft but so strong that I feel the vibration of it off the high marble walls. "Some god or goddess this day has tried to hurt Aphrodite, now healing in our hall of healing, and, well, she will live. It was a close thing, and she will need many more days to heal again. Some god or goddess tried to kill an immortal this day. Tried to kill one of us who is not fated for death." The muttering and shocked conversations start as a buzz and rise to a roar in the huge room. "Silence!" roars Zeus. And this time his voice is so loud that it knocks me down and slides me across the marble floor like a tumbleweed in a tornado. Luckily, I hit none of the gods or goddesses in my slide, and the noise I make is drowned out by the echoes of Zeus's shout. "Hear me now, O gods and goddesses," he continues, his voice amplified as if from the ultimate public address system. "Let no beautiful goddess, nor no god either, attempt to defy my strict decree. You will submit to my will now." This time I am ready for the hurricane force of his voice, and I cling to a column until the energy of it has passed. "Listen to me," says Zeus, almost whispering now, the sense of his power even more terrible for the soft tone. "Any god who violates my decree by helping the Trojans or Achaeans the way I have seen this month. Back that god or goddess comes to Olympus, whipped on by my lightning and scourged by my thunder, eternally disgraced, banned henceforth from Olympus. Defy me, and find what it is like to be cast down to the murk of Tartarus, half a universe away in space and time, in the deepest gulf that yawns beneath our quantum selves. As he speaks, the long hologram pit boils and bubbles, turns pitch black, and then becomes something other than a hologram. The rectangular pit, looking like a dozen Olympic-sized swimming pools laid end to end, now broiling and filled with bubbling black oil, suddenly lets loose with a roar of its own and becomes a hole opening on some place dark and fiery and terribly deep. The stench of sulphur roils up, and the gods and goddesses near the edge back away. "Behold Tartarus," cries Zeus, "the lowest depths of the house of Hades, a place as far below hell as Hades' home is beneath the earth itself. Do you remember you seen your gods and goddesses amongst us, when you followed me into that 10-year war with the Titans who ruled before us? Do you remember that I cast Kronos and Rhea, my own parents, beyond these iron gates and brazen thresholds, and Iapetus, too, for all his god power?" The hall is silent, except for the muted roars and bellows and screams coming up from the open Tartarus pit. I have no doubt whatsoever that this is a hole to hell, not a hologram, falling away not 30 feet from where I cower. "If I cast my parents down into this pit of pits for all eternity," roars Zeus, "do you doubt that I will throw your screaming soul there in a second?" The gods and goddesses do not answer, except to take several paces farther back from that foul void. Zeus smiles terribly. "Come, try me, immortals, so that all can learn." A huge golden cable falls from the roof of the hall, straddling the hole to hell. Gods and goddesses scurry to get out of the way of its fall. It strikes marble with a resounding crash. The rope is thicker than a ship's hawser and seems to be spun of thousands of inch-thick strands of true gold. It must weigh many tons. Zeus strides down his golden stairs and lifts the cable, holding it easily in his giant hands. "Grasp your end," he says almost cheerfully. The gods and goddesses look at each other and do not move. "Grasp your end!" Hundreds of immortals and their immortal servants rush to comply, scrambling for a handhold on the long cable like kids at a picnic tug-of-war. In a minute, there is Zeus alone on his side of the Tartarus pit, casually holding the cable, and the countless mob of gods and goddesses on the other side, powerful god hands gripped tight on gold. "Drag me down," says Zeus. "Drag me down from sky to earth to Hades and deeper, to Tartarus' stinking depths. Drag me down, I say." Not a single god moves a bronzed muscle. "Drag me down, I command thee." Zeus grasps the golden cable and begins to haul on it. Gods' sandals slip and squeak and scuff on marble. Several hundred gods and goddesses all in a row are pulled closer to the pit, some stumbling, some going to their knees. "Pull, goddamn you," howls Zeus. "Pull or be dragged into stinking Tartarus until time itself rots away from the bones of the universe." Zeus tugs again, and 20 yards of gold cable coils behind him. The conga line of gods and goddesses and graces and furies and nereids and nymphs, and you name it on the other side, everyone pulling except purple-gowned Night, slides and screeches closer to the pit. Athena is the first on the cable and is only 30 feet from the edge when she screams, "Pull, you gods! Pull the old bastard in!" Ares and Apollo and Hermes and Poseidon and the rest of the most powerful gods put their backs into it. They quit sliding. The cable pulls tighter, fraying and creaking from the tension. The goddesses scream and pull in unison. Hera, Zeus's wife, pulling even harder than the others. The gold cable stretches and groans. Zeus laughs. He is holding them all at check with only one hand on the rope. Now he grabs the cable with his other hand and pulls again. The gods scream like children on a roller coaster. Athena and those near her on the cable go sliding across the marble as if it were ice, closer and closer to the raging Tartarus pit, even as dozens of lesser immortals surrender and throw themselves away from the cable. But Athena will not release her grip. The grey-eyed goddess is pulled relentlessly to the edge of the steaming trapdoor to hell. It looks as if the whole line of straining, sweating, cursing immortals is going in. Zeus laughs and drops the cable. Score upon score of gods and goddesses fly backward and land unceremoniously on their immortal asses. "You gods and goddesses, children, brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, cousins and servants, you cannot drag me down," says Zeus. He walks back to his throne and sits. "Not even if you pulled your arms from their sockets, if you pulled yourselves to death, could you budge me if I do not choose to move. I am Zeus, the highest, mightiest of kings." He raises one huge finger. "But if I choose to drag you up in earnest, I'd hoist you off this Olympus, dangle you in black space above Tartarus, tie on the earth and sea as well, hook the end around the horn of this hill called Olympus, and leave you dangling there in darkness until the sun grows cold." If I hadn't just seen what I have seen, I'd think the old bastard was bluffing. Now I know better. Athena gets to her feet not more than a yard from the edge of the Tartarus pit and says, "Our father, son of Cronos, who art in the highest throne of heaven, we know your power, Lord. Who can stand against you? Not us." All the immortals seem to be holding their breath. Athena's temper is legendary, her diplomacy skills frequently lacking. If she says the wrong thing now— "Even so," says Zeus's grey-eyed daughter, "we pity these mortals, my doomed Argive spearmen, acting out their little roles on their little stage, dying their terrible deaths, drowning in their own blood at the end of their little lives." She takes another 2 steps so that the tips of her sandals are hanging over the edge of the black pit. Somewhere, thousands of feet below her in the lightning-lashed Tartarus darkness, something large bellows in pain and fear. "Yes, Zeus," continues Athena, "we will keep clear of the war as you command. But grant us at the very least permission to offer our mortal favorites tactics that may save them, so that they all won't fall beneath the lightning of your immortal wrath." Zeus looks at his daughter a long moment, and I, for one, can't read his eyes. Fury, humor, impatience. "Tritogenia, third-born child, dear daughter," says Zeus. "Your courage has always given me a headache. But do not lose heart, for nothing of the lesson I showed you here today flows from anger, but only seeks to show all gathered here the consequences of their disobedience." And having spoken, Zeus steps down from his throne, and his personal chariot flies in between the giant pillars, his pair of bronze-hooved horses, real, I see, not holograms, landing near him, their golden manes streaming behind them. Strapping on his golden armor and lifting his whip from its stand, Zeus climbs aboard his battle car, cracks the lash, and I watch the matched team and chariot roll across marble and then take to the air, circling the hall once 100 feet above the gods' and goddesses' heads, before flying out between the pillars and disappearing in a crack of quantum thunder. Slowly the gods and goddesses and lesser sorts file out of the hall, murmuring and plotting among themselves, none, I'm sure, planning to obey their lord and king. And me,
I just sit here for a while, invisible and glad to be so. My jaw is hanging slack, and I am breathing shallowly like a whipped dog on a hot day. It feels like I'm drooling slightly. Sometimes, up here on Olympus, it's hard to believe completely in cause and effect and the scientific method. 25. Texas Redwood Forest. Beeman was all alone now, just him and the Sony in the forest clearing, and he didn't like it. After Savi left, Odysseus had told his endless, pointless story and walked into the woods at the end of it. Hannah had waited a minute and then gone after the old man. Beeman had known immediately that morning that Hannah and the bearded man had slept together the night before. His sex radar was seldom wrong. A few minutes later, Ada and the other old man, Harmon, had said they were going for a short walk and then disappeared under the trees in the opposite direction. Demon knew that they'd had sex the night before as well. Evidently, he and the old witch Savi were the only ones not having any fun. So now Demon was alone in the forest glade, leaning against the hull of the landed Sony and listening to leaves stirring and branches breaking in the dark woods, and not liking it one bit. If an Allosaurus appeared, he was ready to leap into the Sony, but what then? He didn't even know how to access the holographic controls, much less how to activate the force field bubble or fly away. He'd be an hors d'oeuvre on a plate for the dino. Demon considered shouting into the woods, calling for Savi or any of the others to return, but immediately thought better of it. Were dinosaurs and other predators attracted to noise? He wasn't going to experiment to find out. Meanwhile, he was acutely uncomfortable, not just from the anxiety, but from the need to go to the toilet. The others may have scampered off into the forest with the tissues Savi had provided, but Demon was a civilized human being. He'd never gone to the toilet without, well, a toilet, and he wasn't going to start now. Of course, he didn't know how many hours it would be until they got to Ardis Hall. And Savi was talking as if she wasn't even going to stop there, just drop off Hannah, Ada, and the preposterous impostor calling himself Odysseus, and then head on to the Mediterranean Basin or wherever it was. Demon knew he couldn't wait that long. He realized that he was discouraged more than frightened. Everyone had seemed surprised yesterday when he volunteered to go with the old woman and Harmon on their preposterous expedition. But no one had guessed his real reason for choosing that alternative. First of all, he was afraid of the dinosaurs around Ardis Hall. He wasn't going back there. Second, all that talk of faxing being a sort of destruction and rebuilding of people had made him extremely nervous. Well, who wouldn't be, so shortly after waking up in the infirmary and knowing that your real body had been destroyed? Demon had faxed almost every day of his life, but the thought of stepping into a fax portal now, knowing that it was going to break down his muscles, bones, brain, and memory, and then just build a copy somewhere else, if the old woman was telling the truth, well, that idea bothered the hell out of him. So he'd opted for traveling on the Sony for a few more days, facing neither Ardis dinosaurs nor fax destruction of his atoms or molecules or whatever. Now he just wanted a toilet and a servitor or his mother to make him supper. Perhaps he would demand that the old woman drop him off at Paris Crater after Ardis. It wasn't that far away, was it? Even though he'd got a glimpse of Harmon's scribbles, his map, Demon had no concept of the world's geography. Everything was as precisely as far away as everything else, a fax portal step. The old woman stepped out of the forest, saw Demon alone leaning against the floating Sony, and said, "Where is everyone?" "That's what I was wondering. First the barbarian left, then Hannah went after him, then Ada and Harmon walked off that way." He gestured toward the tall trees on the opposite side of the glade. "Why don't you use your palm?" said Savi, and smiled as if something she'd said amused her. "I already tried," said Demon. "On your ice thingy. At the bridge. Here. It doesn't work." He raised his left palm, thought of the finder function, and showed her the blank rectangle of white floating there. "That's just the immediate locator function," said Savi.
Just an arrow guide once you're close to something, like inside a library hunting for a volume but in the wrong aisle. Use FarNet or Proxnet." Demon stared at her. From his first glimpse of the old woman, he had doubted her sanity. "Oh, that's right," said Savi, still smiling, that unamused smile. "You've all forgotten the functions, generation after generation." "What are you talking about?" said Demon. "The old functions, like reading, don't work anymore. They went away when the post-humans left." He pointed to the rings crossing in the patch of blue sky above. "Nonsense," said Savi. She walked over, leaned against the Sony next to him, and gripped his left arm, turning it palm toward her. "Think 3 red circles with blue squares in the center of each." "What?" "You heard me." She continued to hold his wrist. Idiocy, thought Demon, but he visualized 3 red circles with blue squares floating in the center of each. Instead of the small rectangle of white-yellow light that the finder function generated, a large blue oval of light now floated 6 inches above his palm. "Whoa!" cried Demon, pulling his wrist from her grasp and flicking his hand wildly as if a huge insect had just landed in it. The blue oval flickered with it. "Relax," said Savi. "It's blank. Just visualize someone." "Who?" Demon actively did not like this sensation, his body doing something he did not know it could do. "Anyone. Someone close to you." Demon closed his eyes and visualized his mother's face. When he opened his eyes again, the blue oval was busy with diagrams. Street grids, a river, words that he could not read, an aerial view of the black circle that could only be the crater in the heart of Paris Crater. The image zoomed, and suddenly he was in a stylized structure, 5th floor, back domi near the crater, not his home. 2 stylized human figures, cartoon characters but with real human faces, were in bed, the female above the male, moving. Demon closed his hand into a fist, shutting off the oval. "Sorry," said Savi, "I forgot that no one's using trace inhibitors these days. Your girlfriend?" "My mother," said Demon, tasting bile. It had been Goman's Domi complex across the crater. He knew the layout of the rooms from when he was a boy, playing in the inner rooms while his mother consorted with the tall, dark-skinned man with the wine-smooth voice. Demon didn't like Goman, and hadn't known his mother was still seeing him. According to what Harmon had said earlier, it was already night in Paris Crater. "Let's try to see where Hannah and Ada and the others are," said Savi. She chuckled. "Although they may wish they'd activated FarNet inhibitors as well." Demon didn't want to uncurl his fist. "Recycle it," said Savi. "How? How do you get rid of your arrow finder?" "I just think off," said Demon, mentally adding, "stupid." "Do it." Demon thought. The blue oval winked off. "You activate Proxnet by thinking 1 yellow circle with a green triangle in it," said Savi. She looked at her own palm, and a bright yellow rectangle appeared above it. Demon did the same. "Think of Hannah," said Savi. He did so. Both of their palms showed a continent, North America, but Demon could not identify it. Then a zoom to the south-central section, zoom north of the coastline, zoom to a complex series of unreadable words and topographic maps, zoom below stylized trees to a stylized female form with Hannah's head on the cartoon body, walking alone. No, not alone, Demon realized, for there was a question mark walking next to her. Savi chuckled again. "Proxnet doesn't know how to process Odysseus." "I don't see Odysseus," said Demon. Savi reached into his yellow holographic cube and touched the question mark. She pointed to 2 red figures at the edge of the cloud. "That's us," she said. "Ada and Harmon must be off the grid to the north." "How do we know it's Hannah?" asked Demon, although he'd glimpsed the top of her head. "Think close up," said Savi. She showed him her palm cloud, which had zoomed lower, leveled out, and was watching the stylized Hannah with the real Hannah's face walk between stylized trees along a stylized stream. He thought close up and marveled at the clarity of the image.
He could see the tree shadows on her features. She was speaking animatedly to the symbol. Savi had called it a question mark, floating next to her. Demon was glad that he hadn't found Hannah in the middle of sex. Savi must have visualized Ada and Harmon, for her yellow palm cloud shifted and showed two figures walking on topographic symbols somewhere north of the stationary red dots that she'd said were Savi and Demon. "Everybody's alive, nobody eaten by dinosaurs," said Savi, "but I wish to hell they'd get back so we could leave. It's getting late. If this were the old days, I'd just call them on their palms and tell them to get their butts back here." "You can use this to communicate?" said Demon, holding up his bare palm. "Of course." "Why don't we know that?" His voice came out sounding almost angry. Savi shrugged. "You don't know much of anything anymore, you so-called old-style humans." "What do you mean, so-called old-style?" demanded Demon. He was angry now. "Do you really think the Lost Age humans, the old styles, had all this genetically tweaked nanomachinery in their cells and bodies?" asked Savi. "Yes," said Demon, although he realized that he knew absolutely nothing about the Lost Age old styles and cared less. Savi said nothing for a minute. She looked tired to Demon's eye, but perhaps all ancient, pre-firmary humans looked this bad. He didn't know. "We should go fetch them," she said at last. "I'll take Hannah and Odysseus. You get Ada and Harmon. Set your palm on Proxnat, activate your finder the usual way, and that'll lead you to them. Tell them that the bus is leaving." Demon had no idea what bus meant, but that wasn't important. "Are there other functions?" he asked before she could walk off. "Hundreds," said Savi. "Show me one," challenged Demon. He didn't believe her. Not hundreds, but even one or two more would make him popular at parties of interest to young women. Savi sighed and leaned back against the Sony. A wind had come up and stirred the sequoia branches far above them. "I can show you the function that finally drove the post-humans off the Earth," she said softly. "The AllNet." Demon closed his fist again and pulled his hand away. "Not if it's dangerous." "It's not," said Savi. "Not to us. Here, I'll go first." She lowered his arm, pulled his fingers open, and touched his palm in a way he found almost exciting. Then she set her own left palm next to his. "Visualize 4 blue rectangles above 3 red circles, above 4 green triangles," she said softly. Demon frowned. That was difficult. The shapes skittered right at the edge of his ability to hold the image, but he managed at last, his eyes closed. "Open your eyes," said Savi. He did so, wildly grabbing the Sony for support with both hands a second later. There was no palm cloud, no unreadable maps or cartoon figures. Instead, everything within his sight had been transformed. The nearby trees he had been ignoring except to borrow their shade were now towering complexities. Transparent, layer upon layer of pulsing living tissue, dead bark, vesicles, veins, dead inner material showing structural vectors and rings with columns of flowing data. The moving green and red of life. Needles, xylem, phloem, water, sugar, energy, sunlight. He knew that if he could read the flowing data, he would understand exactly the hydrology of the living miracle that was that tree. Know exactly how many foot-pounds of pressure it was taking to osmotically raise all that water from the roots. Demon could look down and see the roots under the soil, see the energy exchange of water from the soil into those roots, and the long voyage, hundreds of feet from roots to the vertical tubules raising that water. Hundreds of feet vertically, like a giant sucking from a straw. And then the lateral motion of the water, molecules of water in pipelines only molecules wide, out along branches 50, 60, 70 feet wide, narrowing, life and nutrients in that water, energy from the sun. Demon looked up and saw sunlight for the discrete rain of energy it was. Sunlight striking pine needles and being absorbed, sunlight striking the humus beneath his feet and warming the bacteria there. He could count the busy bacteria. The world around him was a torrent of information,
a tidal wave of data, a million microecologies interacting all at once, energy to energy. Even death was part of the complex dance of water, light, energy, life, recycling, growth, sex, and hunger flowing all around him. Demon could see a dead mouse almost buried in the humus on the opposite side of the glade, little more than hair and bones now, but still a beacon of red light energy as the bacteria feasted and the fly eggs incubated into maggots in the afternoon sunlight, and the slow unraveling of complex protein molecules continued on the molecular level, and, gasping, almost gagging, Demon whirled away, trying to shut off this vision, but everywhere was the complexity. The tagged and streaming ebb and flow of energy being passed, nutrients being absorbed, cells being fed, molecules dancing in the transparent trees, and breathing soil and sky ablaze with its rain and surge of sunlight and radio messages from the stars. Demon clasped his hands over his eyes, but too late. He'd looked at Savi, the old woman, but also a galaxy of life, life nested in the flashing neurons of her brain behind that grinning skull, and firing like lightning on the string of shocks along her retinal nerve, and in the billions upon billions of living forms in her gut, busy and indifferent all, and trying to look away. Demon made the mistake of looking down at himself, into himself, past himself, at his connection to the air and ground and sky. "Off," said Savi. Demon's mind echoed the command. The brilliant midday sunlight bouncing off the trees and needle-strewn soil suddenly seemed as dark as midnight to Demon. His legs ceased to work. Gasping, Demon slid along the edge of the Sony and collapsed on the ground, rolling onto his stomach, arms extended, palms pushed flat, face pressed against pine needles. Savi crouched next to him and patted his shoulder. "It'll go away in a minute," she said softly. "You rest here. I'll go find the others." Ada had been hesitant to go when Harmon suggested they take a walk. She was afraid that Savi would be angry or alarmed at everyone's absence when she returned to the glade. But Hannah had already run off in search of Odysseus, and Ada didn't want to stay there by the Sony alone with Demon. Besides, she didn't know if she'd have another chance to speak in private with her new lover before she returned to Ardis, and he went flying off to the Basin with Savi. They walked up a hill, then followed a stream down the other side. The forest was alive with birdsong, but they saw no animals larger than a squirrel. Harmon seemed preoccupied, lost in thought, and the only time he touched Ada was when he extended his hand to help her across the stream, just above a 10-foot waterfall. She wondered if their night together had been a mistake, a miscalculation on her part, but when they stopped to rest at the base of the waterfall, she saw his eyes focus on her, saw the affection and tenderness in his gaze, and was glad they'd become lovers. "Ada," he said, "do you know your father?" She had to blink at this. The question was not quite shocking. People knew they had fathers, of course, theoretically, but such a thing was rarely asked. "Do you mean know who he was?" she asked. Harmon shook his head. "I mean know him. Have you met him?" "No," she said. "My mother told me his name at one point, but I believe he reached his 5th 20 some years ago." She had almost said ascended to the rings, the most common euphemism for passing on bodily into the heaven of the posthumans. Her heart pounded when she wondered why Harmon was asking her this odd question. Did he think there was a chance that he had been her father? It happened, of course. Young women made love with older men who could be their anonymous sperm fathers. There was no taboo on incest, since there was no chance that a child could be born from such a union. And there were no brothers or sisters, since every woman could reproduce only once, but it was strangely disturbing to think about it. "I didn't know who my father was," said Harmon. "Savi said that at one point in time Even after the lost age, fathers were almost as important to children as mothers are now. "That's hard to imagine," said Ada, still confused. What was he trying to tell her? That he was too old for her? That was nonsense. "If I'm ever a father," said Harmon, "I want the child to know me. I want to be with the child as he or she grows up, just as a mother would." Ada was too shocked to speak. He began walking again, and she followed him in under the trees. It was cooler in the shade, but the air was thicker there. The waterfall made a soft noise behind them. Suddenly Ada looked around, alarmed. "Did you hear something?" asked Harmon, stopping next to her. "No, it's just something's wrong." "No servitors," said Harmon. "No voynix." That was it, realized Ada. They were alone. For the last 2 days, the absence of omnipresent servitors and voynix had been like a missing background noise. But it was more apparent now that they were alone, just the two of them. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, she shivered. "Can you find the way back to the Sony?" Harmon nodded. "I've been making notes on the terrain and watching the sun." He pointed with the branch he was using as a walking stick. "The glade is just over that hill." Ada smiled, but she wasn't totally convinced. She checked her palm finder, but it was as blank as it had been since they'd left the Antarctic Domi. She'd been in the woods before, usually on her artist's estate, but never without a servitor floating nearby to show the way home, or without a voynix for protection. But this was just background tension to the central anxiety about Harmon's odd question and comment. "Why are you talking about fathers?" she asked. He looked at her as they strolled farther down the hill, deeper into the sequoia forest. The shade was almost gloomy here, although shafts of light slanted down here and there through the cathedral hush. "Something Savi said to me this morning," he said. "Something about me being old enough to be your grandfather. About me going after this quest to find the Firmary and getting involved with you as a sort of denial of my final 20. Ada's first response was anger, followed immediately by a stab of jealousy. The anger was at Savi's stupid remark. It was none of the old woman's business who Ada slept with or how old he was. The jealousy came from the fact that Harmon had left their bed that morning at sunrise to go down and talk to Savi. Ada had simply kissed him goodbye when he'd slipped out of bed, sonicked and dressed that morning, feeling some disappointment that her new lover did not want to spend another hour with her before they all had to rise for breakfast, but respecting his choice, imagining that he was just an early riser from old habit. But what was so important that he had to leave her at dawn to go talk to Savi? Wasn't he planning to spend the next several days with Savi in his stupid quest for a spaceship? In fact, realized Ada, Savi was taking her place in that quest. She studied Harmon's face, so much younger looking than Odysseus' shocking crow's feet and gray hair, and saw that he hadn't noticed her flash of anger and jealousy. Harmon was still preoccupied, obviously mulling over his own thoughts, and Ada wondered if his attention and sensitivity to her the last few days, culminating in their wonderful lovemaking last night, were aberrations, just part of a prelude to sex, and not his usual demeanor. She didn't think so, but she didn't know. Was all this closeness she'd been feeling with Harmon an illusion, something she'd generated out of her infatuation with him? "Do you know how you choose to get pregnant?" asked Harmon, still poking the ground distractedly with his walking stick. Ada stopped in shock. That question was astounding. Harmon stopped and looked at her as if he had said nothing unusual. "I mean, do you know how the mechanism works?" he said, still seemingly oblivious to how inappropriate his question was. Men and women simply did not discuss such things. "If you're going to lecture me on the birds and the bees," Ada said stiffly, "it's a bit late." Harmon laughed easily. Over the past couple of weeks, that laugh had enchanted Ada. Now it irritated the hell out of her. "I don't mean the sex, my dear," he said. Ada noticed that it was the first time he'd used an endearment with her, but she was in no mood to appreciate it. I mean, when you receive permission to get pregnant, perhaps decades from now, and choose the sperm donor. Ada was blushing, and the fact that she couldn't stop blushing made her angry. She blushed more deeply. I don't know what you're talking about. She did, of course. It was men who weren't supposed to know or discuss such things. Most women decided to apply for pregnancy around their third 20. Usually, the waiting period was 1 to 2 years before permission was granted, relayed from the posthumans through servitors. At that point, the woman would cease sexual intercourse, take the prescribed pregnancy uninhibitor, and decide which of her former mates would be the sperm father of her child. Pregnancy ensued within days, and the rest was as ancient as, well, humankind. I'm talking about the mechanism by which you decide which stored sperm packet is chosen by your body, continued Harmon. The real old-style human females didn't have that choice. Nonsense, snapped Ada. We are the old styles. It's always been this way. Harmon shook his head slowly, almost sadly. No, he said. Even in Savi's day, just 1,400 years ago, pregnancy was more of a slapdash thing. She says that this sperm storage and selection mechanism was something the posts built into us, into women, based on some borrowed genetic structure from moths. Moths? Said Ada, no longer simply shocked, but truly deeply angry now. This was as absurd as it was demeaning. What the hell are you talking about, Harmon, His head snapped up, and he seemed to notice her reaction for the first time, as if her retreat to the formal honorific had been a slap in the face, bringing him back to reality. It's true, he said. I'm sorry if I upset you, but Savi says that the posts genetically structured this ability to choose father sperm years after intercourse from the genes of a moth species named— Enough! Shouted Ada. Her hands were balled into fists. She'd never struck anyone in her life or wanted to, but at this moment she was close to swinging at Harmon. Savi says this, Savi says that. I've had enough of that old bitch. I don't even believe she is that old or wise. She's just crazy. I'm going back to the Sony. She walked off into the woods. Ada, called Harmon. She ignored him, walking uphill, slipping on needles and wet humus. Ada! She strode on, ready to leave him behind. Ada, that's the wrong direction. Hannah had caught up with Odysseus a few hundred yards from the glade. He whirled and put his hand on the hilt of his sword when he heard her crashing through the brush, but relaxed when he saw who it was. What do you want, girl? I want to see your sword, said Hannah, brushing her dark hair back from her face. Odysseus laughed. Why not? He unclipped the leather sheath from his belt and handed over the weapon. Be careful with the edges, girl. I could shave with this blade if I ever chose to shave. Hannah drew the short sword and hefted it tentatively. Savi tells me that you work with metals, said Odysseus. He bent to a stream, cupped his hand, sipped. She says that you may be the only person, male or female, in all this brave new world who knows how to forge bronze. Hannah shrugged. My mother remembered old tales about forging metal. She played with fire and open hearths when she was younger. I continue the experiments. She swung the sword overhand, chopping down. You've seen us fight in your Turin cloth, said Odysseus. Hannah nodded. So? You're using the sword properly, girl. Hacking rather than stabbing. This tool is made for severing limbs and spilling guts. Nothing more refined. Hannah grimaced and handed the weapon back. Is this the sword you used on the Plains of Ilium? She asked softly. And in your adventure to steal the Palladion? No. He lifted the blade vertically until some of the light spilling down between the high branches danced on its surface. This particular sword was a gift to me from a female during my travels.
Hannah waited for more explanation, but instead of telling another story, Odysseus said, "Would you like to see what makes this sword different?" Hannah nodded. Odysseus used his thumb to tap at the hilt guard twice, and suddenly the sword seemed to shimmer slightly. Hannah leaned closer. Yes, there was a subtle but persistent hum coming from the blade. She lifted one hand toward the metal, but Odysseus' hand shot out quickly, grabbing her wrist. "If you touched it now, girl, you'd lose all your fingers. Why?" She didn't struggle to pull her wrist away, and after a few seconds Odysseus released it. "It's vibrating," said Odysseus, holding the sword blade flat just below eye level. Hannah noticed again that she was exactly the same height as Odysseus. The night before, she had heard him in the green bubble hall on the bridge after the others had turned in, joined him for a walk, returned to his domi to talk for hours, and had gone to sleep on the floor next to his cot. Hannah knew that Ada thought they'd become lovers. She didn't mind and couldn't think of a reason to disabuse her friend of the notion. "It's almost as if it's singing," said Hannah, turning slightly better to hear the high-pitched hum. Odysseus laughed loudly at this, although Hannah didn't know why. "Don't worry," he said. "It wasn't tossed to me by some lady of the lake, although that's not too far from the truth of it." He laughed again. Hannah looked at the bearded man. She had no clue as to what he was talking about. She wondered if he did. "Why does it vibrate?" she asked. "Stand back," said the barrel-chested man. Most of the sequoia around them were 6 to 10 feet thick, some thicker, but a smaller pine, perhaps a ponderosa or Douglas fir, was growing in a sunny patch a few yards to their left. The tree was probably 30 or 40 years old, about 50 feet tall, with a trunk perhaps 18 inches thick. Odysseus planted his feet, gripped the sword in one hand, and swung idly at the trunk in an effortless backhand stroke. The blade moved so smoothly through its arc that it appeared that he'd missed completely. There was no noise of impact. A few seconds later, the tall pine tree shivered, shifted, and fell noisily to the ground. Odysseus thumbed the hilt again, and the faint vibration hum ceased. Hannah stepped closer to inspect the chest-high stump and the fallen tree. The trunk sections looked as if they had been surgically separated, not sawed. She laid her palm on the top of the severed stump. There was no sap, no shavings. The wood was so smooth it felt as if it had been sealed in plastic, cauterized somehow. She turned back to Odysseus. "That must have come in handy during the siege of Troy," she said. "You weren't listening, girl," said Odysseus. He slipped the weapon back in its sheath and strung it to his broad belt. "This was a gift some years after I'd left the war and begun my travels. If I'd had this at Ilium," Odysseus grinned horribly, "there wouldn't be a Trojan god or goddess left with a head on his or her shoulders, girl. I promise you that." Hannah found herself grinning back at the old man. They weren't lovers, not yet, but Hannah was planning to stay at Ardis Hall while Odysseus was visiting there, and who knew what might happen. "There you are," said Savi, striding down the slope toward them. She closed her fist, and what looked like a palm finder field blinked out. "Time to go on?" asked Odysseus, speaking to Savi, but glancing toward Hannah as if they were old conspirators. "Time to go on," said Savi. 26. Between Achilles Chasma and Coprates Chasma in east-central Valles Marineres. 3 weeks into the voyage west up the river, inland sea, really, of Valles Marineres, and Monmouth was close to losing his Moravec mind. Their felucca, crewed by 40 little green men, was just one of many ships plying their way east or west in the flooded Rift Valley, or north-south, up or down the estuary, opening onto the Chryse Planitia Sea of the northern Tethys Ocean. In addition to a score of other LGM-crewed feluccas, they had passed at least 3 100-meter-long barges each day, each hauling 4 great uncarved stones for heads, all headed east from the cliff quarry on the south side of Noctis Labyrinthus at the west end of Valles Marineres, still some 2,800 kilometers ahead of Monmouth's westbound felucca. Orfu of Io had been rolled aboard and secured on the lower middeck, hidden from aerial view by a raised tarp tied down next to the major pieces of cargo and other items recovered from the Dark Lady. Even the thought of his submersible, left behind in the shallow sea cavern along the Chryse-Planitia coastline, some 1,500 kilometers behind them, depressed Monmouth. Until this voyage, Monmouth hadn't known that he was capable of depression, capable of feeling such a terrible emotional malaise and sense of hopelessness that could leave him with almost no will and even less ambition. But the violent separation from his sub had shown him just how low he could feel. Orfu, blinded, crippled, hauled aboard like so much useless ballast, seemed in good spirits, although Monmouth was learning how carefully and rarely his friend showed his true feelings. The felucca had arrived as promised early that next Martian morning after their arrival on the coast, and while the LGM were man-hauling poor Orfu aboard, Monmouth had gone down into the flooded sub several times, pulling out all the removable power units, solar cells, communication equipment, log disks, and all the navigation gear that he could haul. "You swam naked out to the wreck and stuffed your pockets with biscuits before swimming back, eh?" Orfu had said that morning after Monmouth told him about the salvage efforts. What? Monmouth wondered if the battered Ionian had finally lost his mind. "Little continuity error in Defoe's Robinson Crusoe," rumbled Orfu. "I always enjoy continuity errors." "I never read it," Monmouth said. He was in no mood for banter. Leaving the Dark Lady behind was tearing him apart. They discussed his reaction during the first 3 weeks of their voyage, since they had little to do aboard the felucca except discuss things. The short-range radio receiver transmitter that Monmouth had grafted onto Orfu's comline jack worked well. "You're suffering from agoraphobia as much as from depression," said Orfu. "How so?" "You were designed, programmed, and trained to be part of the sub, hidden under European ice, surrounded by darkness and crushing depths, comfortable in your tight spaces," said the Ionian. "Even your short forays on the ice surface of Europa didn't prepare you for these vast vistas, distant horizons, and blue skies." "The sky's not blue right now," was all that Monmouth said in response. It was early morning, and like most mornings, Valles Marineres was filled with low clouds and thick fog. The LGM had furled the felucca's sails and were moving ahead by oars alone. 30 of the little green men rowed, 15 on a side, seemingly indefatigable, whenever the wind didn't move the two-masted lateen-rigged sailing ship. Lanterns glowed on the bow, forward mast, both sides and stern, and the felucca was barely moving. This section of the Valles Marineres was more than 120 kilometers wide, and the section they would soon be entering would be 200 kilometers across. An inland sea rather than a river, where even on clear days the high cliffs of the north or south banks of the waterway would be invisible in the distance. But there was enough LGM ship traffic along these channels to justify such caution in the fog. Monmouth realized that Orfu was right, that agoraphobia was part of his problem, since he felt the depression most acutely on the clear days where the views were unlimited. But he also knew that it was more complicated than being separated from the secure crash and sensory jacks of his ship. Monmouth had always been a sea captain, and he knew from his own history, programming, and later reading that nothing hurt captains more than the loss of their ships. On top of that, he'd been tasked with an important mission, delivering Coras III to the oceanward base of Olympos Mons, and he had failed miserably. Coras III was dead, as was Repo, the Moravec, who should be waiting in orbit to receive, interpret, and relay Chryse's important reconnaissance data. To whom? How? When? Monmouth didn't have a clue. They talked about that as well during their weeks of quiet voyaging. It was even quieter at night since the LGM went into hibernations as soon as the sun set, securing the felucca with a complicated sea anchor. Monmouth had done echo soundings and determined that the water under them was more than 6 kilometers deep, and not stirring again until sunlight touched their green, transparent skin the next morning. It seemed obvious that the LGM gained energy solely through sunlight, even from the diffused light through morning fog. Certainly, Monmouth had never seen any of the little green men eat or secrete anything. He could ask them, but even though Orphu hypothesized that the individual LGM did not really die after communication, that the little green men were an aggregate consciousness rather than an assembly of real individuals, Monmouth did not trust the hypothesis enough to reach into another little green person's chest, grip what could be his heart, and ask questions that might be deferred until another day. But Monmouth had no reservations about asking Orphu questions. "Why did they send us?" he asked on their 10th day. "We don't understand the mission and aren't suited to carry it out even if we did know what we're supposed to do. It was madness to send us here this ignorant." "Moravec administrators are used to compartmentalizing duties and assigning specialties," said Orphu. "You were the best they could find to drive Koros 3 to the volcano. I was the best Moravec they could get to service the spacecraft. They never considered the possibility that you and I would be the team left to do the work of the other two." "Why not?" said Monmouth. "They must have known that the mission would be dangerous."
Orphu rumbled softly. "Probably they thought that it was all or nothing, that we'd all die if worse came to worst."
"We almost did," muttered Monmouth. "We probably will."
"Describe the day," said Orphu. "Has the fog lifted yet?"
The days and the scenery and the nights were beautiful. Monmouth's knowledge of breathable atmosphere worlds came exclusively from his databank records of Earth, and this terraformed Mars was an interesting variation. The skies varied from a bright light blue at midday to a pink-red sky at sunset, that sometimes shifted hues toward a pure gold light that infused everything with radiance. The sun itself looked significantly smaller than the sun seen from Earth in old video records, but it was immensely larger and brighter and warmer than any sun known by Galilean Moravecs in the last 2,000 years. The breeze was soft and smelled of salt, sea, and sometimes, shockingly, of vegetation.
"Do you ever wonder why they gave us that sense?"
Orphu had asked when Monmouth described the vegetation scent as they entered the broad Valles Marineres estuary from the Tethys. "What's that?" said Monmouth.
"Smell."
The European Moravec had to think about that. He'd always taken his sense of smell for granted, although it was useless underwater or on the surface of Europa, and all but useless in the Dark Lady's environmental crash. In other words, everywhere he'd existed. "I could smell toxic fumes in the sub, or in the pressurized cubbies of Connemara Chaos Central," he said at last, knowing that this wasn't a satisfactory answer. Moravecs had better built-in alarms for such dangers.
Orphu rumbled softly. "I might have smelled the sulfur when I was on Io's surface, but who would want to?"
"You can smell things?" said Monmouth. "That doesn't make much sense for a hardvac Moravec."
"Indeed," said Orphu. "Nor does the fact that I spent a majority of my time viewing things on the human's visible light spectrum, but I did whenever possible."
Monmouth thought about this as well. It was true, he did the same, even though he could easily see deep into the infrared and UV reaches of the spectrum. Orphu's vision, Monmouth knew, incorporated visualizations of radio frequencies and magnetic field lines, neither common to old-style humans, which made a lot more sense for a Moravec working in the hard radiation fields of Galilean space.
So why did the Ionian choose the limited human visible wavelengths most frequently?
I think it's because our designers and all the subsequent generations of Moraveks secretly wanted to be human, said Orphu, answering Monmouth's unstated question with no accompanying rumble of irony or amusement. The Pinocchio effect, as it were.
Monmouth didn't agree with that, but he felt too depressed to argue the point.
What do you smell now? Asked Orphu.
Rotting vegetation, said Monmouth, as the felucca took the far southern channel into the broad estuary. It smells like Shakespeare's Thames at low tide. On the first week of sailing upriver, to keep from going mad from the inactivity, Monmouth disassembled and inspected as best he could the 3 other pieces of recovered cargo, Orphu being the 4th. The smallest artifact, a smooth ovoid, not much larger than Monmouth's compact torso, was the device, the single most important element in the late Koros III's mission. All Monmouth and Orphu knew about the device was that the Ganymedan was supposed to deliver it to Olympos Mons, and, under proper circumstances not shared with Monmouth or Orphu, activated. Monmouth probed the device with sonar and removed a tiny part of its reflective transalloy shell. Its function was not revealed. The actual machine, if machine it was macromolecular. Essentially, a single nanosquared machined molecule with a chewy central core of tremendous energy, contained only by the macromolecule's internal fields. The only device that Monmouth could find associated with the shell was a current-generated zipper initiator. 32 volts applied to just the right place on the shell would do something to the macromolecule inside. It could be a bomb, said Monmouth, as he carefully replaced the square centimeter of metal shell.
Quite a bomb, muttered Orphu. If the M molecule is mostly a binding eggshell, we're talking a planet buster here. The yolk would be on us.
Pretending he hadn't heard the pun in order to preserve their friendship and to keep from having to throw Orphu over the railing, Monmouth had looked out at the passing canyon walls. They were still sailing within 3 kilometers of the high southern cliffs bordering the broad inland sea that day, and imagined all that red-rocked, terraced, and striated beauty gone. He thought of the periscoping mangroves that grew in the Martian lower estuary marshlands, the natural topiary gorse visible on the valley cliff's higher walls, even the fragile blue sky with ripples of high cirrus above the rock, and tried to imagine it all destroyed by one quantum explosion huge enough to rip a world apart. It hardly seemed right. "Can you think of anything else it could be other than a bomb?" he asked Orphu.
"Not offhand," said the Ionian, "but something containing that much pent-up implosive quantum energy represents technology way beyond my understanding. I'd suggest you treat the device gently, put some cushions under it or something. But since it's already survived the chariot people's attack and atmospheric entry that fried me and killed your ship, it can't be too delicate. Give it a kick in the ass and move on. What's the next piece of cargo?"
The next piece of cargo was just a bit larger than the device, but much more understandable. "It's some sort of squirt communicator," said Monmouth. "It's all folded in on itself, but I can see that if I activate it, it'll unfurl onto its own tripod, aim a large dish toward the sky, and fire a serious burst of something. Encoded energy in tight band or K-maser, or perhaps even modulated gravity."
"Why would Koros have needed that?" asked Orphu. "The comsats are still in orbit, and the spaceship could have relayed any sort of tight beam or radio back to Galilean space. Hell, even your sub could have contacted home."
"Maybe this wasn't meant to broadcast to Jupiter space," suggested Monmouth.
"Where then?"
Monmouth had no suggestions.
"How was Koros going to code the message?" asked the Ionian.
"There are virtual jackports," said Monmouth after inspecting the compact machinery carefully under its nanocarbon skin. We could download everything we've seen and learned, encrypt it, and activate it, unless it needs an activation code or something. Want me to jack in and check?
No, said Orfu, not yet.
I'll close it then.
What does this communicator use for a squirt power source? Asked Orfu, before Monmouth could close up the device.
Monmouth wasn't familiar with the technology, but he described the magnetic container and force field schematics.
My, said Orfu, that's Chevkovian Felchenmass. Artificial antimatter of the kind the consortium used to fuel the first interstellar probe. There's enough energy there to keep us alive and kicking for another several Earth centuries, if there were a way for us to tap into it.
Monmouth had felt his organic heart skip a beat. Could we have used it to replace the fusion reactor on the Lady?
Orfu was quiet for several long seconds. No, I don't think so, he said at last. Too much energy released too fast and too hard to tame. It's possible that you and I could tap into its trickle field, but I don't think we could have powered up the Dark Lady with it even if the sub could have been repaired. And you said you couldn't do the repairs alone, right?
It would have taken the Connemara Chaos ice docks, said Monmouth, feeling a strange combination of regret and relief at the news that this wasn't a fix for the poor lady. As much as the death of his ship depressed him, the thought of turning back and sailing the 2,000+ kilometers back to it was even more depressing. The last piece of cargo was the largest, the heaviest, and the hardest for Monmouth to figure out. The container was a bamboo 3 cube, 1.5 meters tall by 2 meters wide, wrapped in clear transpolymer. A brief inspection showed Monmouth that the cube was filled with hundreds of square meters of micro-thin polyethylene stealth composite with high-performance solar cell strips embedded in the fabric, 24 interconnected, partially nested articulated conical titanium segments, 4 pressurized canisters containing what his sensors said was helium, an oxygen-nitrogen mix, and methanol, 8 atmospheric pulse thrusters with jack-in controllers, and finally, 12 15-meter folded Bucky carbon cables attached to the 4 sides of the bamboo 3 box the thing came in. I give up, said Monmouth, after several minutes of pondering and poking and refolding. What the hell is it?
A balloon, said Orfu.
Monmouth shook his Moravec head. There were both living and Moravec balloon creatures in the atmosphere of Jupiter, more swimming in the soup of Saturn, but what would Coras III have wanted with an artificial balloon on Mars? Orfu transmitted the answer even as Monmouth heard it in his own mind.
Coras's mission was to get to the top of Olympus Mons, to the locus of the quantum disturbance, and this way he wouldn't have to climb the volcano. What are the dimensions of this balloon?
Monmouth told the Ionian.
Inflated with helium here at null, Martian sea level, that would give a diameter of just over 60 meters and a height of about 35 meters, which should easily lift the gondola, you, the device, and the squirt radio to the fringes of space. Or to the top of Olympus, said Orfu.
Gondola? Said Monmouth, still trying to absorb this concept.
The box it came in. That's obviously what Coras III planned to ride in. Does it have a transpolymer hood? Some sort of pressurizable cover?
Yes.
There you have it.
But Olympus Mons has an escalator going up its south side, Monmouth said stupidly.
Coras and the Moravecs who planned this mission didn't know that, said Orfu.
Monmouth looked away from the balloon for a minute to think. The southern cliffs of Valles Marineres were just a thin red line against the blue-green horizon as the felucca moved deeper into the center channels of the estuarial river. The gondola is too small to carry you, he said.
Well, naturally, began Orfu.
I'll build a bigger gondola, interrupted Monmouth.
Do you really think we'll be ascending to the summit of Olympus Mons? Orfu said softly.
I don't know, said Monmouth, but I do know that we'll still be more than 2,000 kilometers from the volcano if we ever reached the western end of Valles Marineres in this little ship. I didn't have any idea how we were going to get through the jumble of Noctis Labyrinthus and over the Tharsis Plateau to Olympos, but this balloon might work, maybe."
"We could start now," said Orphu. "It would be faster than this, what did you call it?"
"Phylake," said Monmouth, glancing up at the rigging and sails sharp against the pink and blue sky. Several of the little green men were swinging effortlessly from line to line in the rigging. "And no, I don't think we should try the balloon until we have to. It uses chameleon stealth fabric, even on the gondola, but I'm not convinced that the flying chariot people couldn't track it. We'll launch it when we reach Noctis Labyrinthus. That'll be a long and difficult enough aerial journey as it is, since 3 of the tallest volcanoes on Mars will be between us and Olympos." Orphu rumbled close to the subsonic.
"Around the world in 80 days, eh?"
"Not around the world," said Monmouth. "Counting this boat trip, we have to travel just a little more than 1/4 the way around it." Monmouth tried to pass the time and shake himself out of his low mood by reading Shakespeare's sonnets from the physical book he'd salvaged from the Dark Lady. It didn't work, whereas during the past few years he'd disappeared into analysis, ferreting out hidden structures, word connections, and dramatic content. The sonnets seemed like sad things now, sad and rather nasty. Monmouth the Moravec could care less what Will the poet in the sonnets did to the young man, or expected done in return. Monmouth had neither penis nor anus and longed for neither, but the copious flattery and flagrant bullying of the thick-witted but wealthy youth by the older poet was oppressive to Monmouth now, bordering on the perverse. He skipped to the Dark Lady sonnets, but these were even more cynical and perverse. Monmouth agreed with the analysis that the poet's interest in this woman was centered precisely on her promiscuity. This woman of the dark hair, dark eyes, dun breasts, and dark nipples was, if the poet was to be trusted, not a whore, but certainly something of a slut. Monmouth had long since downloaded Freud's 1910 essay, A Special Type of Choice of Object Made by Men, in which the Lost Age witch doctor had documented cases of human males who could be sexually aroused only by women well known to be promiscuous. Shakespeare had no hesitation of describing a woman's vagina as the bay where all men ride, and sneeringly punning, "Oh, cunning love," about his Dark Lady's easy promiscuity, and Monmouth had spent happy years finding deeper levels and dramatic structures behind these vulgarities. But this day, the sun close to setting straight down the great inland sea, the cliffs glowing rose-red to the north, he could see the sonnets only as dirty linen, a raunchy poet's private confessions.
"Reading your sonnets?" asked Orphu.
Monmouth closed the book. "How'd you know? Have you taken up telepathy now that you've lost your eyes?"
"Not yet," rumbled the Ionian.
Orphu's great crab shell was lashed to the deck 10 meters from where Monmouth sat near the bow.
"Some of your silences are more literary than others, is all."
Monmouth stood and turned toward the sunset. The little green men were hustling in the rigging and along the sea-anchor hawser, readying the ship for their sleep. "Why'd they program some of us to have a predisposition for human books?" he asked. "What possible use is that to a Moravec, now that the human race may be extinct?"
"I've wondered that myself," said Orphu. "Goras III and Repo were free from our affliction, but you must have known others who were obsessed with human literature."
"My old partner, Ertzweil, read and reread the King James Version of the Bible," said Monmouth. "He studied it for decades."
"Yes," said Orphu. "And me and my Proust."
He hummed a few bars of Me and My Shadow.
"Do you know what all these works we gravitate toward have in common, Monmouth?"
Monmouth thought about it for a moment. "No," he said at last.
"They're inexhaustible," said Orphu.
"Inexhaustible?"
"Incapable of being used up. If we were human,
These particular plays and novels and poems would be like houses that always opened onto new rooms, hidden stairways, undiscovered attics. That sort of thing.
Uh-huh, said Monmouth, not buying into this metaphor.
You don't sound happy with the bard today, said Orphu.
I think his inexhaustibility has exhausted me, admitted Monmouth.
What's happening on deck? A lot of activity?
Monmouth turned away from the sunset. 3/4 of the ship's complement of LGM were silently scurrying and tying down, and clambering and letting out the sea anchor and securing. There were only 3 or 4 minutes of usable sunlight left before they went into hibernation, lying down, curling up, and shutting down for the night. "Did you feel the vibrations in the deck?" Monmouth asked his friend. Except for smell, it was the last sense left to Orphu.
"No, I just knew it was that time of day," said the Ionian. "Why don't you help them?"
"Pardon me?"
"Help them," repeated Orphu. "You're an able-bodied seaman, or at least you know a hawser from a hacksaw. Give them a hand, or your nearest Moravec equivalent."
"I'd just get in the way." He looked at the quick work and perfect precision of the little green men. They scuttled out along the rigging and up the masts like videos he'd seen of monkeys. "We don't have telepathy," added Monmouth, "but I'm pretty sure they do. They don't need my help."
"Nonsense," said Orphu. "Make yourself useful. I'm going back to reading about Monsieur Swan and his faithless girlfriend."
Monmouth hesitated a moment, but then slipped the irreplaceable book of sonnets into his backpack, trotted to the middeck, and joined in the lashing down of the lowered lateen sail. At first the LGM paused in their synchronized work and just stared at him, black button anthracite eyes staring from their clear, featureless green faces. But then they made room, and Monmouth, glancing at the setting sun and breathing in the clean Martian air, set to work with a will. Over the next few weeks, Monmouth's mood changed from depression to satisfaction, to something like the Moravec equivalent of joy. He worked every day with the LGM, keeping up his conversation with Orphu even as he sewed sails, spliced rigging, swabbed decks, pulled on the anchor, and took his turn at the tiller. The felucca was making about 40 kilometers progress a day, which seemed like very little until one took into account that they were moving upstream, sailing with irregular winds, rowing much of the time and stopping completely during the night. Since the Valles Marineres was about 4,000 kilometers long, almost the width of the lost age nation called the United States, Monmouth was resigned to making the transit in about 100 Martian days. Beyond the west edge of the inland sea, he kept reminding himself, and Orphu reminded him when he forgot, was more than 1,800 kilometers of Tharsis Plateau. Monmouth was in no hurry. The pleasures of the sailing ship, she had no name as far as the Moravec could tell, and he wasn't about to kill a little green man to ask, were simple and real. The scenery was astounding. The sun was warm in the day and the air deliciously cool at night, and the desperate urgency of their mission was fading under the reassuring cycle of routine. Near the end of the 6th week on the water, Monmouth was working on the forward of the felucca's 2 masts when a chariot appeared less than a kilometer dead ahead of the ship, flying low, only 30 meters or so higher than the ship's sails, allowing Monmouth no time to scurry for cover. He was alone at the intersection of the 2 segments of mast. A felucca's sails are triangular, its 2 masts segmented, the upper section slanted rakishly back, and no little green men were in the rigging. Monmouth was completely exposed to the gaze of anyone or anything flying the chariot. It passed over, traveling several hundred kilometers per hour, and so low that Monmouth could see that the 2 horses pulling the chariot were holograms. A man in a tan tunic was the only occupant, standing tall and holding the virtual reins. The figure was golden-skinned, powerfully handsome, with long blonde hair streaming behind him. He did not deign to look downward. Monmouth used the opportunity to study the vehicle and its occupant with every visual filter,
frequency and wavelength he had at his disposal, tight-beaming the data to Orphu in case the chariot god had seen him and decided to blast Monmouth off the mast with a wave of his hand. The horses, reins, and wheels were holographic, but the chariot was real enough, composed of titanium and gold. Monmouth couldn't detect any rocket, ion pulse, or jet wake, but the chariot was putting out energy all across the EM spectrum, enough to drown out Monmouth's radio narrative to Orphu if they hadn't been on tight beam. More ominously, the flying machine was trailing four-dimensional streamers of quantum flux. Part of the thing's energy profile was captured in a force field that Monmouth could clearly see in the infrared, a shield of energy forward of the hurtling aircraft to protect it from the wind of its own passage, and a broader defensive bubble all around. Monmouth was glad he hadn't thrown a rock at the chariot or shot at it, if he'd had a rock or energy weapon, which he did not. That force field, Orphu calculated, would keep the driver safe from anything short of a low-yield nuclear explosion.
"What's making it fly?"
asked Orphu, as the chariot receded in the east.
"Mars doesn't have enough of a magnetic field to propel any EM flying machine."
"I think it's the quantum flux," said Monmouth from his perch on the mast. It was a windy day, and the felucca was rocking from side to side as it tacked back and forth, and the white caps batted at it from the south.
Orphu made an impolite sound. "Directed quantum distortion can rip time and space apart, people and planets, too. But I don't see how it can fly a chariot."
Monmouth shrugged, despite the fact that his friend, invisible under the tarp rigged on the middeck, couldn't see him. "Well, it didn't have propellers," he said. "I'll download you the data, but it looked to me like the awkward thing was surfing on a curl of quantum distortion."
"Peculiar," said Orphu. "But even 1,000 such flying machines couldn't explain the locus of quantum distortion repo recorded on Olympus Mons."
"No," agreed Monmouth. "At least this God didn't see us." There was a pause in the conversation, and Monmouth listened to the crash of the felucca's bow against the waves and the flap of the lateen-rigged canvas as the big sails filled with wind again. There was a soft wind strum through the rigging up where Monmouth was, and he enjoyed the sound of it. He also enjoyed the less-than-gentle pitch and roll of the ship as it tacked, even while he compensated for it easily as he clung to the mast with one hand, his other hand on a taut line. They were deep into the widest section of the flooded rift valley now, in an area called Achilles Chasma, with the huge, radiating sub-sea of Candor Chasma opening up to the north, and the seabed more than 8 kilometers beneath them. But there were cliffs belonging to huge islands, some several hundred kilometers long and 30 or 40 kilometers across, visible on the horizon to the south.
"Perhaps he saw you and just radioed back to Olympus for reinforcements," suggested Orphu.
Monmouth sent the radio-static equivalent of a sigh. "Always the optimist," he said.
"Realist," amended Orphu.
But the tone of the next broadcast was serious.
"You know, Monmouth, that you'll have to talk to the little green men again soon. We have too many questions that need answering."
"I know," said Monmouth. The thought made him vaguely ill in a way that the pitching and rolling of the felucca never could.
"Perhaps we should inflate and launch the balloon sooner rather than later," Orphu suggested again.
Monmouth had spent several days cobbling together a wider, broader gondola from the bamboo 3 of the first one, and some borrowed planks from one of the felucca's less essential bulkheads. The LGM had not seemed to mind his borrowing their boards. "I still don't think we should launch yet," said Monmouth. "We're not even sure about the prevailing winds this month, and the pulse thrusters won't give us much steering once the balloon gets up into the Martian jet stream. We'd better get as close to Olympus as we can before we risk the balloon."
"I agree," said Orphu after a silence, "but it is time we talked to the LGM again. I have a theory that it's not telepathy that they're using. either when they communicate with you or pass information among themselves.
No, said Monmouth, looking down at a dozen of the little green men as they came up from the ore decks and began working efficiently on the forward rigging. I can't imagine what else it could be. They certainly don't have mouths or ears, and they're not transmitting data on any radio, tight beam, maser, or light frequency.
I think the information is in the particles in their bodies, said Orphu. Nanopackets of encoded information. That's why they insist you use your hand to grasp that internal organ. It's a sort of telegraph central. And your hand, as opposed to, say, your general manipulators, is organic. Living molecular machines can pass into your bloodstream via osmosis and travel to your organic brain, where the same nanobytes help translate.
Then how do they communicate among themselves? Asked Monmouth, dubious. He'd liked the telepathy theory.
The same way, said Orphu. Touch. Their skins are semi-permeable, probably with data passing to and fro with every casual contact.
I don't know, said Monmouth. Remember how this crew seemed to know everything about us when the felucca arrived? Where we were going? I had the feeling that our presence had been broadcast telepathically all along the little green man's psychic network.
Yes, it appeared that way to me as well, said Orphu. But besides the fact that neither human nor Moravec science has ever established even a theoretical framework for telepathy, Occam's razor would dictate that the felucca crew learned of us through simple physical contact with the LGM at our landing site, or from others who had been there.
Nanopackets of data in the bloodstream, eh? Said Monmouth, allowing the skepticism to be audible in his tone. But one of these individuals still has to die if I'm going to ask more questions.
Regrettably, said Orphu, not bringing up his earlier arguments that individual LGM
probably had no more autonomous personality than did human skin cells. Several of the little men were clambering on the forward mast near Monmouth now, tying off lines and sliding down the lateen sail with the ease of acrobats. They nodded their green heads amicably as they passed on their way up or down. I think I'll wait until later to ask them, said Monmouth. There's a huge brown-red cloud on the southern horizon right now, and they'll need all hands to get the ship ready for the coming storm. 27. The Plains of Ilium. The Trojans are massacring the Greeks. My students in my other life would have said that they're decimating the Greeks, using that term for total destruction so loved by late 20th and early 21st century lazy journalists and illiterate TV anchor persons. But since to decimate was a precise term, the Romans killing every 10th man in a village in response to uprisings, and that would only result in 10% casualties, it's fair to say that they're doing much worse than decimating the Greeks. The Trojans are massacring the Greeks. After Zeus's ultimatum to the other gods, he QTs to Earth in his golden chariot and lands on the slopes of Mount Ida, the tallest mountain within easy god view of Ilium, and assumes his oversized throne on the mountaintop there, gazing down and out at the high walls of the city and the hundreds of Achaean warships on the beach and at anchor offshore. The other gods are too intimidated to come down to play after Zeus's demonstration of raw power, so the father of the gods holds out his golden scales and weighs the fates of death for the men below. One weight molded in the form of a Trojan horseman, the other an Argive spearman armored in bronze. Zeus raises high the sacred scales, holding the beam mid-haft, and down goes the Achaeans' day of doom, while the fortunes of Troy go lifting skyward. Zeus smiles at this, and I'm close enough to see that the old bastard had his thumb on the scales. The Trojans come broiling out of their city gates like hornets out of a disturbed hive. The sky is low, gray, seething with dark energy, and Zeus's thunderbolts strike the battlefield frequently, and always among the Argives and long-haired Achaeans. Clearly seeing the signs of the displeasure of the king of the gods, The Greeks still surge forward to fight. What else can they do? And the plains of Ilium echo to the crash of shields pounded hide to hide, the scrape of pike, the rumble of chariots, and the screams of dying men and horses. It goes badly for the Achaeans from the start. Lightning strikes among them, frying men like bronze-clad chickens on a rotisserie. Hector charges forward like a force of nature, and the quiet man I admired on the walls of Ilium with his wife and child is gone, replaced by a bloodied berserker, cutting men down like stalks of grass, and screaming to his followers for more blood, more carnage. His followers obey, the entire Trojan army and allies shouting as if from a single throat, and surging forward en masse, rolling over the retreating Achaeans like a bronze and leather tsunami. Paris, whom I dismissed as a fop in my description of his meeting with Hector only the day before and then proceeded to cuckold, rides near Hector and also comes on like some demon-possessed killing machine. Paris's killing expertise is archery, and on this day his long arrows never seem to miss. Achaeans and Argives drop with Paris's long shaft arrows in their throats, hearts, genitals, and eyes. Every shot is a hit. Hector slashes his way through every pocket of Greek resistance, hacking necks like daisy stems, offering no quarter and hearing no pleas for mercy in the deafness of his killing frenzy. When Achaeans manage to rally against the Trojan onslaught in a brave clump of resistance here or there, a bolt of blue energy from the roiling clouds explodes among them like a cosmic grenade, and the thunder that follows mixes with the cries of dying men. Idomeneus and the great king Agamemnon cut and run. Then big and little Ajax, campaigners of 1,000 battles, lose heart and flee the field. Odysseus, the long-enduring, can't endure this slaughter, and decides that the greater part of valor must reside in the safety of his ships back on the beach. It runs damned fast for a short-legged man. The only man who doesn't turn and flee is old Nestor, and that's only because Helen's husband has put an arrow through the skull of Nestor's lead horse, tangling the other steeds in their panic. Nestor cuts the traces clear with his sword, obviously with every intent of vacating the battlefield as fast as he can, but Hector's chariot surges forward, the men around Nestor fall dead with Paris's arrows protruding from their chests and necks, and the horses flee even faster than the departed Greek heroes, leaving old Nestor standing in his horseless chariot with Hector fast approaching. When Odysseus sprints by, not even giving the old man a glance, Nestor cries, "Where are you going in such a hurry, son of Laertes? O cool tactician!" But his sarcasm is wasted. Odysseus disappears in the dust cloud of panicked retreat without slowing for his old friend. Diomedes, always more afraid of being called a coward than he is of pain or death, drives his chariot back into the fray, obviously intent on rescuing Nestor and driving back Hector. He swoops Nestor up like a wrinkled bag of laundry, and the old charioteer seizes the reins in both hands, driving Diomedes' chariot not away from the charging Hector, but toward him. Diomedes gets close enough to cast his spear at Hector, but the heavy shaft kills Hector's driver, Aeniopeus, son of Thebeus. And for a moment, as the driver's corpse flies backward into the surprised foot soldiers, and Hector's horses rear out of control, everything changes. I've read that there is a moment like this in many battles, where everything hangs in the balance. As Hector fights to regain control of his horses and the Trojans with him pause in confusion, the Greeks see a possible reversal of fortune and rush into the gap, loping after old Nestor and Diomedes. For an instant, the Achaeans have the initiative again, shouting their defiance and hacking down the men leading the Trojan assault. Then Zeus intervenes again. Thunder booms, lightning splits the earth, and horses disappear in a flash of light and the stink of sulphur and burning hooves. Achaean chariots near Diomedes and Nestor explode in a tumble of horseflesh and flying bodies. Bronze melts, and leather shields burst into flame.
It's obvious even to the thick-skulled Diomedes that Zeus is not pleased with him this day. Nestor tries to drag the rearing horses around, but they have the metaphorical bit in their very real mouths and can't be managed. Their chariot, all alone now since the other Achaeans have turned tail and fled, bounces toward 10,000 angry Trojans.
"Quick, Diomedes, grab the reins and help me swing these stallions around," cries Nestor. "To fight more today is to die today."
Diomedes grabs the reins from the old man, but does not turn the chariot.
"Old soldier,
If I run today, Hector will brag to his troops, 'Diomedes ran for his ships, and I drove him back.'" Nestor grabs Diomedes by his muscled throat.
"What are you, 6 years old? Turn the fucking chariot, you asshole, or Hector will be wearing both our guts for garters before it's tea time in Troy."
Or some words to that effect. I am 100 yards across the battlefield when this occurs, and the shotgun mic on my baton might not be working correctly. Also, since I am morphed into the shape of a Trojan foot soldier, I'm running with the rest, watching all this over my shoulder as Paris's arrows fall around us and among us. Diomedes wrestles with his dilemma for 2 or 3 seconds, and then wrestles the horses instead, turning their heads, driving the chariot back toward the black ships and safety.
"Ha!" screams Hector over the din. He has a new driver, Archeptolemus, Iphitus' handsome son, and is coming on again with the renewed vigor of a man truly enjoying his work. "Ah, Diomedes! Made you run, you coward, you girly girl! You glittering little puppet, you quavering sparrow fart!" Diomedes turns again in the chariot, glowering with fury and embarrassment, but Nestor has the reins now, and the horses themselves have figured out which way safety lies. The chariot rolls over boulders, ruts, and fleeing Greek foot soldiers in the horses' wild gallop toward the beach and safety. And the only way Diomedes can fight Hector now is by leaping off the chariot and fighting the thousands of Trojans on foot. He chooses not to do this. "If you want to change our fates, you must find the fulcrum," Helen had said that morning. She'd asked me then about my knowledge of the Iliad, although she thought of it as my oracle sense of the future, and pressed me to find the fulcrum of events, the single point in the 10-year war on which everything pivoted. Fate's hinge, as it were. I'd hemmed and hawed that morning, distracting her and myself with a final bout of love-making, but I'd thought about that question in the crazy hours since. If you want to change our fates, you must find the fulcrum. I'd bet my tenure as a Homerian scholar that the fulcrum of this particular tragic tale was fast approaching. The embassy to Achilles. So far, events continue, more or less, to follow the poem, even with Aphrodite and Ares sidelined by wounds. Zeus has laid down the law and intervened on the side of the Trojans. I have no intention of QTing back to Olympos unless I have to, but I can guess that Homer's narrative is being played out there as well. Queen Hera, fretting that her Argives are getting pummeled and trying to persuade Poseidon to intervene on their behalf, but the god who rocks the earth being shocked by the suggestion. He has no desire to battle Zeus. Then, when the Greeks are really routed later today, Athena will strip naked, then dress in her best battle armor and glistening breastplate. Well, I confess that it might be worth QTing to Olympos for that. But is stopped cold by Zeus's messenger Iris. Zeus's message will be succinct. "If you and Hera come to oppose me by clash of arms, my gray-eyed girl, I'll maim your racers from beneath their yokes, hurl both you goddesses down from your chariot, smash your car, and rend both of you so terribly with my lightning bolts that you'll be in the healing vats 10 slow wheeling years before the green worms can stitch you together again." Athena will stay on Olympos. The Greeks, after a few hours of successful counterattack, will suffer heavier losses and fall back behind their own fortifications, a trench dug 10 years ago shortly after landing. 1,000 sharpened stakes, all the defenses recently deepened and built back up at Agamemnon's order.
But even behind their own wall, the panicked Achaeans will lose hope and vote to sail for home. Agamemnon will try to rally them by throwing a great feast for his commanders, even as Hector and his thousands organize for the final charge that they know will end in the burning of the Achaeans' black ships and the settling of this war for once and all. And at the Greek king's feast, Nestor will argue that their only hope lies in Agamemnon making up with Achilles. Agamemnon will agree to pay Achilles a king's ransom, more than a king's ransom. 7 fire tripods, 10 bars of gold, 20 burnished cauldrons, a dozen stallions, 7 beautiful women, and I can't remember what else. A partridge in a pear tree, perhaps. Most important, the bribe will include Briseus' daughter Briseis, the slave wench who was at the center of this whole argument. To wrap this gift in a red ribbon, Agamemnon will also swear that he's never bedded Briseis. As a final incentive, he also throws in 7 citadels, Greek kingdoms, Cardamyle, Inope, Hyre, Anthea, Phyre, Epea, and Pedasus. Of course, Agamemnon doesn't own or rule these citadels. He's giving away his neighbors' lands, but I suppose it's the thought that counts. The one thing Agamemnon will not offer Achilles is his apology. The son of Atreus is still too proud to bow. "Let him bow down to me," he'll shout at Nestor, Odysseus, Diomedes, and the other captains in a few hours. "I am the greater king, I am the elder born, and, I claim, the greater man." Odysseus and the others will see a way out despite Agamemnon's arrogance. They realize that if they bring the message of Briseis' return and all these other marvelous gifts, and just happen to leave out the "I'm the greater man" bit, there's a chance that Achilles might rejoin the fight. At least this embassy to Achilles offers a ray of hope. But here the complicated part begins. Here the fulcrum may yet be found. As a scholar, I know in my soul that the embassy to Achilles is the heart and pivot of the Iliad. Achilles' decisions upon hearing the embassy's entreaties will determine the flow of all future events, the death of Hector, the subsequent death of Achilles, the fall of Ilium. But here's the tricky part. Homer chooses his language very carefully, perhaps more carefully than any other storyteller in history. He tells us that Nestor will name 5 men for the embassy to Achilles: Phoenix, big Ajax, Odysseus, Odias, and Eurybates. The last 2 are mere heralds, decorations for the sake of protocol, and will not walk to Achilles' tent with the real ambassadors, nor take part in the discussion there. The problem here is that Phoenix is an odd choice. He hasn't appeared in the story before. He's more of a Myrmidon tutor and retainer to Achilles than a commander, and it makes little sense that he would be sent to persuade his master. To top that off, when the ambassadors are walking along the ocean's edge, where the battle line of breakers crash and drag, on their way to Achilles' tent, the verb form that Homer uses is a dual form, a Greek verb set between singular and plural, always relating to 2 people, in this case Ajax and Odysseus. Homer uses 7 other words that, in the Greek of his day, this day, relate to 2 men, not 3. Where's Phoenix during this walk from Agamemnon's camp to Achilles' part of the encampment? Is he somehow already in Achilles' tent waiting for the embassy? That makes little sense. A lot of scholars before and during my time on Earth argued that Phoenix was a clumsy addition to the tale, a character added centuries later which explains the dual verb form. But this theory ignores the fact that Phoenix will give the longest and most complex argument of the 3 ambassadors. His speech is so wonderfully digressive and complicated that it reeks of Homer. It's as if the blind poet himself had been confused about whether there were 2 or 3 emissaries to Achilles and what, exactly, Phoenix's role was in the conversation that would decide all the players' fates. I have a few hours to think about this. If you want to change our fates, you must find the fulcrum. But that's hours in my future. It's still mid-afternoon here, and the Trojans are pausing on the Ilium side of the Achaeans' moat, while the Greeks mill around like ants behind their wall of rocks and sharpened stakes. Still morphed as a sweaty Achaean spearman, I manage to get close to Agamemnon as the king first berates his men, and then pleads for Zeus's aid in their darkest hour.
"Shame on all of you!"
shouts the son of Atreus at his bedraggled army. Only 100th of the men can hear him, of course, ancient acoustics being what they are, but Agamemnon has a powerful voice, and those in the back pass the message on to others.
"Shame! Disgrace! You dress like splendid warriors, but it's pure sham. You vowed to burn this city, and you gorged yourself on cattle bought at my expense, and drank to the full those brimming bowls of wine, bought and shipped here at my expense. And now look at you, beaten rabble. You bragged that each of you could stand up to 100 Trojans, 200. And now you're no match for one mortal man, Hector. Any minute Hector will be here with his hordes, gutting our ships with blazing fire, and this vaunted army of heroes," Agamemnon all but spits the word, "will be fleeing home to wife and kids. At my expense."
Agamemnon gives up on the army and lifts his hands to the southern sky toward Mount Ida, from where the storms and thunder and lightning bolts have come.
"Father Zeus, how can you tear away my glory so? How have I offended thee? Not once, I swear, not a single time have I passed a shrine of yours, not even on our ocean voyage here, but did I stop and burn the fat and thighs of oxen to your glory. Our prayer was simple, to raze Ilium's walls to its roots, kill its heroes, rape its women, enslave its people. Is that too much to ask? Father, fulfill this prayer for me. Let my men escape with their lives, at least that. Don't let Hector and these Trojans beat us like rented mules."
I've heard Agamemnon give more eloquent speeches. Hell, all of the speeches I've heard from him have been more eloquent than this, and I understand Homer's need to rewrite all this. But at that second a miracle occurs, or at least the Achaeans take it as a miracle. Out of nowhere, an eagle appears flying from the south, a huge eagle carrying a fawn in its talons. The mob, who had been surging toward their ships and safety on the seas and who paused only briefly for Agamemnon's speech, freeze in place and point at the sight of this. The eagle soars, circles, dips lower, and drops the still-kicking fawn 100 feet to a sandy bump right at the base of the stone altar the Achaeans had raised to Zeus upon their landing so many years ago. That does it. After 15 seconds of stunned silence, a roar goes up from the men. Men beaten into cowardice 10 minutes earlier, but a fighting mob now, hearts and hands strengthened by this clear sign of forgiveness and approval from Zeus. And without further ado, 50,000 Achaeans and Argives and all the rest surge back into formation behind their captains. Horses are retethered to chariots. Chariots are driven out across the earth bridges still spanning the defensive trenches, and the battle is on again. It becomes the hour of the archer. Although Diomedes leads the counterattack, followed closely by the Atrides, Agamemnon, and Menelaus, followed in turn by Big Ajax and Little Ajax, and although these heroes take their toll on the Trojans in spear casts and short sword clashes, the fighting now is centered around the Achaean archer Teucer, bastard son of Telamon and half-brother to Big Ajax. Teucer has always been considered a master archer, and I've seen him shoot dozens of Trojans over the years, but this is his day in the limelight. He and Ajax get into a rhythm whereby Teucer crouches under the wall of his half-brother's shield. Big Ajax uses a giant rectangular shield that military historians say wasn't even in use during the time of the Trojan War. And when Ajax lifts the shield, Teucer fires from beneath it into the Trojan ranks some 60 yards away. On this day, he can't seem to miss his mark. First he kills Orsilochus, putting a barbed arrow in the short man's heart. Then he kills Ophelestes, putting a point through the captain's right eye when the Trojan peeks above his rawhide shield. Then Deitor and Chromius fall mortally wounded from 2 fast, perfectly placed shots. Each time Teucer fires, the Trojans unleash their own arrows and spears in a vain attempt to kill the archer, but big Ajax crouches over both of them, and his massive shield deflects every missile. The Trojan volleys pause. Ajax lifts his shield, and Teucer shoots Lycophantes, prince of his distant city, but just wounds the man. As Lycophantes' captains rush to his aid, Teucer puts a second arrow into the fallen man's liver. Polymion's son, Amopeon, falls next. Teucer's shaft through his throat. Blood fountains 5 feet high, and the powerful Amopeon tries to rise, but the arrow has pinned him to the ground, and he bleeds out in less than a minute, his body kicking and spasming ever more weakly. The Achaean's chair. I knew Amopeon. The Trojan used to eat in the little open restaurant where Nightinghelser and I liked to meet. And we'd spoken many a time of trivial things. He told me once that his father, Polymion, had known Odysseus in friendlier times, and once when traveling to Ithaca and joining the friendly Greeks on a hunt, Polymion had killed a wild boar that had deeply gored Odysseus' leg, and would have killed him if Polymion's spear cast had missed its mark. Amopeon told me that Odysseus bears the scar to this day. Ajax crouches, holding his massive metal shield over him and his half-brother like a roof, and Trojan arrows rattle against it. Ajax rises, lifts the shield, and Teucer kills Melanippus, 80 yards away, with a shot that enters the man's groin and protrudes from his anus as the Trojan falls. His comrades step away and grimace as Melanippus writhes on the ground and dies. The Achaeans cheer again. Agamemnon swings down off his chariot and shouts encouragement at Teucer, promising the archer a second choice of tripods or purebred teams of horses. If Zeus and Athena ever allow him to plunder the treasure troves of Troy, he says. And then promises Teucer a beautiful Trojan woman to bed as well, perhaps Hector's wife Andromache. Teucer is angered by Agamemnon's offer. Son of Atreus, do you think I'll try any harder than I already am, spurred on by your talk of plunder? I'm firing as fast and accurately as I can. 8 arrows, 8 kills. Shoot at Hector, cries Agamemnon. I have been shooting at Hector, screams Teucer, his face red. All this time, Hector's been my target. I just can't hit the son of a bitch. Agamemnon falls silent. As if responding to the challenge, Hector suddenly urges his chariot to the front of the Trojan ranks, trying to rally his men who have lost heart because of the archer's slaughter. Ajax doesn't bother to lift his shield this time because Teucer stands, goes to full draw, takes careful aim at Hector, and lets fly. The shaft misses Hector's heart by a hand's breadth, striking Gorgothion as that son of Priam steps behind Hector's chariot. The big man stops, looks surprised, stares down at the protruding shaft and feathers as if he is the butt of some barracks joke, but then Gorgothion's head appears to become too heavy for his massive neck and falls limp to his shoulder as the weight of his helmet pulls it down. Then Gorgothion falls dead in the blood-muddied sand. "Damn," says Teucer, and fires again. Hector is the closest of all the Trojans now, turned full torso toward Teucer. This arrow catches Archeptolemus, Hector's driver, full in the chest. The horses, war-trained as they are, rear and leap ahead as Archeptolemus' blood geysers onto their flanks, and the young man pitches backward and off and into the dust. "Cebriones," cries Hector, grabbing the reins and calling to his brother, another bastard son of profligate Priam, to be his driver. Cebriones leaps up onto the chariot just as Hector jumps down. Enraged,
Beside himself with fury and grief at the death of his faithful Archeptolemus, Hector runs into no man's land, a clear target for Teucer, and grabs the largest, sharpest rock he can lift in one hand. Hector seems to have forgotten all the finesse of warfare he's bragged about so many times, and has reverted to caveman tactics, lifting the rock and cocking his left arm far back, looking like nothing so much, I think, as Sandy Koufax preparing to unleash a pitch. I haven't noticed until today that Hector is ambidextrous. Teucer sees his chance, grabs another arrow from his quiver, and draws full back, aiming at Hector's heart, sure he can get off a shot, perhaps two, before Hector throws. He's wrong. Hector pitches hard, fast, flat, and accurately. The rock hits Teucer in the collarbone just beside the throat, an instant before the archer releases the arrow. Bones crack, tendons rip. Teucer's hand goes limp. The bowstring snaps, and the arrow buries itself in the ground between the archer's sandaled feet. Hector rushes forward, scattering Achaeans like chaff, and the Trojan archers fire arrow after arrow at the fallen Teucer. But big Ajax doesn't abandon his brother. He covers him with his wall of a shield while other Achaeans fight off the Trojan infantry. At Ajax's call, bellow really, Mecisteus and Alastor rush forward and carry the moaning, semi-conscious Achaean archer back across the trench bridge to relative safety in the shadow of the hollow ships. But Teucer's 15 minutes of fame are up. Things get worse for the Greeks very fast after this. Hector sees his survival as another sign of Zeus's love and approval, and leads his men in charge after charge against the dispirited, retreating Achaeans. Agamemnon, Menelaus, and the other lords who'd led their men into joyous combat just hours before are truly beaten now. The Achaeans are too routed at first even to man their defenses along the trench, and stakes and makeshift wall. And the only thing that stops the Trojans from burning the ships right now is the setting sun and the sudden fall of darkness. While the Achaeans mill about in confusion, some of the men already readying their ships for departure, others sitting shell-shocked and vacant-eyed, Hector does his Henry V thing, roaming tirelessly up and down the Trojan ranks, urging his men on to more carnage come the dawn, sending men back to the city to herd cattle out for slaughter and sacrifice and feasting, ordering in rations of honeyed wine, calling up the wagons of fresh-baked bread that the ravenous Trojans attack as if it were Agamemnon himself, and giving the command to set hundreds of watchfires just beyond the Achaean defenses, so the fearful Greeks will get no sleep this night. I don my Hades helmet and walk invisible among the Trojans. "Tomorrow," cries Hector to his cheering men, "I'll gut Diomedes like a flopping fish in front of his men, if he doesn't choose to flee tonight. I'll break his spine with the tip of my spear, and we'll nail the braggart's head above the Scaean gates." The Trojans roar. The watchfires send sparks flying up toward the hard-burning stars. Invisible to gods and men, I recross the trench bridge, wind my way through the sharpened stakes, and walk again amongst the dispirited Greeks. For me, it's time for truth or consequences. Agamemnon's already called the meeting of his captains, and they're arguing courses of immediate action: flee, or send an embassy to Achilles. There's no turning back now. I morph into the form of Phoenix, Achilles' faithful Myrmidon tutor and friend, and walk across the cooling sand to join the council. If you're going to change our fates, you must find the fulcrum. 28. The Mediterranean Basin. Savi followed the Atlantic breach across the ocean, sometimes flying lower than the surface, hopping and dipping the Sony every few miles to avoid the connecting current cones that crisscrossed the breach like transparent pipes in a long green hallway. Lying prone to the left of Savi, seeing Harmon lying in his spot to her right, Demon was aware of the older man's grim expression and of the empty passenger slots behind them. Demon was thinking about the last 24 hours. Harmon and Ada had seemed at odds when they'd flown away from the big tree place. At first that had pleased Demon. He didn't know what the falling out had been about, of course, but it had been obvious that both were agitated after their walk in the woods. Ada looking cool and distant, but inwardly seething. Harmon visibly confused. But after the hours of flying to Ardis and the events there, and Demon's decision to continue with this nonsense quest, the tension between Harmon and Ada seemed like just another thing to worry about. It had been late afternoon when they'd arrived at Ardis. The estate and grounds looked different from the air, at least to Demon, although the layout of the hills and forest and meadows and river were just as he remembered. Whenever he thought of their picnic down to the river, to Hannah's silly metal-pouring exhibition, he thought of the attacking dinosaur, and his heart began to pound. "This area used to be called Ohio in the last part of the Lost Age," said Savi, as they circled and then flew lower. "I think." "I thought it was called North America," said Harmon. "That too," said the old woman. "They had a surplus of names for places." They landed about a quarter of a mile from Ardis Hall in a pasture north of a line of screening trees. Demon still had to use the toilet, but he was damned if he'd walk all that way to the estate if there was any chance of dinosaurs being in the area. "It's safe," Ada said brusquely, when she saw him hesitate, the only one still lying on the Sony. "The Voyniks patrol a perimeter within 2 or 3 miles of the hall." "How far from the house was Hannah's hot metal picnic?" asked Demon. 3.5 miles, said Hannah. The young woman was standing near Odysseus behind the Sony. Ada turned to Savi. "Are you sure you won't come up to the house?" "I can't," said the old woman. She extended her hand, and after a second Ada took it. Demon had never seen women shake hands before. "I'll wait here for Harmon and Demon to return," said Savi. Ada looked at Harmon. "You're coming up to Ardis for a minute, aren't you?" "Just to say goodbye." The two held their intense gaze. "Can we just go?" said Demon, hearing the whine in his own voice. He didn't care, he had to go. Everyone except Savi had started walking toward the distant house then, through the field of waist-high grass, past the occasional head of cattle. Demon gave each of the cows a wide berth since he wasn't comfortable around large animals, when suddenly a lone Voynix stepped out of the tree line ahead of them. "It's about time," said Demon. "This walking is ridiculous." He gestured to the iron and leather form. "You, go back to the hall and bring back 2 large carrioles to transport us there." Incredibly, the Voynix ignored Demon and kept walking toward the 5 humans, or to be more precise, toward Odysseus. The old bearded man pushed Hannah away from him as the eyeless Voynix slowly approached. "It's just curious," said Ada, although her voice lacked conviction. "It's probably never—" The Voynix was 5 feet from Odysseus when the man swept his sword from his belt, activated the humming blade with his thumb, and swung the sword with both hands, slicing down and across the Voynix's presumably impenetrable chest shell and left arm. For a second the Voynix just stood there, apparently as shocked at Odysseus' behavior as the 4 humans were. But then the top half of the creature's body slid, tilted, and fell to the ground, arms spasming. The lower half of the Voynix's torso and its legs continued standing for several more seconds before tumbling over into the grass. For a minute there was no sound except for the wind in the tall grass. Then Harmon shouted, "Why in the hell did you do that?" Blue fluid as thick as blood was everywhere. Odysseus pointed at the Voynix's right arm, still attached to the lower torso. As he wiped his sword on the grass, he said, "It had its killing blades extended." It was true. As the 4 gathered around the fallen Voynix, each could see the blades used for defending humans against such threats as dinosaurs, extended where the manipulator pads usually were. "I don't understand," said Ada. "It didn't recognize you," said Hannah, taking another step away from the bearded man. "Maybe it thought you were a threat to us." "No," said Odysseus, sliding his short sword back into its scabbard. Demon was staring with appalled fascination at the cross-section of the Voynix. Soft white organs, a profusion of blue tubules, clusters of what looked to be pink grapes, certainly not the clockwork mechanism and gears he'd always imagined to be the interior of a service Voynix. The speed of the violence and now the white gore visible had almost made Demon lose control of his anxious bowels. "Come on," he'd said, and started walking quickly toward Ardis Hall. The others had mistaken this for leadership and followed. It was after Demon had used the toilet, taken time to shower, shaved, ordered the nearest Ardis servitor to fetch him clean new clothes, and then wandered into the kitchen hunting for something to eat, that he realized that it was insane to go any further with Harmon and the crazy old woman. To what purpose? Ardis Hall, despite Ada's absence, or perhaps because of it, had filled with friends faxed in to visit and party. The servitors kept them happy with food and drink. Young people, including several beautiful young women Demon knew from other parties, other places, from his happy life before Harmon and all this nonsense, were playing lawn ball and hoop games on the broad sloping lawn. The evening was lovely, shadows long on the grass, laughter in the air like the sound of chimes, and dinner being prepared by servitors at the long table under the giant elm tree. Demon realized that he could stay here and have a proper meal and a good night's sleep, or, better yet, summon a Voynix for the short carryall ride to the fax portal, and sleep in his own bed in Paris Crater this night after a late dinner prepared by his mother. Demon missed his mother. He'd been completely out of touch with her for more than 2 days. He looked at the Voynix in the curved driveway at the side of the large house and felt a pang of anxiety. Odysseus' destruction of that Voynix had been unwarranted and insane. One didn't damage or destroy Voynixes, any more than one would set fire to a droshky or trash one's own domi. It didn't make any sense, and it was another reason he should get away from these people at once. As he came out onto the drive, he saw Harmon and Ada speaking softly but urgently to one side. Farther down the hilly lawn he could see Hannah introducing Odysseus to several curious guests. The Voynix were staying far away from the bearded man, but Demon had no idea whether that was by coincidence or design. Did Voynix communicate with one another, and if so, how? Demon had never heard one utter a sound. He gestured to a Voynix to bring a carryall around just as Ada and Harmon's conversation came to an end. Ada stalking into the house, Harmon turning on his heel and heading back across the drive toward the fields and the waiting Sony. Harmon walked up to Demon, and the older man's expression was so grim that Demon took a half-step back. "Are you coming with us?" No," stammered Demon. The Voynix trotted up with the single-wheeled carryall behind it, upholstery gleaming in the evening light, gyroscopes humming. Harmon turned without saying another word and walked off into the field behind the house. Demon climbed into the conveyance, said "fax portal" to the Voynix, and sat back as the carryall hummed around the driveway, white shells crunching under the wheel. One of the young women on the lawn, Ilio, he thought her name was, cried a goodbye to him. The carryall rolled down toward the road with the silent Voynix trotting between its stays. "Stop," said Demon. The Voynix halted in its tracks, still holding the cart shafts. The internal gyro hummed softly to itself. Demon looked back behind Ardis Hall, but Harmon was already out of sight through the trees. For no reason in particular, he tried to remember where he had met Ilio at a party in Bellenbad 2 summers ago. At Werner's 4th 20 in Chom, only a few months before. At one of his own sleepover parties in Paris Crater. He couldn't remember. Had he slept with Ilio? He had an image of the girl naked, but that could have been from one of the swimming parties, or one of the living art displays that had been in vogue last winter. He couldn't remember if he'd gone to bed with the woman. There were so many. Demon tried to remember Toby's 2nd 20 celebration in Ulaanbaatar only 3 days ago. It was a blur, a smear of laughter and sex and drink, blending into all the other parties near all the other fax nodes. But when he tried to remember the dry valley in, what was it called, Antarctica,
or the iceberg, or the Golden Gate Bridge above Machu Picchu, or even the stupid redwood forest. Everything was clear, distinct, sharp. Demon climbed down from the carriole and began walking toward the fields. This is crazy, he thought. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Halfway to the tree line, he broke into a lumbering, clumsy run. He was out of breath and sweating heavily by the time he reached the far side of the field. The sunny was gone, only a depression in the high grass near a stone wall where it had been. "God damn it," said Demon, looking up at the evening sky, empty except for the turning equatorial ring and polar ring. Damn it! He sat down heavily on the moss-slick stone wall. The sun was setting behind him. For some reason he felt like crying. The Sony came in low over the trees to the north, swooped and hovered 10 feet off the ground. "I thought you might change your mind," called down Savi. "Want a ride?" Demon stood. They had flown east into darkness, climbing high enough that the stars and the orbital rings illuminated the tops of clouds, already glowing from lightning rippling like visible peristalsis through milky interiors. They stopped near the coast that night and slept in a strange treehouse made up of separate little domy houses connected by platforms and winding staircases. The place had plumbing, but no servitors or voyniks, and there were no other people or dwellings nearby. "Do you have many places like this where you stay?" Harmon asked Savi. "Yes," said the old woman. "Away from your 300 fax nodes, most of the earth is empty, you know. At least empty of people. I have favorite places here and there." They were sitting outside on a sort of dining platform halfway up the tall tree. Below them, fireflies winked on and off in a grassy glade that held an array of huge, ancient, rusted machines that had been mostly reclaimed by the grass and ferns and hillside. Ringlight fell down between the leaves and painted the high grass a soft white. The storms they'd flown over had not reached this far east yet, and the night was warm and clear. Although there were no servitors here, there were freezers with food, and Savi had supervised the cooking of noodles, meat, and fish. Demon was almost getting used to this odd idea of fixing the food one ate. Suddenly Harmon asked Savi, "Do you know why the post-humans left the Earth and haven't come back?" Demon remembered the strange data vision he'd suffered in the Redwood clearing earlier that day. Just the memory made him a bit nauseated. "Yes," said Savi, "I think I do." "Are you going to tell us?" asked Harmon. "Not right now," said the old woman. She rose and walked up the winding stairs to a lighted dummy 10 meters higher up the trunk. Harmon and Demon looked at each other in the soft light, but they had nothing to say to each other, and eventually went off to their own dummies to sleep. They followed the breach across the Atlantic at high speed, swooped south before reaching land, and paralleled something that Savi called the Hands of Hercules. "Amazing," said Harmon, rising almost to his knees to look to their left as they flew south. Demon had to agree. Between a big slab-sided mountain on the north, which Savi called Gibraltar, and a lower mountain some 9 miles to the south, the ocean simply stopped, held out of the deep basin stretching away to the east by a series of huge, golden human hands rising from the seabed. Each hand was over 500 feet tall, and the splayed fingers held back the wall of the Atlantic from the dry Mediterranean Basin, dropping like a deepening valley into clouds and fogs to the east. "Why the hands?" asked Demon as they reached land on the south side of the fog-shrouded basin and turned east again. "Why didn't the post-humans just use force fields to hold back the sea the way they did in the breach?" The old woman shook her head. "The Hands of Hercules were here before I was born, and the posts never told us why they did it that way. I've always suspected it was just a whim on their part." "A whim," repeated Harmon. It seemed to trouble him. "Are you sure we can't just fly straight across the basin?" asked Demon. "I'm sure," said Savi. "The Sony would drop out of the sky like a stone."
Through the late afternoon they flew across swamps, lakes, fern forests, and broad rivers above a land that Savi called the Northern Sahara. Soon the swamps dwindled and died, and the land became drier, rockier. Herds of huge, striped beasts, not dinosaurs, but as large as dinosaurs, moved by the hundreds across grasslands and rocky uplands. "What are those?" asked Demon. Savi shook her head. "I have no idea." "If Odysseus were here, he'd probably want to kill one and have it for dinner," said Harmon. Savi grunted. It was late afternoon again when they lost altitude, circled a strange walled city set on highlands only 25 miles from the Mediterranean Basin, and landed on a rocky plain just west of the city. "What is this place?" asked Demon. They'd never seen walls or buildings so old, and even from a distance it was unsettling. "It's called Jerusalem," said Savi. "I thought we were going down into the basin to look for spaceships," said Harmon. The old woman got out of the Sony and stretched. She looked very tired, but then Demon thought she had been driving the Sony for 2 straight days. "We are," she said. "We'll get transport here, and there's something I want you to see at sunset." This sounded ominous to Demon, but he followed her and Harmon across the rocky plain, over rubble of what once might have been suburbs or newer sections of the old walled city, but which now was a rising plain paved with stones pounded and ground fine as pebbles. She led them up to and through a gate in the wall, keeping up a mostly meaningless narration as they walked. The air was dry and cooling, the low sunlight rich on the ancient buildings. "This was called the Jaffa Gate," she said, as if that might mean something to them. "This is David Street, and it used to separate the Christian quarter from the Armenian quarter." Harmon glanced at Demon. It was obvious to Demon that even the learned old man, so proud of his useless ability to read, had never heard the words Christian or Armenian. But Savi was babbling on, pointing out something called the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in the tumbled ruins to their left, and neither man interrupted her with a question until Demon asked, "Aren't there any Voyniks or servitors here?" "Not now," said Savi, "but when my friends Pincus and Petra were here in the last minutes before the final facts 1,400 years ago, there were tens of thousands of Voyniks suddenly active near the western wall. I have no idea why." She stopped walking and looked at each of them. "You understand, don't you, that the Voyniks popped out of the temporal clastic cloud 2 centuries before the final facts? But they were immobile, rust and iron statues, not the obedient servants you have now. That's important to remember." "All right," said Harmon, but his voice carried a hint of being patronizing. She was babbling. "But you said you were in an iceberg down near Antarctica when the final facts came," continued Harmon. "How do you know where your friends were and what the Voyniks were doing?" "Farnet, Proxnet, and AllNet records," said the old woman. She turned and led them further east down the street. Harmon glanced at Demon again as if to share his concern about her nonsense talk, but Demon felt a rush of something, pride, superiority, as he realized that he knew exactly what she meant when she talked about Farnet and Proxnet. He looked at his own palm and keyed the finder function, but the glow was blank. What would happen, he wondered, if he visualized the 4 blue rectangles above 3 red circles, above 4 green triangles, to summon the full data function the way she'd taught him in the forest glen yesterday. Savi stopped and spoke as if she'd read his mind. "You don't want to invoke the AllNet function here, Demon. You wouldn't be virtually immersed in energy microclimate interactions like you were in the forest. Not here in Jerusalem. You'd be dealing with 5,000 years of pain, terror, and virulent anti-Semitism." "Anti-Semitism?" repeated Harmon. "Hatred of Jews," said Savi. Harmon and Demon looked at each other with quizzical expressions. The idea made no sense. Demon was beginning to be sorry that he'd changed his mind and come along. He was hungry. The sun was setting behind them. He didn't know where he was going to sleep this night, but he suspected that it would be uncomfortable. "Come," said Savi, and led them another block through stone doorways, down a narrow alley, and out into a space dominated by a tall blank wall.
"Is this what we came to see?" said Damon, disappointed. It was a dead end, a courtyard bound around by lower walls, stone buildings, and this one big wall with some sort of round metallic structure just visible atop it. There was no way to get up there from here. "Patience," said Savi. She squinted at the disappearing sun. "And today's Tisha B'Av, just as it was on the day of the final facts." Looking as if he was tired of repeating nonsense syllables, Harmon said, "Tisha B'Av." "The 9th of Av," said Savi, "a day of lamentation. Both the first and second temples were destroyed on Tisha B'Av, and I think the Voyniks built this blasphemous third temple on the 9th of Av on the day of the final facts." She pointed to the black metal half-dome beyond the wall. Suddenly there was a rumble so deep that Demon's bones and teeth rattled. Both he and Harmon took a frightened step back, the air filled with ozone and static so thick that the hair on Demon's head rose and rippled like tall grass in a high wind, and, with an explosive crash faster and louder than a lightning strike, a solid shaft of pure blue, blindingly brilliant light some 60 feet across shot up from the metal half-dome, pierced the evening sky, and disappeared arrow-straight into space, barely missing the orbital E-ring in its eternal rotation to the east. 29. Candor Chasma. For 8 Martian days and 8 Martian nights, the dust storm raised waves 10 meters high, howled through the rigging, and pounded the little felucca northward toward the lured shore and death for all hands, including the 2 Moraveks. The little green men aboard were competent sailors, but they ceased to function at night, and now were inert much of the day when the dust clouds overhead blotted out the sun. To Monmouth, when the LGM found their dark corners beneath decks and curled up in niches to keep from rolling around, it was like sailing in a ship of the dead, like Bram Stoker's Dracula, where the ship arrives crewed only by corpses. The felucca's sails were made of a tough, lightweight polymer rather than canvas, but the ferocity of the wind out of the southeast and the particles and pebbles being blasted at them tore the sheets to shreds. The deck was no longer a safe place to be, and during a brief interval of sunlight, 20 LGM helped Monmouth cut a hole in the mid-deck and lower Orfu to the deck below, where Monmouth constructed a wooden tarp shelter for the Ionian and tucked him away from the pelting wind. Monmouth himself sensed the airborne grit getting into his seams and works when he spent too much time helping the LGM above decks, so he hunkered down on the lower deck near Orfu when he could, making sure his friend was roped and bolted into place as the felucca pitched 40 degrees to each side, and the water, now mixed with the blowing red sand and as red as blood, forced its way through every crack. A dozen of the 40 little green men aboard manned hand pumps every hour they were conscious, pumping out the bilge and lower decks, and Monmouth worked alone on a pump through the long nights. They had used the wind to good advantage before the sails, rigging, and sea anchor were all damaged, working hard, tacking hard, sailing into the wind, waves crashing over the bow to get deeper into the central inland sea. Obviously all worried about the kilometer-high cliffs behind them to the north, and covering hundreds of kilometers in the first 2 days of the storm. They were somewhere now between Coprates Chasma and the islands of Milas Chasma, with the huge flooded canyon complex of Candor Chasma ahead somewhere on their starboard side. Then the storms grew worse, the skies grew darker, the LGM tucked and tied themselves into secure places below decks while they shut down in the sandstorm gloom, and both the bow and stern sea anchors, 2 elaborate curves of polycanvas dragging on cable trailing hundreds of meters beneath the ship, gave way on the same day. Monmouth knew from earlier sightings that there were kilometer-high cliffs to their north, and somewhere the broad opening to the flooded canyons of Candor Chasma. But the electrostatic charge in the dust storm was defeating his GPS receiver, and it had been 2 days since he'd had a decent star or sunlight. The cliffs and their doom might be a half-hour away for all he knew. "Is there a chance we might sink?" asked Orfu that afternoon of the fourth day. "The odds are good," said Monmouth. He didn't want to lie to his friend, so he tried to couch the phrase as ambiguously as he could. "Can you swim in this storm?" asked Orfu. He'd understood that the good odds in that sentence was bad news for the both of them. "Not really," said Monmouth, "but I can swim under the waves." "I'll sink like the proverbial rock," said Orfu with a soft rumble. "How deep did you say Valles Marineres was here?" "I didn't say," said Monmouth. "Well, say now." "About 7 kilometers deep," said Monmouth, who had echoes sounded it just an hour earlier. "Would you crush at that depth?" asked Orfu. "No. I've worked at much deeper pressures. I'm designed for it." "Would I crush?" "I don't know," said Monmouth. In truth, he did not, but he knew that Orfu's Moravec line had been designed for the zero pressure of space and for the occasional forays into the upper reaches of a gas giant or the sulfur pits of Io, not for the punishing pressures of a saline sea 7,000 meters deep. Most likely, his friend would be crushed to the size of a crumpled can, or simply implode long before he reached 3 kilometers of depth. "Is there any chance of putting ashore?" asked Orfu. "I don't think so," said Monmouth. "The cliffs I saw were enormous, sheer, with giant boulders at their base. Waves must be crashing 50 or 100 meters high there now." "An interesting image," said Orfu. "Is there any chance of the LGM bringing us to safe harbor?" Monmouth looked around at the gloomy space on the lower decks. The LGM were tucked away and lashed to the decks like semi-chlorophyll dolls, green arms and legs flopping with the wild pitching and rolling of the ship. "I don't know," he said, and let his tone convey his skepticism. "Then you'll just have to get us through this," said Orfu. Monmouth did his damnedest to save them. On the 5th day, with the sky a bloody darkness and the wind howling through the tattered sails, the LGM stood like cordwood below, and the double wheel on the rear deck tied to hold the rudders straight. Monmouth lowered what was left of the sails and brought out the cord and huge needles he'd seen the LGM use to mend the polycanvas. Only now he was sewing while the ship was lurching to and fro, 15-meter waves striking it side on, slewing the felucca around, waves washing over the middeck. They rigged a smaller makeshift sea anchor first, deploying it from the bow anchor cable to bring the bow into the wind again, trying to beat away from the unseen but ever-present lee shore behind them. They'd started work mending the triangular mainsail when the rudder cables below deck snapped. The felucca staggered, shipped several huge waves of red water, tore away its weather helm, and then slewed around and ran before the wind again, tall waves crashing over the rear deck. Only the crude sea anchor had kept them from capsizing when the rudder went. Monmouth went to the bow, and there, as the red clouds parted for just a moment, and as the felucca rose to the top of the next wind-driven wave, he could see the high cliffs of the north side of Valles Marineres, visible through the spume and gloom. The ship would be on the rocks in less than an hour if the steering wasn't fixed, and fixed soon. Monmouth rigged a rope and went down over the stern to make sure that the rudder was still physically attached. It was, but swinging free on its massive gimbal. And then he climbed the wet rope through crashing waves, crossed the middeck, slid down stairways to the second deck, found the emergency steering center there, just a platform with pulleys where the LGM could steer the ship by physically pulling on the tiller ropes if the steering mechanism was damaged above. Found the 2 large cables there slack, scrambled down another ladder to the darkness of the third deck, flicked on his chest and shoulder lamps to illuminate his way, exchanged his manipulatives for cutting edges, and hacked through the deck to where he guessed the tiller ropes had parted. The Moravec had no idea if this was the way the ancient earth feluccas had been rigged. He guessed not, but this large Martian felucca was steered by a double wheel on the high stern deck, which turned 2 massive hemp ropes
that parted ways, ran along each side of the ship through a system of pulleys, and then came together again to run through this long wooden shaft to the physical tiller that turned the rudder. During the weeks of voyage, he'd wandered the ship learning the rigging and the layout of the various cable systems. If one or both of the great cables had simply parted, unthreaded by the stress of the storm, he might be able to splice them. But he had to be able to reach them. If they'd snapped farther back toward the tiller where he couldn't reach them, everyone aboard the ship was doomed. Would he jump at the last moment, try to swim beneath the crashing surf past the high cliffs, searching for a calm harbor somewhere along the 1,000 kilometers of shoreline of Candor Chasma from which to drag himself from the sea? One thing was certain, he couldn't bring Orphu of Io with him. Breaking through into the tiller rope shaft, he switched his beams to bright and looked fore and aft. He couldn't see the cables.
"Everything going all right?" asked Orphu.
Monmouth jumped at the sound of the radio voice in his ears. "Yes," he said. "Doing a little rudder repairs." There they were. The twin cables had snapped. The aft segments were about 6 meters away in the narrow guide box, the forward segments just visible 10 meters forward. He ran back and forth, smashing through the hardwood planking and pulling each section of thigh-thick cable out of its box and dragging them toward the center, using every erg of energy in his system.
"You sure everything's all right?" asked Orphu.
He retracted his cutting edges and extended all his manipulatives, setting his fine motor control to extra fine. He began splicing the strands of thick hemp so rapidly that his metallic fingers became a blur in the shafts of his halogen lights, cutting through the third-deck darkness. Water sloshed back and forth past him and over him as the ship rolled backward up each terrible wave, and then slid down the wave's rear side, slewing into the trough. Then Monmouth would brace himself for the next wave crashing into the stern again, with the sound and impact of a cannon being fired. And he knew that every wave meant the ship was that much closer to the waiting rocks and cliffs. "Everything's good," said Monmouth, fingers flying, weaving strands, using the low-wattage lasers at his wrist to spot-weld the metallic fibers that ran through the ragged hemp. "I'm busy right now."
"I'll check back in a few minutes," suggested Orphu.
"Yes," said Monmouth, thinking. "If I can't regain the steerage, we'll be on the rocks in 30 minutes or so. I'll tell him 15 minutes before the fact." "Yes," answered Monmouth. "Do that. Check back in a few minutes." She wasn't the Dark Lady. The crude felucca had no name, but she was sailable and steerable again. Up on the rear deck, his legs and feet braced against the pitch and roll, the storm-lashed cliffs clearly visible less than a kilometer dead ahead, the tatters of canvas he'd sewn into crude sails raised on both masts. Monmouth grabbed the wheel. The tiller cable held and the rudder responded. He wrestled the ship around into the wind and called Orphu to inform him of the situation. He told the Ionian the truth. They probably had less than 15 minutes before the ship would be dashed on those rocks, but he was sailing this pig of a ship for all she was worth.
"Well, I appreciate your honesty," said Orphu. "Is there anything that I can do to help?"
Monmouth, leaning all his weight on the large wheel, turning the ship up the coming wave so as not to capsize her, said, "Any suggestions would be appreciated." The dust cloud showed no signs of lifting, nor the wind of abating. Lines hummed. Torn poly-canvas flapped, and the bow disappeared in a wall of white foam that struck Monmouth 20 meters back. Orphu said,
"Yet again, what do you here? Shall we give o'er and drown? Have you a mind to sink?"
It took Monmouth a few seconds to place this. Riding over the next wave in near zero-G, looking back over his shoulder and seeing the 1,000-meter cliffs closer, the Moravec brought up the Tempest in his secondary memory and cried, "A pox for your throat, you bawling, blasphemous, incharitable dog!
Work you, then!"
"Hang, cur, hang, you hoarse and insolent noise-maker," said Monmouth, shouting over the wind and crash of wave, even though the radio comm needed no shouts to carry. "We are less afraid to be drowned than thou art.
I'll warrant him for drowning, rumbled Orphu. Though the ship were no stronger than a nutshell and as leaky as an unstanched wench.
Monmouth, what exactly is an unstanched wench? A menstruating woman, said Monmouth, fighting the wheel to port now, leaning into it. Tons of water washed across him. He could no longer see the cliffs over his shoulder because of the swirling red mist and higher waves, but he could feel the rocks behind him.
Oh, said Orphu, how embarrassing. Where was I?
Lay her a hold, prompted Monmouth.
Lay her a hold. Set her 2 courses, 2 courses. Off to sea again, lay her off.
All lost, recited Monmouth. To prayers, all lost. Wait a minute.
I don't remember. Wait a minute, said Orphu.
No, wait a minute. There's a break in the cliffs ahead, an opening in the coastline.
Big enough to sail into? Asked Orphu.
If it's the opening to Candor Chasma, said Monmouth, it's a body of water bigger than Connemara Chaos on Europa.
I don't remember how large Connemara Chaos was, admitted Orphu.
Larger than all 3 of the North American Great Lakes, with Hudson Bay thrown in, said Monmouth. Candor Chasma is essentially another huge inland sea opening to the north. There should be thousands of square kilometers in which to maneuver. No lee shore.
Is that good?
Asked Orphu, obviously unwilling to get his hopes up. It's a chance for survival, said Monmouth, pulling on lines to fill what was left of the mainsail with wind. He waited until they'd crested the next wave and swung the wheel, turning the heavy ship ponderously to starboard, swinging the bow toward that ever-widening gap in the coastal cliffs. It's a chance for survival, he said again. It ended on the afternoon of the 8th day. 1 hour the dust clouds were still low and scudding, the wind was still raging, and the seas within the great Candor Chasma basin remained white and wild. The next hour, after a final bloody rain, the skies were blue, the seas grew placid, and the little green men stirred from their niches and came up on deck like children rising from a restful nap. Monmouth was spent, even with a recharge trickle from the portable solar cells and occasional jolts from their draining energy cubes. He was worn out organically, mentally, cybernetically, and emotionally. The LGM seemed to marvel at what remained of the mended sails, at the spliced tiller cables, and at other repairs Monmouth had carried out in the past 3 days. Then they got to work crewing the bilge pumps, hosing down the blood-red decks, mending more canvas, caulking the warped hull and bulkhead planks, repairing splintered masts, untangling lines, and sailing the ship. Monmouth went to the mid-deck and supervised the lifting of Orphu from the soggy lower deck, helped secure his friend to the deck and rigged the sun tarp over him, and then Monmouth found a warm, sunny place on the mid-deck, out of the way, with a wooden wall behind him and a coil of rope in front ameliorating the agoraphobia a bit. And there he allowed himself to float into a half-stupor. When he shut down his eyes, he could still see the high waves approaching, feel the pitching deck beneath, and hear the howl of wind despite the calm seas around them now. He peaked. The ship was sailing south again, tacking into the mild southwestern wind, heading back toward the broad opening where Candor Chasma opened into the Valles Marineres, at the place called Milis Chasma. Monmouth shut down his vision again and allowed himself to doze off. Something touched Monmouth's shoulder, and he started awake. One by one, the 40 LGM were filing past him, each green figure touching him on the shoulder as it passed. He reported this to Orphu, using the subvocal channel.
Perhaps they're expressing their gratitude for your saving them, said the Ionian. I know I would, if I had arms or legs left to pat you with.
Monmouth said nothing, but he could hardly believe that this was the reason for the contact. He hadn't seen any emotions from the LGM, not even when their translators had withered and died after communicating with him.
and he found it hard to believe they were all grateful, even though the LGM were good enough sailors to realize that the ship would have sunk had it not been for Monmouth's intervention.
Or maybe they just think you're lucky and they're trying to get some of it to rub off, added Orfu. Before Monmouth could express his opinion of this idea, the last of the LGM in line had reached him, but instead of patting the Moravec's carbon fiber shoulder and moving on, the little green man went to his knees, lifted Monmouth's right hand, and set it against his chest. "Oh no," Monmouth groaned to Orfu, "they want to do the communication thing again." "That's good," said the Ionian. "We have questions to ask." "The answers aren't worth the death of another of these little green men," said Monmouth. He was pulling his hand back as hard as the black-eyed LGM was tugging it toward his green chest. "It might well be worth it," said Orfu. "Even if the LGM unit does undergo anything similar to our idea of death, which I doubt. Besides, it's his initiative. Let him make contact." Monmouth quit struggling and let the LGM pull his hand against its chest, into its chest. Once again there was the shocking, sickening feeling of his fingers sliding through flesh and being immersed in the warm, thick saline solution, of his hand contacting and then encircling that pulsing organ the size of a human heart. "Try holding it a bit less tightly this time," suggested Orfu. "If the communication is truly through molecular packets of organic nanobites, less surface area of contact might cut down the volume of their thoughts." Monmouth nodded, realizing that Orfu could not see his nod, but then focused only on the strange vibration from his hand through his arm to his mind, as the little green man began the conversation. "We give you gratitude for saving our ship." "You're welcome," Monmouth said aloud, focusing his thoughts through spoken language at the same time he shared the exchange with Orfu on the tight beam band. "Who are you?" he asked. "What do you call yourselves?" "Zex." The word meant nothing to Monmouth. He felt the LGM's communication organ pulse in his hand and had the wild urge to release it, to rip his fist from this doomed person's chest. But that would help neither of them now. "Do you know this word Zex?" Monmouth asked Orfu. "Just a minute," said Orfu, accessing third-tier memory. "Here it is. From a day in the life of Ivan Denisovich. It was a slang term related to the Russian word sharashka, a special scientific or technical institute staffed with prisoners. The prisoners of these Soviet labor camps were called Zeks." "Well," said Monmouth, "I don't think these chlorophyll-based Martian LGM are prisoners of some short-lived Earth regime from more than 2,000 years ago." The entire exchange with Orfu had taken less than 2 seconds. To the little green man he said, "Would you tell us where you're from?" This time the answer was not in words but images. Green fields, a blue sky, a sun much larger than the one in Mars's sky, a distant range of mountains hazy in the thick air. "Earth?" said Monmouth, shocked. "Not the star in the night sky here," was the LGM's response. "A different Earth." Monmouth pondered this, but did not know how to phrase a clarifying question other than his clumsy, "Which Earth, then?" The little green man answered only with the same images of green fields, distant mountains, an Earth-like view of the sun. Monmouth could feel this LGM's energy fading, the heart-like organ pulsing with less vitality. "I'm killing him," he thought in panic. "Ask about the stone faces," came Orfu on the comm line. "Who is the man represented in the stone faces?" Monmouth asked dully. "The Magus. He of the books. Lord of the son of Sycorax, who brought us here. The Magus is master even of Setebos, our Lord's mother's god." "Magus," sent Monmouth to Orfu. "It means magician, sorcerer, as in the 3 Magi. "God damn it," Monmouth sent fiercely, angrily. He was wasting this dying green person's time. The heart organ pulsed more weakly with every second that passed. "I know what magus means, but I don't believe in magic, and neither do you, Orphu."
"But it appears that our LGM do," responded Orphu. "Ask about the dwellers on Olympos."
"Who are the chariot people on Olympos?" Monmouth asked dutifully, feeling that he was asking all the wrong questions, but he could think of none better to pose. "Mere gods," responded the little green man through bursts of nanobite images, decohering to words. "Held in thrall here by a bitter heart that bides its time and bites."
"Who is—"
began Monmouth, but too late. The little green man had suddenly toppled backward, the Moravec's hand holding nothing but a desiccated wrapper instead of a pulsing heart now. The LGM began to wither and contract as soon as his body hit the deck. Clear fluid ran across the boards as the little person's anthracite eyes sank into its collapsing green face, then brown face as the skin changed color and wrinkled inward and ceased to be the shape of a man. Other LGM came closer and carried the shriveled brown skin envelope away. Monmouth began shivering uncontrollably.
"We have to find another communicator and finish this conversation," said Orphu.
"Not now," said Monmouth between shudders.
"A bitter heart that bides its time and bites," quoted Orphu.
"You must have recognized that." Monmouth shook his head dully, remembered his friend's blindness, and said, "No."
"But you're the Shakespeare scholar."
"That's not from Shakespeare," said Monmouth.
"No," agreed Orphu. "Browning. Caliban upon Setebos."
"I've never heard of it," said Monmouth. He managed to get to his feet, 2 feet, and stagger to the rail. The water curling back alongside the felucca now was more blue than red. Monmouth knew that if he were human, he'd be vomiting over the side now.
"Caliban," Orphu all but shouted over the tight beam line. "A bitter heart that bides its time and bites."
The deformed creature, part sea beast, part man, had a mother who was a witch, Sycorax, and her god was Setebos. Monmouth remembered the dying LGM using those words, but he couldn't concentrate on their meaning now. The entire conversation had been like stringing bloody beads on a sinew of living tissue.
"Could the LGM have heard us reciting from the Tempest 3 days ago, when you first regained control of the felucca?" asked Orphu.
"Heard us?" echoed Monmouth. "They don't have ears."
"Then it's us, not them, echoing to this strange new reality," rumbled the Ionian, but with a rumble more ominous than his usual laughter.
"What are you talking about?" asked Monmouth. Red cliffs had become visible to the west. They rose 700 or 800 meters above the water of the widening delta of Candor Chasma.
"We seem to be in some mad dream," said Orphu, "but the logic here is consistent in its own mad way."
"What are you talking about?" repeated Monmouth. He was in no mood for more games.
"We know the identity of the stone face now," said Orphu.
"We do?"
"Yes. The Magus. He of the books, lord of the son of Sycorax."
Monmouth's mind wouldn't work to connect these obvious dots. His system was still filled with the alien surge of nanobites, a peaceful but dying clarity that was alien to Monmouth but welcome. Very welcome. "Who?" he said to Orphu, not caring if his friend thought him dull.
"Prospero," said Orphu.
30. Achaean compound, coast of Ilium. So far, this evening's gone just as Homer said it would. The Trojans have built their hundreds of watchfires just beyond the Achaean trench, the Greeks' last line of defense down here on the beach. But the Achaeans, beaten so soundly through the long day and evening into night, have foregone even cooking fires in their milling confusion. I've morphed into the form of old Phoenix and joined the gathering near Agamemnon's tent, where the weeping son of Atreus— Weeping! This king of Greek kings weeping is urging his commanders to take their men and flee. I've seen Agamemnon use this strategy before, pretending to want to run away so as to rally his men to defiance. But this time, it's obvious the older king is in earnest. Agamemnon, hair wild, armor bloody, muddy cheeks rivulated with tears, wants his men to flee for their lives. It's Diomedes who challenges Agamemnon, all but calling their king a coward, and promising, with Sthenelus alone if all the others flee, to fight on alone until we see the fixed fate of Ilium. The other Achaeans shout support for this bluster, and then it is old Nestor, citing his years as his passport to speak, who suggests that everyone calm down, have something to eat, post sentries, send men to watch the trench and ramparts, and talk this over before stampeding for the ships, the sea, and home. And this, just as Homer described, is what they do. And then the 7 chiefs of the guard, led off by Nestor's middle-aged son, Thrasymedes, each take their 100 fighters out to set up new defensive positions between trench and rampart, and to light their dinner fires. The handful of Greek fires, joined soon by Agamemnon's feast fire, seems pitiful, set against the hundreds of Trojan watchfires just beyond the trench, their sparks leaping high toward the lowering thunderclouds. Here at Agamemnon's council feast, attended by all the assembled Achaean lords and commanders, the dialogue continues just as Homer reported it. Nestor speaks first, praising Agamemnon's courage and sagacity, but telling him, essentially, that he really screwed the pooch when he chose to steal the slave girl Briseis from Achilles. "You're not lying there, old man," is Agamemnon's honest response. "I was insane and blind to offend Achilles so." The great king pauses, but no one of the dozens of chiefs hunkered around the central cooking fire rises to argue with him. "Mad blind I was," continued Agamemnon, "and not even I would deny it. Zeus loves that young man so that Achilles is worth an entire battalion, no, an entire army." Still no one argues the point. "And since I was made mad and blind by my own rage, I'll set things right now by paying a king's ransom to bring him back to Achaean ranks." Here the assembled chieftains, Odysseus included, make grumbling sounds of agreement around their mouthfuls of beef and chicken. "Here, before you all assembled, I will count off my gifts in their splendor to purchase young Achilles' love," cries Agamemnon. 7 tripods untouched by flame, 10 talents weight of gold, 20 servant, shined and new burnished cauldrons, 12 great stallions, fleet of foot, who've won races and prizes for me, and blah and blah and blah, just as Homer wrote, just as I predicted to you earlier. And also, as I predicted, Agamemnon vows to return Briseis unbedded, as well as 20 Trojan women, if and after the walls of Ilium fall, of course, and as a sort of pièce de résistance, the pick of Agamemnon's own 3 daughters, Chrysothemis, Laodice, and Iphianassa. And as an inveterate scholic, I note the continuity error here with earlier and later tales, especially the absence of Electra and the possible confusion of Iphigenia's name. But that's not important right now. And then, for dessert, Agamemnon throws in the 7 citadels strongly settled. And just as Homer has reported, Agamemnon offers these things in lieu of an apology. "All this I will offer him if he will end his wrath," cries the son of Atreus to his listening commanders. Thunder rumbles and lightning flickers overhead as if Zeus is impatient. "But let Achilles submit to me. Only Hades, the god of death, is as pitiless and relentless as this upstart. Let Achilles yield place and bow to me. I am the elder-born and the kinglier king. I claim the greater man." Well, so much for apologies. It's raining now. A steady drizzle laced with Zeus's lightning and drunken cries from the Trojan lines, less than 100 yards away, drift across the rain-filled ditch and muddy ramparts. I want the embassy to Achilles to be chosen so I can walk up the beach with Odysseus and Ajax and get on with it. This is the most important night of my life, at least of this second life as a scholic, and I keep rehearsing what I will say to Achilles. If you will change all of our fates, you must find the fulcrum. I think I've found it, or at least a fulcrum. Certainly, nothing will be the same for the Greeks and gods and Trojans, or for me, if I do what I plan to do this night. When old Phoenix speaks at this embassy to Achilles, it will be not only to end Achilles' wrath, but to unite his cause with Hector's, to turn both Greeks and Trojans against the gods themselves. Nestor suddenly cries out, "Son of Atreus, generous marshal and lord of men, our Agamemnon! No man, not even our prince of men, Peleus' son Achilles, could spurn such gifts. Come, we'll send a small embassy of carefully chosen men to carry these offers and our love to Achilles' tent this night. Quick, whomever my eye lights on, let these take the duty." Robed in old Phoenix's flesh, I stepped to the edge of the circle near big Ajax, making myself visible to Nestor. "First of all," cries Nestor, "let Ajax the Great take up this task. And with big Ajax, let our tactful and brilliant king Odysseus add his counsel. For heralds I choose Odias and Eurybates to escort our embassy. Water for all their hands now, and a moment of prayerful silence while we all beseech Zeus in our own manner, that the great god will show us mercy, and let Achilles smile on our entreaty." I stand in shock while the ablutions are administered and the commanders bow their heads in silent prayer. Nestor ends the silence by urging on the embassy of 4, not 5, by shouting at the leaving men, "Try hard now! Bring him around and make him pity us, our invincible, pitiless Achilles." And the 2 ambassadors and the 2 heralds leave our circle of firelight and walk away up the beach. I wasn't chosen, Phoenix wasn't chosen. He hasn't even been mentioned. Homer was wrong. The events of this Ilium have just wildly diverged from the events of the Iliad, and suddenly I'm as blind to future events as Helen and the other players here. As blind as the gods above, as blind as Homer himself, damn his missing eyes. Stumbling on my old skinny legs, on useless Phoenix old skinny legs, I shove my way through the circle of Greek chieftains and run along the crashing water's edge to try to catch up to big Ajax and Odysseus. I catch up to the 2 halfway down the dark beach to Achilles' compound. Ajax and Odysseus are alone, speaking softly as they walk along the wet sand. They stop when I come up to them. "What is it, Phoenix, son of Amyntor?" asks big Ajax. "I was surprised to see you at the king's feast, since word is that you've stayed close to your Myrmidon healers in recent months. Has Agamemnon sent you after us with some final admonition?" Gasping, as if I'm actually as old as Phoenix, I say, "Greetings, noble Ajax and royal Odysseus. In truth, Lord Agamemnon has sent me to join you in your embassy to Achilles." Big Ajax looks perplexed at this, but Odysseus looks downright suspicious. "Why would Agamemnon choose you for this duty, honorable elder? Why would you even be in Agamemnon's camp this dangerous night, when the Trojans bay across our ditch like hungry dogs?" I have no answer for the second question, so I try to bluff my way through the first. "Nestor suggested that I join you to help gain Achilles' ear, and Agamemnon thought it a wise suggestion." "Come then," says Ajax the Greater, "join us, Phoenix." "But do not speak unless I tell you to," says Odysseus, still squinting at me as if I were the impostor I truly am. "Nestor and Agamemnon may have seen some reason for you to visit Achilles' tent, but there can be no reason for you to speak." "But," I begin, "I've no argument. If I'm not allowed to speak after Odysseus but before Ajax, as Homer had it, I lose all leverage, lose the fulcrum, I fail. If I'm not allowed to speak, the events of this night will diverge from the Iliad.
But I realized they already have diverged. Phoenix should have been chosen by Nestor, his presence in the embassy seconded by Agamemnon. What's going on here? "If you join us in Achilles' tent, old Phoenix," warns Odysseus, "you must wait in the foyer with the heralds, Odias and Eurybates, and enter or speak only on my command. These are my conditions." "But," I begin again, and see the uselessness of any protest. If Odysseus becomes more suspicious and marches me back to Agamemnon's camp, my ruse will be up, and with it my entire plan to turn the mortals against the gods. "Yes, Odysseus," I say, nodding like the old horseman and tutor Phoenix was. "As you command." Odysseus and big Ajax walk along the crashing sea, and I follow. I've talked about Achilles' tent, and you might picture some sort of backyard camping tent, but the son of Peleus lives in a canvas compound that's closer in size to the main tent of a traveling circus I recall from my childhood. Recall from what I am beginning to remember from my childhood. Thomas Hockenberry had a life, it seems, and after almost a decade here, some of the memories are leaking back into my mind. This night, the hundreds of tents and campfires around Achilles' main tent paint as chaotic a scene as the rest of the mile-long Achaean encampment, with some of Achilles' loyal Myrmidons packing his black ships for departure. Others looking to the ramparts to defend their area of beach should the Trojans win through before dawn, and still others gathering around campfires much as Agamemnon's commanders had been. Odias and Eurybates have announced our arrival to the captains of the guard, and Achilles' personal guards snap to attention and allow us into the inner compound. We leave the beach and climb the low dune to the rise where Achilles' main tent is situated. I follow the two Achaeans in, big Ajax ducking his head to go through the lower inner entrance, Odysseus almost a foot shorter than his comrade, entering without having to duck his head. Odysseus turns and gestures me to a place in the foyer near the entrance. I can see and hear what is happening within, but I won't be part of it if I stay here. Achilles, just as Homer described, is playing his lyre and singing an epic song of ancient heroes, not so different than the Iliad itself. The lyre, I know, was a spoil of war won when Achilles conquered Thebe and murdered Andromache's father, Aetion. Hector's wife had grown up listening to this same silver lyre being played in the hearth of her royal home there. Now Patroclus, Achilles' dearest friend, sits across from him, waiting for Achilles to finish his part of the song so that Patroclus can sing the remaining lines. Achilles quits plucking the instrument and stands in surprise as Ajax and Odysseus enter. Patroclus scrambles to his feet as well. "Welcome," cries Achilles. He gestures to Patroclus. "Look, dear friends have come. I must be needed badly to bring them here. And my dearest friends in all the Achaean ranks, even in my anger, I acknowledge this." He leads the two emissaries to low couches and throws rich purple carpets across the cushioned frames. To Patroclus, Achilles says, "Come, son of Menoetius, a bigger wine bowl. Here, put it here. We'll mix stronger wine, a cup for each of my noble guests, since these men who have come under my roof are those I love the best." I watch the unfolding of these surprisingly gracious rituals of heroic hospitality. Patroclus sets a heavy chopping block next to the fire and lays out the chines of a sheep and a goat next to the fat marbled back cut of a pig. Automedon, friend and charioteer of both Achilles and Patroclus, holds the slabs of meat while Achilles cuts off prize strips, salts each, and sets them on spits. Patroclus builds up the fire for a minute and then scatters the embers and sets the spits across the hottest part of the fire, salting each strip again. I realize that I'm famished. If I am called in to speak now, if all of our fates depended on it, I couldn't do it because my mouth is watering so. As if hearing my stomach rumbling, Achilles looks out into the foyer and almost freezes with surprise. "Phoenix! Honored mentor, noble horseman! I thought you ill in your tent these weeks last. Come in, come in."
With that, the young hero comes into the foyer, embraces me, and leads me into the firelit center of his home, the air smelling now of roasting mutton and pork. Odysseus shoots daggers from his eyes, silently warning me to keep silent during the discussions. "Be seated, beloved Phoenix," says Achilles, this old man's former student. But he sets me on red cushions, not purple, and farther from the fire than he is either Odysseus or Ajax. Achilles is loyal to his old friends, but he understands protocol. Patroclus brings in wicker baskets of fresh-baked bread, and Achilles rakes the meat from their spits and sets the steaming portions out on wooden platters. "Let us sacrifice to the gods, dear friends," Achilles says, nodding to Patroclus, who tosses the firstlings, the strips of meat chosen as offerings, into the flames. "Now eat," commands Achilles, and all of us set into the bread and wine and meat with a will. Even while I'm chewing and enjoying the food, my mind is racing. How do I get to make the speech I have to make to change the fates of everyone here, of the gods themselves? It seemed so simple an hour earlier, but Odysseus hasn't bought my statement that Agamemnon sent me along as an emissary. In the poem, Odysseus speaks soon, relaying Agamemnon's offer to Achilles. Then Achilles replies in what I've suggested to my students is the most powerful and beautiful speech in the Iliad. Then Phoenix gives his long three-part monologue, part personal history, part the parable of the prayers, and part allegory of Achilles' situation in the myth of Meleagros, a paradigma where a mythical hero waits too long to accept offered gifts and to fight for his friends. All in all, Phoenix's speech is by far the most interesting entreaty from the three ambassadors sent to persuade Achilles. And according to the Iliad, it is Phoenix's argument that persuades the angry Achilles to back away from his vow to sail away the next morning. By the time Ajax speaks after me, Achilles will agree to stay around the next day to see what the Trojans do and, if necessary, to protect his own ships from the enemy. My plan is to repeat parts of Phoenix's long speech from memory, then veer away to insert my own suggestions. But I see Odysseus frowning at me from across the tent, and know that I'm not going to get the chance. And what if I do? I've considered the fact that the gods will be monitoring this assembly. It's one of the key elements of the Iliad, after all, although perhaps only Zeus knows that in advance. But even without advance knowledge, some of the gods and goddesses must be watching this meeting in their video pools and on their image tabula. Zeus has ordered them not to intervene this day, and most are complying with his ultimatum, but that must make their curiosity about the embassy to Achilles even greater. If Achilles agrees to Agamemnon's bribe price and the power of Odysseus' persuasion this night, then Hector's offensive, and perhaps even the will of Zeus himself, will be thwarted. Achilles is a one-man army. So if I suborn him to heresy this night as I've planned, if I try to rally Achilles to war against the gods, won't Zeus intervene at once, blasting this tent and all its occupants? And even if Zeus holds back his wrath, I can imagine Athena or Hera or Apollo or one of the other interested parties swooping down to destroy this. Phoenix, for suggesting a course of action so inimical to their ends. I've imagined these things, of course, but trusted the QT medallion and the Hades helmet to save me. But so what if I save myself by fleeing again, but these heroes end up killed or dissuaded by the wrath of the gods? The whole plan will have been for nothing, and my existence revealed to all the gods. The Hades helmet and QT medallion won't help me then. They'll track me to the ends of the earth, to prehistorical Indiana if need be, and that, as they say, will be that. Perhaps Odysseus has done me a service by not letting me speak. Then why am I here? When we've all feasted well, empty platters pushed aside and only crusts of bread remaining in the baskets, and are ready for our third cup of wine, I see Ajax nod ever so slightly to Odysseus. The great strategist takes the hint and lifts his cup in a toast to Achilles. Your health, Achilles! We all drink, and the young hero bows his blond head in acknowledgment. I see that we lack nothing for this feast, continues Odysseus, his voice surprisingly low and soft, almost mellifluous. Of all the great Achaean captains, this bearded man is the softest spoken and the most devious. We lack nothing either in Agamemnon's camp nor here in the house of the son of Peleus. But it's not the bounteous feast that's on our minds this stormy night, no. It's a terrible disaster, bred and willed by the gods, that we're looking on and fearing tonight. Odysseus goes on slowly, smoothly, never rushing, rarely reaching for rhetorical effect. He describes the rout of the afternoon, the Trojans' victory, the Achaeans' panic and will to flee, and Zeus's complicity. These brazen Trojans and their boasting allies have pitched their tents within a stone's throw of our ships, Achilles, continues Odysseus, speaking as if Achilles has not already heard all of this from Patroclus, Automedon, and his other friends, or simply watched it from the hill outside his tent. Nothing can stop them now, continues Odysseus. That's their boast, and thousands of their watchfires back that boast with threat tonight. They plan to bring those flames to our ships at first light, then hurl themselves at our blackened hulls, slaughtering the survivors. And Zeus, son of Cronos, sends them signs of encouragement, firebolts crashing on our left wing. All the while Hector rages on furiously, drunk on his strength. He fears nothing, Achilles, neither man nor god. Hector is like a rabid, frenzied dog this day, and the demons of catalepsis have him in their grip. Odysseus pauses. Achilles says nothing. His face shows nothing. His friend Patroclus is watching Achilles' face all this time, but the hero does not even glance his way. Achilles would make one hell of a poker player. Hector is eager for the dawn, Odysseus continues, voice even softer now, since at first light he threatens to shear the horns from our ship's sterns, light those ships with consuming fire, and, with all our comrades trapped against the burning hulls, rout and kill and cut down us Achaeans to the man. A nightmare, Achilles. I fear it with all my heart. I fear the gods will give Hector the means to carry out these threats, and our destiny will be to die here on the Plains of Ilium, far from the horse-pasturing hills of Argos. Achilles says nothing when Odysseus pauses again. The dying embers crack. Somewhere, several tents away, someone is playing a slow dirge on a lyre. From the opposite direction comes the drunken laugh of a soldier who obviously thinks himself doomed. "Up with you, then, Achilles," says Odysseus, voice rising at last. "Now! Rise with us now, 11th hour though it be, if you want to rescue the doomed sons of the Achaeans from Trojan slaughter." And now Odysseus is asking Achilles to put aside his wrath and describes Agamemnon's offer, using the same words Agamemnon had chosen to list his unfired tripods and dozen racehorses and so on, and so forth. I think he lingers a bit too long on the description of unbedded Briseis and the Trojan maidens waiting to be ravished, and Agamemnon's 3 beautiful daughters, but he ends with a passionate peroration, reminding Achilles of his own father's advice, Peleus' admonition to value friendship over quarrels. "But if the son of Atreus is too much hated in your heart for you to accept these gifts," finishes Odysseus, "at least take pity on all the rest of us Achaeans. Join our fight and save us now, and we will honor you like a god. Also remember that if your wrath keeps you from fighting, if your disdain sends you home over the wine-dark sea before this war with Troy is finished, you'll never know if you could have killed Hector. This is your chance for that Aristea, Achilles, since Hector's murderous frenzy will bring him to close combat tomorrow after all these years of his aloofness behind the high walls of Ilium. Stay and fight with us, noble Achilles, and now, for the first time, you can meet Hector head-on in combat." I have to admit, Odysseus' speech has been one hell of a performance. I might be persuaded if I were the young demigod lounging on the cushions 6 feet from me in the tent. We all sit silently until Achilles sets down his cup of wine and answers. "Noble son of Laertes, seed of Zeus, resourceful tactician,
Dear Odysseus, I have to tell you frankly and honestly how I feel and how all this will end, so you won't keep crowding me, one embassy after another, coaxing and murmuring one after the other like a line of cooing doves. As much as I detest the doorways of death, Hades' dark gates, so do I detest a man who says one thing with his mouth but hides another in his heart. I blink at that. Is this a deep dig at Odysseus, resourceful tactician, known by all Achaeans as someone who will bend the truth when it serves his purposes? Perhaps, but Odysseus does not react in any way, so I keep Phoenix's expression neutral. I'll say this clearly, continues Achilles. Will Agamemnon win me back, persuade me with all these gifts? The hero all but spits this last word. No, not for all the world. Nor could all the armies and captains of the Achaeans convince me to return, since their gratitude is too little and too late. Where was the gratitude of the Achaeans during my years upon years of warring against their enemies, battle after battle, year after year in harness, fighting every day with no end in sight? 12 cities I've stormed from my ships, 11 I've claimed by wetting the fertile loam of Ilium's lands with Trojan blood. And from all these cities I dragged heaps of plunder, mountains of loot, great crying herds of beautiful women, and always I gave the best of the lot to Agamemnon, that son of Atreus, safe in his racing black ships or skulking far behind the lines. And he would take it all and more. Oh, yes, sometimes he'd hand out scraps to you and the other commanders, but always he kept the lion's share for himself. To all of you, whose loyalty he needs to prop up his regime, he gives. Only from me does he take, including the slave girl who would have been my bride. Well, fuck it, and fuck him, and fuck her, my dear comrades. Let Agamemnon bed Briseis to the hilt if the old man is up to it. With his grievances aired anew, Achilles goes on to question why his Myrmidons and the Achaeans and the Argives should even be fighting this war. For Helen, with her loose and lustrous hair, he asks contemptuously, saying that Menelaus and his brother Agamemnon are not the only men here with missing wives, reminding Odysseus of his own wife Penelope, left alone these 10 long years. And I think of Helen sitting up in bed just these few nights ago, her loose and lustrous hair hanging over her shoulders, her pale breasts white in the starlight. It's hard to pay attention to Achilles, even though this speech is as wonderful and surprising as Homer reported. In this short talk, Achilles undermines the very heroic code that makes him a superhero, the code of conduct that makes him a god in the eyes of his men and equals. Achilles says that he has no ambition to battle glorious Hector, neither will to kill him nor will to die by his hand. Achilles says that he is taking his men and sailing at dawn, leaving the Achaeans to their fates, leaving them to Hector's mercy, when the Trojan and his hordes cross the ditch and rampart tomorrow. Achilles says that Agamemnon is a dog armored in shamelessness, and that he wouldn't marry one of the old king's daughters even if she somehow ended up with Aphrodite's looks and Athena's crafts. Then Achilles says something truly amazing. He confesses that his mother, the goddess Tethys, told him that 2 fates would bear him on to his day of death. One where he stays here, lays siege to Troy, kills Hector, but then dies himself within a few days. In that direction, his mother told him, lies eternal glory in the memories of men and gods alike. His other fate lies in flight, sailing home, losing his pride and glory, but living a long, happy life. The fates are his to choose, his mother told him years ago. And, Achilles tells us now, he chooses life. Here this hero, this mass of muscle and testosterone, this living legend demigod, he chooses life over glory. It's enough to make Odysseus squint in disbelief and Ajax gape. So, Odysseus, Ajax, brothers both, he says, go back to the great commanders of Achaea. Report my answer. Let them figure out how to save the hollow ships and save the men who will be pressed back to these very ships, burning hulls at this time tomorrow. As for Silent Phoenix here—" I jump 3 inches off the red cushion when he turns toward me. I've been so lost in preparing what I have to say and the moral implications of it that I've forgotten that we're in a discussion here. "Phoenix," says Achilles, smiling indulgently, "while Odysseus and Ajax here must report back to their master, you are free to spend the night here with Patroclus and me, and voyage home with us come the dawn. But only if Phoenix wishes. I would never force any man to go." This is my chance to speak. Ignoring Odysseus' scowl, I look around, stand awkwardly, clear my throat to begin Phoenix' long speech. How does it start? All those years of teaching and studying it, of learning the nuance of every Greek word, and now my mind is a blank. Ajax stands. "While that old fool tries to decide whether to run away with you or not, Achilles, I'll tell you that you're as much of a fool as old Phoenix." Achilles, the man-killer who will brook no insult to his person, the hero who will let all of his Achaean friends be murdered rather than suffer indignities over a slave girl from Agamemnon, merely smiles and cocks an eyebrow at Ajax's direct insult. "Giving up glory and 20 beautiful women for one woman you can't even have, bah!" cries Ajax and turns away. "Come, Odysseus, this golden boy has never drunk from the teat of human friendship. Let's leave him to his wrath and deliver our dark message to the waiting Achaeans. Tomorrow's sunrise is coming fast enough, and I, for one, need some sleep before the fight. If I'm going to die tomorrow, I don't want to die sleepy." Odysseus nods, stands, nods again in the direction of Achilles, and follows big Ajax out of the tent. I'm still standing with my mouth agape, ready to deliver Phoenix's long 3-part speech, that clever speech, with my own clever amendments and hidden agendas. Patroclus and Achilles stand, stretch, and exchange glances. Obviously, they've been expecting this embassy, and both men knew Achilles' shocking answer in advance. "Phoenix, old father, loved by the gods," Achilles says warmly, "I don't know what really brought you here this stormy night, but, well, I remember when I was a lad, and you'd lift me and carry me off to bed after lessons. Stay here this night, Phoenix. Patroclus and Automedon will prepare a soft bed for you. In the morning we'll sail for home, and you can come, or not." He gestures and goes into his sleeping quarters in the back of the tent, and I stand here like the fool I am, speechless in every sense, stunned at this wild veering away from the plot line of the Iliad. Achilles has to be persuaded to stay, even if he doesn't join in the fighting, so the Iliad works itself out this way, the Trojans winning again and the Greeks in full retreat, with all of their great commanders wounded, Odysseus, Agamemnon, Menelaus, Diomedes, all of them. Then, feeling sympathy for his friends while knowing that Achilles will never join the fight, Patroclus will put on Achilles' golden armor and rout the Trojans back until, in single combat with Hector, Patroclus is killed, his body violated and desecrated. That will bring Achilles out of his tent, filled with killing wrath, thus sealing the fate of Hector and Ilium and Andromache and Helen and all the rest of us. He's really leaving? I can't quite grasp this. Not only didn't I find the fulcrum and change things, now the entire Iliad has run off the rails. More than 9 years I've been a scholic here, watching and observing and reporting to the Muse, and never once has there been a deep rift between the events in this war and Homer's reporting in the poem. Now, this. If Achilles leaves, which he shows every indication of doing come the dawn, the Achaeans will be defeated, their ships burned, Ilium saved, and Hector, not Achilles, will be the great hero of the epic. It seems unlikely that Odysseus' Odyssey will ever happen, and certainly not the way it's sung now. Everything has changed. Just because the real Phoenix wasn't here to give his real speech? Or have the gods been tampering with this fulcrum before I had a chance to? I'll never know. My chance to persuade Achilles and Odysseus in council, my clever plan is lost forever. Come, old Phoenix, Patroclus says, taking my arm as if I'm a child, leading me to a side room in the great tent where my cushions and coverlets are laid out. It's time to go to bed. Tomorrow's another day.
31. Jerusalem.
What is it? Asked Harmon.
He and Demon were standing in the shadow of the western wall in Jerusalem, just a few steps behind Savi, and all three were staring up at the solid beam of blue light that stabbed vertically into the darkening sky. "I think it's my friends," said the old woman. "All 9,113 of my friends, all the old styles that were swept up in the final fax." Demon looked at Harmon and realized that they were both doubtful about Savi's mental condition. "Your friends?" said Demon. "That's a blue light." Savi tore her gaze away from the beam. It was illuminating the top of the ancient buildings and walls around them now, bathing everything in blue glow as the daylight faded further. And she looked at them with what might have been a rueful smile. Yes, that beam of blue light. My friends. She gestured for them to follow and began leading them away from the courtyard, away from the wall back the way they came, away from the base of the shaft of blue light. "The posts told us that the final fax was a way of storing us while they cleaned up the world," continued Savi, her voice soft but still echoing in the narrow alleyways here. "The plan was, they explained, to reduce our codes. We were all fax codes to the post-humans even then, my friends. Reduce our codes and put us in a continuous neutrino loop for 10,000 years while they tidied up the planet." "What does that mean?" said Harmon. "Tidy up the planet." They walked under a long archway, and Demon could just barely see Savi's face as she smiled again. "Things got messy toward the end of the Lost Age," she said. "Messier after the Rubicon. Then came the demented times. Freelance artists were bringing back dinosaurs and terror birds and long-extinct botanic forms, screwing up the planet's ecology, even as the biosphere and datasphere were beginning to merge into the self-aware noosphere, the logosphere. The post-humans had already fled to their rings by then. The Earth's sentient noosphere didn't trust them any longer, and for good reason. The posts were experimenting with quantum teleportation, opening portals onto places they didn't understand, opening doors they shouldn't have opened. Harmon stopped as they came out onto a broader street. "Would you make sense, Savi? We don't understand 2/3 of what you're talking about." "How could you?" asked Savi, looking at Harmon with an expression of either pain or severe displeasure. "How could you understand anything? No history, no technology, no books." "We have books," said Harmon, his voice defensive. Savi laughed. "What does all this talk of dinosaurs and noospheres have to do with the blue beam?" asked Demon. Savi sat on a low wall. The breeze had come up, and it whistled through broken tiles on the rooftops. The air was cooling quickly. "They needed to get us out of the way while they cleaned things up," repeated Savi. "A torus of neutrinos, they said. No mass, no muss, no fuss. 10,000 years for them to tidy up the Earth. Less than a blink of an eye for us old styles, so they said." "But they left you behind," said Harmon. "Yes." "By accident?" "I doubt it," said the old woman. "Very little the posts did was by accident. Perhaps they had some purpose for me. Perhaps they were punishing me for digging into histories better left buried. That's what I was, you know, an historian, cultural historian." She laughed again for no reason that Demon could fathom. "So neutrinos are blue?" asked Demon. He was determined to get a straight answer. She laughed again. "I very much doubt it. I don't think neutrinos have any color or charm. But that blue beam appears every Tisha B'Av, every 9th of Av, and something tells me that the rest of the old-style humans, all my friends, are stored and coded in that blue beam. I don't think that machine is generating the beam. I think the Earth passes through the neutrino beam every year at this point on its orbit, and that machine merely makes the beam visible." "But it hasn't been 10,000 years," said Harmon. "Only 1,400, you say, since the final facts." Savi nods tiredly. "And things haven't been tidied up much since the final facts, have they, my young friends?" She stands, lifts her backpack, and starts down the narrow street before suddenly freezing. "A Voynix," says Demon. "Now we won't have to walk back to the Sunny. We'll have it fetch a carryall and—" The Voynix, an iron and leather silhouette in the western archway ahead of them, suddenly retracted its manipulatives and clicked cutting blades into place. Then it charged directly at them, running along the side of the building on all fours like a frenzied spider. Savi had been wildly rummaging in her pack since Demon had pointed, and now she brought out the black plastic and metal device, a gun she'd called it, and aimed it at the charging Voynix. Demon was too shocked to move. He was the closest to the scuttling Voynix, still 8 feet up the wall and loping on all fours, but the creature seemed focused on Savi and was hurtling right past Demon. Suddenly the evening air was torn by a noise, rip, as if wooden paddles were being dragged against stone slats, and the wall flew apart in a spray of masonry chips. The Voynix was thrown backward and down onto the cobblestones, and Savi stepped forward, aimed, and fired again. Scores of fingertip-sized holes appeared in the Voynix's carapace and metallic hood. Its right arm flew up as if it was going to throw something at them, but then more flechettes struck it, and the arm became unhinged, tore off, flew backward. The Voynix struggled to its feet, one cutting blade still whirring. Savi shot it again, almost severing it at the waist. Its blue, milky internal fluid spattered the walls and paving stones. What remained of the Voynix fell, twitched, and lay still. Harmon and Demon cautiously moved closer, trying not to step in the blue fluid or on pieces of the creature. This was the second Voynix they'd seen destroyed in 2 days. "Come on," said Savi, pulling an empty crystal flechette clip from her gun and slapping in a replacement. "If there are more around, we're in serious trouble. We have to get to the Sony, and quickly." Savi led them down a narrow street, turned into a narrower alley, then turned again into something smaller than an alley, a crack between stone buildings. They emerged into a wide, dusty courtyard, went under a stone arch, and came into a smaller courtyard. "Hurry," whispered Savi. She led them up an outside staircase, across a rooftop terrace duned with dust, and then up a rotted wooden ladder past shuttered windows to a higher rooftop. "What are we doing?" whispered Harmon as the three came out into the cool night air atop the building. "Don't we have to get back to the Sony?" "I'll call it dust," said Savi. She went to one knee by the low rooftop wall and activated her proxnet function, shielding the glow above her palm. Harmon crouched next to her. Demon remained standing. The air up here was cool after the heat of the cobblestoned streets and narrow alleys, and the view was interesting from this point on the hill. To their right stabbed the blue beam, bathing all the domes and rooftops and streets in its pale light. It was dark now, and stars were visible across the sky. The city had no lights burning, but ancient domes and spires and some arches gleamed to the blue light. Savi had told them that the walled compound on the hill where the beam burned was called Haram-esh-Sharif, or Temple Mount, and the 2 domed structures at the base of the beam machine were the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. "Itbah al-Yahud," came a sudden shrill amplified cry from the streets behind them. The cry was repeated from the warren of narrow streets to their west, between them and the Sony. "Itbah al-Yahud!" Savi looked up from her palm display. "What is that?" asked Harmon in a shrill whisper. "Voynix don't speak." "No," said Savi. "It's coming from the ancient automated muezzin call-to-prayer speakers on all the mosques." "Itbah al-Yahud!" came the tremulous but urgent voice echoing from all over the dark city. "Al-Jihad!" cried the amplified voice. "Itbah al-Yahud!" "Damn," said Savi, looking at her palm display. No wonder it isn't responding to the remote. What? Demon and Harmon both stepped closer, crouching to see the rectangular display floating inches above her palm. The view was of the front of the Sony where they had landed it. The fields of rocks and walled city glowed greenly in the camera's low-light vision. Closer, looming over the lens, scores of Voynix were milling around the Sony, throwing their bodies onto the machine, battering it with boulders and stacking huge rocks on top of it. "They defeated the force field and broke something," whispered Savi. "The Sony's not coming to us." "Allahu Akbar!" cried the echoing, amplified, trembling voices from all points of the low-roofed city. "Itbar Yahud! Itbar Yahud!" The three walked to the edge of the rooftop. For a second, Demon thought that the buildings and cobblestone streets and walled courtyards were trembling, crumbling, dissolving in the reflected blue light. But then he realized that things were crawling across the stone and domes and walls and rooftops. Thousands of things, like an invasion of roaches, scrambling wildly toward the blue light. But then Demon realized how far away the shimmering, crawling buildings were, computed the scale, and realized that it wasn't roaches or spiders scrambling and scrabbling toward them, but Voynix. "Itbar al-Yahud!" screamed the metallic voice from everywhere. The syllables echoed back from the mount without losing their demented urgency. "What does that mean?" asked Demon. Savi was watching the blue-lighted Voynix scrabbling closer over rooftops and through the maze of narrow, winding streets. The wave of huge insectoid shapes was less than 2 city blocks away now, close enough that they could all hear the scratch and tear of cutting blade and sharp manipulators on stone and tile. Savi turned slowly. Her face looked older than ever in the pulsing blue light. "Itbar al-Yahud," she repeated softly. "Kill the Jew." 32. Achilles Tent. I have to kill Patroclus. That realization comes to me like a whisper in the night as I lie here in the Myrmidon encampment in Achilles' tent wrapped in the shell of Phoenix' old body. I have to kill Patroclus. I've never killed anyone. Jesus Christ, I protested the Vietnam War as a college student. Couldn't put the family dog to sleep, had to have my wife take her to the vet, and considered myself a pacifist for most of my academic life. I've never hit another man, for Christ's sake. I have to kill Patroclus. It's the only way. I trusted that rhetoric would do it, old Phoenix's revised rhetoric, that rhetoric would persuade the man-killer Achilles into meeting with Hector, into ending this war, into burying the hatchet. Yeah, right in my forehead. Achilles' decision to leave, to return to a long life of pleasure but little glory, is deeply shocking to this Scholic, to any student of the Iliad, but it makes sense. Honor is still more important than life to Achilles, but after Agamemnon's insults, he sees no honor in killing Hector and then being killed in turn. Odysseus, that ultimate rhetorician, was eloquent in his explanation and evocation of how the living Achaeans and countless generations after would honor Achilles' memory. But it's not their honor that Achilles cares about. Only his sense of honor counts here. And there will be no honor now for him in killing Agamemnon's enemies and dying for Agamemnon's and Menelaus' objectives. Only Achilles' honor counts, and he'd rather sail for home in a few hours and live the life of a lesser mortal, forsaking his chance to be part of this band of brothers 20 centuries before Prince Hal and Agincourt, than compromise any more honor here on the bloody plains of Ilium. I see that now. Why didn't I see it before? If Odysseus could not convince Achilles to fight, Odysseus of the crafty ways and silver tongue, why did I think I'd succeed? I was a fool. Homer made me a fool, but I was still a fool. I have to kill Patroclus. Not long after Odysseus and Big Ajax left, just after the torches and tripod fires were extinguished in the main room of Achilles' tent, I heard slave girls being escorted in for the pleasure of Achilles and Patroclus. I'd never seen either of these slave girls, but I knew their names. Homer leaves no one nameless in the Iliad. Achilles' girl, I couldn't have used that word while teaching at Indiana University in my other life, or the political correctness police would have had my job. But here it doesn't seem appropriate to call these giggling sex toys women. Was named Diomede, Phorbas' daughter from the Isle of Lesbos, although she was no lesbian. Patroclus' main squeeze was named Iphis. I almost laughed out loud as I caught a glimpse of them through the folds in the tent door. Achilles, who is tall and blond and statuesque and chiseled with muscle, preferred the tiny, stocky brunette and large-breasted Diomede. Patroclus, who is much shorter than Achilles and dark-haired, had opted for the tall, blond, thin, small-busted Iphis. For half an hour or so, I could hear the women's laughter, the men's rough conversation, and then the moans and cries from all four in Achilles' sleeping chamber. Obviously, the hero and his pal had no qualms about having sex in the same room with each other, even commenting on it while it was occurring, which makes me think more of Bloomington, Indiana, male realtors or lodge brothers having a weekend in the big city, than it does of the noble warriors of this heroic age. Barbaric. Then the girls left, giggling again, and there was silence except for muttered exchanges between the guards outside the tent and the crackle of brazier flames keeping those guards warm. That, and monstrous snoring from Achilles' sleeping chamber. I hadn't heard Patroclus leave, so either he or the golden hero sounded like he had a deviated septum. Now I lie here and consider my options. No, first I morph out of Phoenix' old form, damn the consequences, and lie here as Thomas Hockenberry and consider my options. I have my hand on the QT medallion. I can jump to Helen's sleeping chambers again. I know for a fact that Paris is out beyond the trench here, miles from the city, waiting for dawn to join Hector in the final slaughter of Greeks and the burning of the Achaean ships. Helen might be happy to see me, or she might have no further use or amusement from the night visitor named Hockenberry. How strange that someone here other than another Skolik knows my name. And she might call her guards. No problem with that. I can always QT away in an instant. To what destination? I can give up this mad plan to change the course of the Iliad, abandon my goal formed on the night that Agamemnon and Achilles first quarreled, of defying the immortal gods, QT to Olympus, apologize to the Muse and to Aphrodite when they decant her, ask Zeus for a personal audience and beg for a pardon. What are the odds that they'd forgive and forget Hockenbush? You stole the Hades helmet, the QT medallion, and all your Skolik gear and used them for your own purposes. You fled from the Muse. Worst of all, you hijacked a flying chariot and tried to kill Aphrodite in her healing tank. My best hope after apologizing would be that Zeus or Aphrodite or the Muse would kill me quickly, rather than turn me inside out or cast me down into the murky pit of Tartarus, where I'd probably be eaten alive by Kronos and the other barbarous titans banished there by Zeus. No, I've buttered my bread, and now I have to lie in it, or however that phrase goes, in for a penny, in for a pound, no guts, no glory. Better safe than sorry. But while I'm struggling for a cliché, any cliché, a profound realization settles over me in a profoundly unprofessorial but absolutely convincing phrasing. If I don't think of something soon, I am well and truly fucked. I can go reason with Odysseus. Odysseus is the sane one here, the civilized man, the wise tactician. Odysseus may be the answer tonight. I'll have a better chance convincing Odysseus that an end to this war with the Trojans and common cause against the all-too-human gods is an option. To tell you the truth, I always enjoyed teaching the Odyssey to my students more than the Iliad. Fitzgerald's sensibilities in the Odyssey are so much more humane than the rough bellicosity of Mandelbaum's and Lattimore's and Fagel's
and even Pope's Iliad. I was mistaken to think that I could find the fulcrum of events by coming here with the embassy to Achilles. No, Achilles isn't the man to approach this night, what's left of this night, but Odysseus, son of Laertes, a man who might understand a scholar's pleas and the compelling logic of peace. I actually rise and touch the QT medallion, ready to go find Odysseus and make my plea. There's only one little problem that keeps me from QTing in search of Odysseus. If Homer was telling the truth, I know what's happening elsewhere while I've been lying in this tent and brooding. Agamemnon and Menelaus can't sleep for their own brooding on the course of events, and sometime around now, or perhaps in the last hour or so, the older and more royal brother calls for Nestor and asks for ideas that might stave off the massacre that seems so imminent. Nestor recommends a war council with Diomedes, Odysseus, little Ajax, and some of the other Achaean captains. Once these leaders are gathered, Nestor suggests that the boldest among them should sneak behind Trojan lines and divine Hector's intentions. Will the Trojans and their allies try to burn the ships in a few hours' time? Or is it possible that Hector has had enough blood and victory for now, and will lead his hordes back into the city to celebrate before opening further hostilities? Diomedes and Odysseus are chosen to go find out, and since the two have come to this council from sleep without their own weapons, they are given gear by the guards, including a bull's hide helmet for Diomedes and a famous Mycenaean boar's tusk helmet for Odysseus. With the skin of a lion that Diomedes has thrown across his shoulders and Odysseus' black leather helmet studded around with white teeth, the two warriors are terrifying to look upon. Should I QT to that conference and observe it? There's no reason. Diomedes and Odysseus may already have left on their commando raid, or Homer might have been lying or mistaken about this action, just as he was with Phoenix's speech. Besides, it won't help with my problem right now. I'm not a scholic anymore, just a man trying to find a way to survive and end this war, or at least turn it against the gods. Although there's another part of tonight's action elsewhere that comes to mind and chills my blood. When Diomedes and Odysseus venture out, they discover Dolon, the spearman whose body I borrowed just 2 nights ago when I followed Hector into his meeting with Helen in Paris, who's been sent behind Achaean lines to spy for Hector. Dolon's carrying a reflex bow and wearing a cap made of weasel skin, and he's sneaking carefully through the field of newly fallen dead in the dark, hunting for a way across the trench and past the Greek guards on the line. But sharp-eyed Odysseus sees him coming in the darkness, and he and Diomedes lie among the corpses, surprise Dolon and disarm him. The Trojan begs for his life. Odysseus will tell him, if he hasn't already, that death is the last thing you have to worry about, and then calmly, quietly pumps the young spearman for specific information about the disposition of Hector's Trojans and their allies. Dolon tells all: the location of the Carians and Paeonians and Leleges and Cauconians, the sleeping areas of the crack Pelasgians and the stolid, faithful Lycians and the cock-strutting Mysians, the whereabouts of the camp of the famed Phrygian horsemen and the Meonian charioteers. He tells everything and begs for his life. He even suggests that they tie him up and keep him prisoner until they see for themselves that his information is correct. Odysseus will smile, or perhaps he already has, and will pat the shaking, terrified Dolon on the shoulder. I remember the muscled balance of Dolon's body from when I was morphed as the boy. And then the son of Laertes and Diomedes will strip the young man's cap and bow and wolf pelt, Odysseus softly telling the terrified boy that they're disarming him before bringing him to camp as a prisoner. And then Diomedes will hack Dolon's head off with one savage blow of his sword. Dolon's head will still be shrieking for mercy as it bounces across the sand. And Odysseus will hold up the boy's spear and bow and weasel cap and wolf pelt and will offer them to Pallas Athena, crying, 'Rejoice in these, goddess, they're yours.' Now guide us to the Thracian camp so that we can kill more men and steal their horses. Those spoils, too, will be yours." Barbarians. I'm among barbarians. Even the gods here are barbarians. One thing is sure, I won't be going to talk to Odysseus tonight. But why does Patroclus have to die? Because I was right the first time. Achilles is the key, the fulcrum through which I can shift the fates of everyone, gods and men alike. I don't think that Achilles will leave in a few hours when dawn stretches forth her rosy fingertips. I think Achilles will stay and observe just as he does in Homer's tale, taking pleasure in further misfortune for the Greeks. "I think now that the Achaeans will come crawl at my knees," Achilles will say after the next bad day, when all the great captains, Agamemnon, Menelaus, Diomedes, and Odysseus are hurt. And this is after last night's embassy to Achilles, where they've already groveled to get him back. Achilles will take pleasure in the defeat of his fellow Argives and Achaeans, and it's only Hector's murder of his friend Patroclus, snoring now in the next room, that will bring the man-killer back to the battlefield. So, Patroclus has to die to turn the direction of events now. I stand and take inventory of the things I'm wearing and carrying. A short sword, yes, to blend in with the troops, but I've never used the damn thing, and know it doesn't even have an edge. The Muse gave it to me as a prop, not a weapon. For real defense these past 9 years, I've been equipped with the lightweight layer of impact armor, enough to stop a sword thrust or errant spear or arrow, we were told in the Scolic barracks, although I have never had to test it, and the 50,000-volt taser tucked into the end of the shotgun mic baton we all carry. That weapon was designed only to stun an aggressor long enough for us to escape to a QT portal. Other hardware includes the lenses that enhance my vision, filters that boost my hearing, the stolen, cowl-like Hades helmet furled around my shoulders, the QT medallion on its chain around my neck, and the morphing bracelet on my wrist. Suddenly, a plan, or at least part of a plan, begins to form in my tired mind. I act before I can lose my nerve, pulling up the Hades helmet, disappearing from mortal and divine sight, feeling like Frodo or Bilbo or the Gollum slipping on the ring that binds them all. I tiptoe from the sleeping annex where they laid out Phoenix's cushion to Achilles' bedchamber. Achilles and Patroclus are sleeping together naked, the slave girls long gone, Patroclus' arm flung across the man-killer's shoulders. This sight in the dim light stops me in my tracks. Achilles is gay? That means that stupid gay and lesbian-obsessed junior professor in the department was right. His ranting papers correct. All that politically correct babble true. I shake this out of my head. It means nothing except that I'm 3,000 years away from 21st century Indiana, and that I don't know what I'm seeing. These two men have just fornicated with slave girls for 2 hours and fell asleep where they lay. And besides, who cares about the secret love life of Achilles? I trigger the morphing band and bring up the scan I'd made 2 days earlier in the Hall of the Gods on Olympos. I don't know if this will work. The other Scolics used to laugh at the idea. Probability waves shift through quantum layers I can't perceive. The air seems to quiver, stand still, then quiver again. I slip the soft Hades helmet off my head and become visible. Visible as Pallas Athena, Tritogeneia, third-born of the gods, daughter of Zeus, defender of the Achaeans. 9 feet tall, radiating my own divine light, I step closer to the bed as both Achilles and Patroclus awake with a start. I can feel the instability in every atom in this morphed form. The morphing bracelet was not designed for us to take the form of gods. But although my shape hums like a hard-struck harp, I use the short time this quantum substitution will give me. I work to ignore the sensation, not only of suddenly having breasts and a vagina — I've never morphed into the form of a woman before
but also ignore the sensation of being a goddess. The form is unstable. I know in my heart that I haven't assumed the powers of Athena, just borrowed her quantum shell for these few seconds. Feeling as if there's going to be some nuclear reaction, a morphing meltdown if I don't shed the quantum waveform of Athena quickly, I speak fast. "Achilles, wake, on your feet!" "Goddess!" cries the fleet-footed man-killer, rolling from the cushions to the floor. "What brings you here in the middle of the night, child of Zeus?" Rubbing his eyes, Patroclus also struggles to his feet. Both men are naked, their bodies more sculpted and beautiful than the finest Greek statues, their uncircumcised penises dangling against their muscled and tanned thighs. "Be quiet!" I bellow. Athena's voice comes out amplified, superhuman. I know that I'm waking the others in Achilles' tent and probably alarming the guards outside. I have less than a minute. As if to prove my point, Athena's golden arm quivers, shifts to Professor Thomas Hockenberry's pale and hairy forearm, and then morphs back to Athena's. I see that Achilles' eyes are downcast and that he hasn't noticed. Patroclus stares wide-eyed, confused. "Goddess, if I have offended you," begins Achilles, raising his eyes but keeping his head bowed. "Silence!" I bellow. "Can an ant crawling in the dirt offend a man? Can the lowest and ugliest fish in the sea offend the sailor whose thoughts are on other things?" "An ant?" repeats Achilles, his handsome sculpted face showing a rebuked child's confusion. "You're all less than ants to the gods," I roar, taking a step closer so that Athena's radiance flickers over them like radioactive light. "You've amused us with your deaths, Achilles, son of Peleus and idiot child of Tethys." "Idiot child," repeats Achilles, red rising to his high cheekbones. "Goddess, how have I—" "Silence, coward!" I've amplified Athena's voice until they could hear this insult in Agamemnon's camp, almost a mile down the beach. "We care nothing for you, nothing for any of you. Your deaths amuse us, but your cowardice does not, swift-running Achilles." I sneer these last few words, turning the poet's honorific into a demeaning insult. Achilles balls his fists and takes a half-step forward, as if approaching a foe. "Goddess, Pallas Athena, defender of Achaeans, I have always offered you the finest sacrifices." "A coward's sacrifice means nothing to us on Olympus," I roar. I feel the probability wave that is the real goddess Athena approaching critical collapse. I have only seconds in this half-morphed form. "We'll take and burn our own sacrifice from this moment on," I say, and Athena's arm extends toward Patroclus. The baton hidden under my forearm, my finger on the activator. "If you want your boyfriend's corpse, fight your way to the halls of Olympus to get it, coward Achilles." I taser Patroclus in the center of his tanned, hairless chest. The near-invisible electrodes and invisible wires carrying 50,000 volts into him. Patroclus seizes his chest as if struck by a lightning bolt, cries out, twitches and writhes as if in the throes of an epileptic fit, pisses himself and collapses. Before Achilles can react, the swift-footed warrior stands there naked with his hands balled into fists and his eyes bugging out, too shocked to move. I have Athena take 2 steps forward, grab the collapsed and apparently dead Patroclus by his hair, and drag him roughly across the floor. Achilles unfreezes, snarls, and pulls his sword from its scabbard on the chair. Still dragging the limp Patroclus by his hair, Athena's form quivering out of quantum morph stability now, and as static-lashed as a bad TV picture, I touch the medallion at my throat and quantum teleport Patroclus and me the hell out of Achilles' tent. 33. Jerusalem and the Mediterranean Basin. Savi led Demon and Harmon off the roof, down the ladders and steps, and into one of the narrow alleys. The starlight and blue glow from the neutrino beam on the Temple Mount gave just enough illumination for them not to crash into walls or fall into wells as they ran. although shadows were a solid black in the doorways and empty windows. Demon soon fell behind, gasping. He'd never run, even as a child. It was an absurd thing to do. Closer now, less than a short block away in the maze of flat-topped buildings and labyrinthine alleys, came the scrabbling of the hundreds of hurrying Voyniks. "Itba al-Yahud," rasped the voice from those loudspeakers Savi had called Muezzin. Savi led them across a cobblestone street, down another dark, narrow alley, across a small clearing strewn with glowing human bones, and into an interior courtyard that was even darker than the alley. The pad thump and manipulator scratch of Voyniks running at high speed along walls was closer now. "Itba al-Yahud!" The amplified cry seemed more urgent. "Only Savi here is a Jew, whatever that is," thought Demon, his lungs burning, staggering to keep up. "If Harmon and I let her go on by herself, the Voyniks will leave us alone, probably even help us get home. There's no reason we should share her fate." Harmon was running hard behind the old woman as she crossed the courtyard and ducked through a low arch into the ruins of an ancient building. "Or I can take care of myself," thought Demon. "Harmon can stay with her if he wants." Demon slid to a stop on the dusty cobblestones. Harmon paused in the black rectangle of a doorway and waved him on. Demon looked over his shoulder toward the sounds behind them, like claws or hollow bones rattling against stone, and in the light of the blue beam saw the first of a dozen Voyniks running in the street they had just crossed. Demon felt his heart lurch. He wasn't used to the emotion of fear, and found the thought of doing anything alone right now as the most terrifying option. And then he ran into the dark doorway behind Harmon and the old woman. Savi led the way down a series of increasingly narrow staircases, each flight of steps older and more worn than the one above. 4 flights down, she tugged a flashlight from her backpack and flicked it on as the last of the reflected light disappeared from the dim blue glow above. The narrow beam illuminated a wall at the bottom of the narrowest flight of steps, and Demon's heart lurched again. Then he saw what looked like a flap of dirty burlap hung over a hole he was sure was too small to allow him through. "Hurry," whispered Savi. She pulled the gunny sack material aside and slipped through the hole. Demon heard echoes as if from a well. Harmon quickly followed the old woman into the blackness. Demon heard scrabblings from the ruined house above, but no Voynik's footsteps sounded on the stairs. Not yet, at least. He leaned into the little hole, squeezed his narrow shoulders through, found that he was hanging over a bottomless black circle less than 4 feet across, and then his flailing hands found iron rungs in the wall opposite, and he grunted as he pulled his torso and hips through the opening, scraping skin against ancient plaster until his legs were free and dangling. Then his feet found purchase on the rusty metal rungs, and he began clambering down toward the muted sounds of Savi and Harmon descending below him. Cold air flowed up past his face. Demon's fingers and feet shifted uncertainly downward from cold rung to cold rung. He heard whispers below, and suddenly there were no rungs under his feet, and he dropped 4 or 5 feet onto a brick floor. Harmon's hands steadied him. He could see the circle of Savi's flashlight illuminating a round tunnel made of ancient stones or bricks. "This way," she whispered, and began running again, bent over to avoid the low ceiling. Harmon and Demon scrambled along behind, trying to avoid the irregular bricks in the curved floor by watching the circle of her flashlight rather than their own feet. They came to a junction of tunnels. Savi checked her glowing palm function, and they followed the left passage. "I don't hear the Voyniks behind us," said Harmon. He'd spoken softly, but his voice still echoed from the curved brick. The tallest of the 3, Harmon had to bend the most to walk. "They're above us," said Savi, "following us on the streets." "Are they using Proxnet?" asked Demon. "Yes." She paused at another junction, chose the center of 3 smaller passages. They all had to bend low here. Harmon looked at Demon again, obviously curious about the Proxnet comment, but not asking any questions now. "They're following you, you know," said Savi, pausing to look first at Demon and then at Harmon. The harsh flashlight beam made her face look even older and more skull-like. "Not you?" said Demon, surprised. She shook her head. "I don't register on any nets. The Voyniks don't even know I'm here. It's you two who are showing up out of bounds on their FarNet and Proxnet scans. I think the nearest fax portal is Mantua. They know you didn't walk this far." "Where are we going now?" whispered Harmon. "The Sony?" Savi shook her head again. Her gray hair was wet with sweat or condensation and plastered to her skull. "These tunnels don't go beyond the old city, and the Voyniks have rendered the Sony inoperable by now. I'm headed for the crawler." "Crawler?" said Demon, but rather than explain, Savi turned away and began leading them through the tunnels again. 100 paces further, and the round brick tunnel became a narrow corridor. 30 paces beyond that, and the corridor became stairs, and then a wall stopped them. Demon felt his heart trying to pound through his chest wall. "What do we do?" he said. "What do we do? What do we do?" He spun away from the light, listening hard in the darkness for Voyniks sounds. "Climb." Demon turned back to see Savi being lifted into another vertical well, this one narrower than the one they had descended, and then the light was gone as the flashlight bobbed above them. Harmon jumped up for the lowest rung, missed, cursed softly, jumped again, caught it, and pulled himself up. Demon could barely see the outline of the older man's arm as he reached down. "Come on, Demon, hurry. The Voyniks are probably already up there waiting for us." "Then why are we climbing up there? Come on." Harmon seized Demon's forearm in the darkness and pulled him up. The Voyniks broke through the wall of the building just as the 3 humans were scrambling onto the crawler. The huge machine took up much of the space in the central area of what Savi said had once been a large church. When they came up the stairs from the cellar, Savi's flashlight flicking this way and that, Demon had paused on the steps, not sure of what he was seeing. The crawler filled the space like some giant spider, its 6 wheels, each at least 12 feet tall, linked by hinged, spidery struts. Its passenger sphere glowing milkily in the center of the struts like a white egg at the center of a web. The battering against the church doors and walls began even before Savi began climbing the thin, metallic access ladder hanging from the struts. "Hurry," she said, no longer whispering. Third in line, again, Demon thought that the old woman was the master of the unnecessary imperative. A boarded window 60 feet up a wall exploded inward, and 5 Voyniks scrabbled in, their bladed manipulators hacking into stone like ice hammers. The eyeless, rust-red domes above their carapaces turned ponderously downward and fixed on the crawler and the 3 people trying to get to its passenger sphere. Stones burst from the far wall, and 6 other Voyniks came in on 2 legs. Savi touched a faded red circle on the underside of the spear, tapped digits into a small yellow energy disky that appeared, and a section of the glass globe slid open with an audible rasp. She crawled up and in. Harmon followed, and Demon got his legs in just as the first of the Voyniks hurtled across the dusty stones toward him. The slice in the sphere slid closed. There were 6 cracked leather contour seats in the center of the sphere, and he and Harmon threw themselves into side seats as Savi ran her hand over a flat metal wedge protruding above the front seat. A softly glowing projection control panel, much more complicated than the one on the Sony, pulsed into life around her. She touched a virtual red dial, ran a bright yellow circle along a green slide, and slipped her hand into a form-fitting controller. "What if it doesn't start?" asked Harmon, whom Demon now nominated for master of the poorly timed rhetorical question. A score of Voyniks pulled themselves up and over the high black mesh wheels and jumped like giant grasshoppers onto the top of the glass sphere. Demon flinched and ducked low. "If it doesn't start, we die," said Savi. She twitched the virtual controller to the right. There was no engine roar or gyro hum, just a soft buzz, so low as to be almost subsonic. but searchlights stabbed out in front of the crawler, and a dozen other virtual displays flicked into life. The half-dozen Voyniks atop the passenger sphere had been pounding and clawing on the glass, but suddenly they slid away and fell to the ground 20 feet below. They weren't injured or damaged. Each Voynix leapt to its feet and jumped for the sphere again, but each then fell away again, unable to gain purchase on the surface they'd been clinging to only a few seconds earlier. "It's a micron-thick force field," muttered Savi, her attention on the glowing designs and icons appearing all over the virtual panel. "Frictionless. It was designed to keep snow or rain from accumulating on the canopy, but it appears to shed Voynix as well." Demon turned to watch a score of Voynix scrambling up the huge wheels, battering at the metal mesh, pulling at the struts and braces. "We should go," he said. "Yes." Savi pushed the virtual controller forward, and the crawler crashed through the ancient church wall, fell a dozen feet before the wildly articulated wheels found purchase on the wall and ground, and then accelerated forward. The lane was slightly narrower than the crawler, but this didn't slow the machine a bit. Walls several thousand years old collapsed on either side until the crawler lurched out onto David Street, and Savi turned it left, toward the west, away from the blue beam still stabbing skyward behind them. Countless Voyniks scrabbled in pursuit while dozens more threw themselves in front of the speeding crawler and leapt for the passenger sphere. Still accelerating, the crawler ran over those in the street that failed to dodge and left the rest of the pack behind. Half a dozen persistent Voyniks still clung to the struts and were hacking away at the metal, clawing at the spinning wheels. "Can they do damage?" asked Harmon. "I don't know," said Savi. "We're approaching the Shore Jaffa, the Jaffa Gate. Let's see if we can get rid of them." She swerved the still accelerating crawler into walls on the left and then on the right side of David Street, finally smashing through an arch lower than the crawler. Vibration and falling masonry shook the clinging Voyniks off, but Demon turned to see most of them rising out of the rubble and joining the pack giving chase. Then the crawler was through the gate, out of the old city and picking up speed down the gravelled hill where they'd left the Sony. But the only sign of their flying machine was a heap of rocks 30 feet high, surrounded by 40 or 50 more Voyniks. Immediately the creatures left the mound and rushed to cut off the crawler. Savi ran over some, dodged others, and found an ancient highway running west from the city. "Tough machine," said Harmon. "They built tough machines toward the end of the Lost Age," said Savi. "With nano-maintenance, it should last damn near forever." She'd pulled her thermskin night vision lenses from her pack and was driving with the crawler's headlights off now. Demon found the effect of hurtling along in the dark unsettling as he heard the big wheels crunching over rusted artifacts on the road. Probably ancient abandoned vehicles. Then he realized that they were hurtling over a bridge and then rumbling through a cut between hills. He couldn't see the pursuing Voyniks now in the dark, only the receding blue blade of light leaping straight up from the dark hill of Jerusalem. But he knew the Voyniks were still back there, still coming on. Savi told them that it was about 30 miles to the coastline of the former Mediterranean Sea. They made the distance in less than 10 minutes. "Look at this," said Savi, slowing the crawler. She removed her night vision glasses and flicked on the headlights, fog lights, and searchlights. A mass of 500 or 600 Voyniks had made a wedge near where the land suddenly tilted down into the dry Mediterranean Basin. "Do we turn?" asked Harmon. Savi shook her head and accelerated the crawler forward. Later, Demon thought that the sound of the machine hitting so many Voyniks at such high speed had been somewhat like a hailstorm he had heard on a metal roof in Ulaanbaatar many years ago. But this was very large hail. The crawler reached the former shoreline. Savi cried, "Hang on!" and the machine was airborne for 10 seconds as it jumped the drop between shore and former sea. Then the 6 huge wheels hit the ground, the struts absorbed most of the shock and stabilized them, and they drove straight ahead down into the basin, headlights and searchlights still stabbing white cones out of the darkness. Demon looked back and saw the surviving Voyniks, silhouetted by the distant blue beam lining the shoreline behind them. "They won't follow?" he asked. "Into the basin?" said Savi. "Never." She slowed the crawler to a more reasonable speed, but before she slipped on her glasses and shut off the lights, Demon saw that they were following a smooth red clay road through verdant fields of crops. There were black metal crosses rising above the level of the wheat and corn and sunflowers and flax out there in the dark, and impaled on each cross was what looked to be a pale, writhing, naked human body. 34. The coast of Ilium, Indiana. Achilles raged, roared, and tore at the tent wall where the goddess Athena had disappeared, dragging the body of Patroclus. Then the man-killer went mad. His guards rushed in. Still naked, Achilles lifted the first man and threw him at the head of the second guard. The third guard heard a roar and found himself also flying through the air, tearing through the canvas wall of the tent. The fourth threw down his spear and ran to wake the Myrmidons, to let them know that their lord and captain had been possessed by a demon spirit. Achilles gathered up his breechcloth, his tunic, his breastplate, his shield, his polished bronze greaves, his sandals, and his spear, wrapped them in a sheet, and taking up his sword, cut his way through 3 canvas walls of tent. Outside, he shoved over the large tripod left burning in the center of his camp, and ran past the darkened tents toward the dark sea, and away from all the encampments of men, toward his mother, the goddess Tethys. The waves crashed into shore, only the whites of each curl visible in the darkness here away from the fires. Achilles paced back and forth on the wet sand. He was still naked, his armor and his weapons scattered on the beach. While he paced, he pulled at his long hair and moaned aloud, occasionally crying out his mother's name in anguish. And Tethys, daughter of the sea god Nereus, the old man of the sea, answered Achilles' call, appearing from the salt green depths, rising up from the rolling surf like a mist, but then solidifying into the tall form of the noble goddess. Achilles ran to her like an injured child and fell to one knee in the wet sand. Tethys cradled his head against her wet breast while he sobbed. "My child, why the weeping? What sorrow has hurt your heart?" Achilles groaned. "You must know, mother. Don't make me tell it all again." "I was with my father in the salt green depths," murmured Tethys, stroking Achilles' golden hair. "Since mortal and gods were both sleeping so late, I did not see what transpired. Share it all, my son." And Achilles did, sobbing with grief, choking with anger. He told of the appearance of Pallas Athena, of her insults and taunts. He described the apparent murder of his friend Patroclus. "She took away his body, mother," cried Achilles. He was beyond comfort. "She took away his body so that I can't even perform the proper funeral rites for him." Thetis patted his shoulder and burst into tears herself. "Oh, my son, my sorrow, your birth was bitterness. All I bore was doom. Why did I raise you up if it is Zeus's will to throw you down?" Achilles raised his tear-streaked face. "So it is Zeus's will. It was Pallas Athena who just killed Patroclus, not some false image of the goddess." "It was Zeus's will," wept his mother. "And although I did not see it, I know it was goddess Athena herself who taunted you and killed your friend this night. Oh, the pity that you were doomed not only to a short life, Achilles, my son, but to one so filled with heartbreak." Achilles pulled away and stood. "Why did the immortal gods insult me so, mother? Why would Athena, who has championed the Argive cause, and especially my own for so many years, abandon me now?" "The gods are fickle," said Thetis, water still running from her long hair down to her breasts. "Perhaps you've noticed." Achilles paced back and forth in front of her, repeatedly balling his hands into fists and unballing them into splayed fingers as he stabbed at the air. "It makes no sense. To bring me so far, to help me in my conquests so frequently, only for Athena and her divine father to insult me so now. They are ashamed of you, Achilles." The man-killer stopped in his tracks and turned a pale, frozen face her way. He looked as if he had been slapped hard. "Ashamed of me? Ashamed of fleet-footed Achilles? son of Peleus and the goddess Tethys? Ashamed of the grandson of Aeacus? Yes, said his mother. Zeus and the lesser gods, including Athena, have always had contempt for mortal men, even you heroes. From their vantage point on Olympus, you are all less than insects. Your lives are nasty, brutish, and short, and your very existences are justified only because you amuse them by your deaths. So by sulking in your tent while the fate of the war is sealed, you've irritated the third-born daughter of Zeus and Lord Godfather Zeus himself. They killed Patroclus, roared Achilles, stepping back from the goddess, his bare feet leaving footprints in the wet sand. Footprints that were washed away on the next roll of the surf. They think you are too much of a coward to avenge his death, said Tethys. They leave his corpse for the crows and vultures on the heights of Olympus. Achilles moaned and fell to his knees. He pulled great fistfuls of wet sand from the beach and smashed them to his bare chest. Mother, why are you telling me this now? If you knew of the gods' contempt for me, why haven't you told me before? Always you taught me to serve and revere Zeus, to obey the goddess Athena. I always hoped the other gods would grant mercy on our mortal children, said Tethys. But Lord Zeus's cold heart and Athena's warrior ways have won the day. The race of men is of no interest to them any longer, not even for sport. Nor are we few immortals who argue your case safe from Zeus's wrath. Achilles stood and took 3 steps closer to his mother. Mother, you're an immortal. Zeus cannot harm thee. Tethys laughed without humor. The Father can kill anything and anyone he wishes, my son. Even an immortal. Worse than that, he can banish us to the murk of Tartarus, throw us down into that hellish pit the way he did his own father Cronos and his weeping mother Rhea. So you're in danger, Achilles said numbly. He teetered like a man who has drunk too much, or like a sailor on the pitching deck of a small ship at sea in storm. I am doomed, said Tethys, and so are you, my child, unless you do the one thing that no mortal, not even the brazen Heracles, has attempted before. What, mother? Achilles' face in the starlight was undergoing disturbing transformations as his emotions ran from despair to fury to something beyond fury. Bring down the gods, whispered Tethys. The words were barely audible above the crashing surf. Achilles stepped even closer, his head bent as if not believing. Bring down the gods, she whispered again. Storm Olympus, kill Athena, depose Zeus. Achilles staggered back. Can this be possible? Not if you act alone, said Tethys. White waves curled around her feet. But if you bring your warring Argives and Achaeans with you. Agamemnon and his brother rule the Achaeans and the Argives and their allies this night, interrupted Achilles. He looked back at the fires burning along the miles of beach and then turned his head to look at the far more numerous Trojan watchfires burning just beyond the defensive trench. And the Argives and the Achaeans are on the verge of rout this night, mother. The black ships may burn by sunrise. May burn, said Tethys. This day's victories to the Trojans are simply another sign of Zeus's whim. That the Argives and Achaeans will follow you to victory, even against the gods, Achilles. Just this night Agamemnon said to Odysseus and Nestor and the others gathered in his camp at midnight that he was the better man, wiser and stronger and more bold than Achilles. Show him otherwise, my son. Show all of them otherwise. Achilles turned his back on her. He was looking toward distant Ilium, where torches burned bright on the high walls. I cannot fight the gods and the Trojans at the same time. Thetis touched his shoulder until he turned. You're right, my child. Achilles, swift runner. You must end this senseless war with Troy begun over Menelaus' bitch of a wife. Who cares where mortal Helen sleeps, or if the Atridae, Menelaus, and his arrogant brother Agamemnon are cuckolded or not? End the war. Make peace with Hector. He too has reason to hate the gods this night. Achilles looked quizzically at Thetis, but she did not explain. He looked back at the torches and the distant city. Would that I could see Olympos tonight so that I could kill Athena, throw down Zeus, and reclaim Patroclus' body for his rights." His voice was soft, but terrible in its mad resolve. "I will send a man to show you the way," said Tethys. He wheeled on her again. "When?" "Tomorrow, after you have spoken with Hector, made common bond with the fighting Trojans, and taken kingship of the Argives and Achaeans from posturing Agamemnon." Achilles blinked at the breathtaking audacity of this. "How shall I find Hector without him killing me or me killing him?" "I will send you a man to show you the way for that as well," said Tethys. She stepped back. The pre-dawn surf crashed against the backs of her legs. "Mother, stay! I go to Father Zeus's halls to find my fate now," whispered his mother, voice all but lost in the sibilant surf. "I will argue your case a final time, my son, but I fear failure and banishment will be my lot. Be bold, Achilles, be brave. Your fate has been set but not sealed. You still have the choice of death and glory or long life, but also life and glory, and such glory, Achilles. No mortal man ever dreamt of such glory. Avenge Patroclus. Mother, the gods can die, my child, the gods can die." Her form wavered, shifted, became a mist, and disappeared. Achilles stood staring out to sea for long minutes, stood staring until the cold light of dawn began creeping from the east, and then he turned, donned his clothing and his sandals and his armor and his greaves, hefted his great shield, slid his sword into its sheath on his sword-belt, took up his spear, and began walking toward Agamemnon's camp. After this performance, I collapse. All through the dialogue, my morphing bracelet was beeping in my ear with its AI voice. 10 minutes of power left before shutdown, 6 minutes of power left before, and so forth. The morphing gear is almost out of charge, and I have no idea how to recharge it. I have just under 3 minutes of morphing time left, but I'll need that to visit Hector's family. "You can't kidnap a child," comes the ever smaller voice that is all that's left of my conscience. "I have to," comes the only response I have. I have to. I'm in this now. I've thought it through. Patroclus was the secret to Achilles. Scamandrius and Andromache, Hector's son and wife, are the secret to turning Hector. The only way. In for a penny, in for a pound. Earlier, when I'd QT'd into existence on the sunny afternoon hill of what I still hoped to be Indiana, the unconscious Patroclus in my arms, there had been no sign of Nightingaleser. I dropped Patroclus quickly into the grass. I'm not homophobic, but dragging a naked man makes me feel odd, and I'd called toward the river and forest for Keith Nightingaleser, but no response. Perhaps the ancient Native Americans had scalped him by now or adopted him into their tribe, or perhaps he was just across the river and into the woods gathering nuts and berries. Patroclus groaned and stirred. What are the ethics of leaving a groggy, naked man as a stranger in a strange land like this? Would a bear kill him? Not likely. It was more likely that Patroclus would find and kill poor Nightingaleser, although the Greek was naked and unarmed, and Keith was still decked out in impact armor, taser baton, and prop sword. Yes, I'd put my money on Patroclus. What are the ethics of leaving a pissed-off Patroclus in the same berry-gathering acre of land where I'd left a peace-loving academic? I didn't have time to worry about it. I'd checked the morphing bracelet's power, found it waning, and QT'd back to the coast of Ilium. I'd learned a little about becoming a goddess from the Athena experience, and Tethys wouldn't require as much energy to morph into as had Zeus's daughter. With a bit of luck, I thought the morphing gear would work long enough to allow me my scene with Achilles and leave a bit left over for Hector's family. And it did. And I do have a bit left over. I can morph a final time. Hector's family. What have I become? A man on the run, I think, as I pull the Hades helmet over my head and walk along the sand. A desperate man. Will the QT medallion run out of power soon as well? Does the taser hold another charge if I need it in Ilium? I'll find out soon. Wouldn't it be ironic if I succeeded in turning both Achilles and Hector to my cause, but then didn't have the quantum teleportation power to get them or me to Olympos. I'll worry about that later. I'll worry about all this crap later. Right now, I have a 4 a.m. appointment with Hector's wife and baby boy. 35. 12,000 meters above the Tharsis Plateau. What does Proust have to say about balloons?
Not much, said Orphu of Io. He wasn't big on traveling in general. What does Shakespeare say about balloons?
Monmouth let that go. I wish you could see this.
I wish I could see it too, said Orphu. Describe everything to me.
Monmouth looked up. We're high enough here that the sky overhead is almost black, fading to dark blue, then to a lighter blue by the horizon, which is definitely curved. I can see the band of haze of atmosphere in both directions. Beneath us, it's still cloudy. The early morning light makes the clouds glow gold and pink. Behind us, the cloud cover is broken, and I can see the blue water and red cliffs of Valles Marineres stretching back to the eastern horizon. To the west, the direction we're traveling, the clouds cover most of the Tharsis Plateau. They seem to be hugging the ground along the rising terrain, but the three closer volcanoes are poking up through the gold clouds. Arsia Mons is furthest to the left, then Pavonis Mons, then Chryse Mons farther over to the right, to the north. They're all a bright white snow and ice gleaming in the morning light.
Can you see Olympos yet?
Asked Orphu. Oh, yes. Even though it's the farthest away. Olympos Mons is the tallest thing in sight, rising over the western curve of the planet. It's between Pavonis and Chryse, but obviously further away. It's also white with ice and snowfields, but the summit is free of snow and red in the sunrise.
Can you see Noctis Labyrinthus, where we left the Zex?
Monmouth leaned over the edge of the gondola he'd built and looked below and behind them. No, still cloud cover there. But when we were rising toward the overcast, I could see all of the quarry, the docks, and the whole tumble of Noctis. Beyond the seaport and quarry there, the jumble of canyons and cliff collapses runs hundreds of kilometers west and scores of clicks north and south. It had been raining the last days of their felucca voyage, raining when they put into the crowded docks at the LGM quarry site in Noctis Labyrinthus, and raining harder when Monmouth had finally assembled the jury-rigged gondola, inflated the balloon from its own tanks, and set out above what could only be called a city of the little green men. One of the LGM, or Zex as they called themselves, had obviously offered his heart for communication, but Monmouth had shaken his head no. Perhaps they didn't die as individuals, as Orphu argued, but the sensation of using up another little green man was more than Monmouth could handle. Instead, the gathered Zex had immediately understood what Monmouth was doing with his homemade gondola, and they'd moved quickly to help connect tether cables, spread the fabric of the single-chamber high-pressure balloon while it slowly inflated, and secure ground cables against the wind, all the while working as efficiently as a highly trained ground crew.
"What does the balloon look like?" asked Orphu.
The deep space Moravec was tethered in the center of the enlarged gondola, strapped down by many meters of line and set into a frame Monmouth had hammered together. Nearby, shielded and secured, were the transmitter and the smaller device. "It's like a giant pumpkin above us," said Monmouth.
Orphu rumbled over the tight beam. "Have you ever seen a pumpkin in real life?"
"Of course not. But we've both seen images. The balloon's an orange ovoid, wider than it is tall, about 65 meters across and about 50 meters tall. It has vertical ridges like a pumpkin, and it's orange."
"I thought it was sheathed in stealth material," said Orphu, sounding surprised.
"It is. Orange stealth material. I guess our Moravec designers didn't consider the fact that the people we'd be sneaking up on might have eyes as well as radar."
This time Orphu's rumble sounded like deep thunder. "Typical," said the Ionian. "Typical."
"Our cluster of bucky carbon cables is rigged from the bottom of the balloon," said Monmouth. Our gondola's hanging about 40 meters beneath the fabric.
Securely, I hope, said Orfu.
As secure as I could make it, although maybe I forgot to tie a couple of knots.
Orfu rumbled again and went silent. Monmouth watched the view for a while. When Orfu made contact again, it was night. The stars burned coldly, but Monmouth was still aware of more atmospheric twinkle than he'd ever seen in his life. The moon, Phobos, was hurtling low across the sky, and Deimos had just risen. The clouds and volcanoes reflected the starlight. To the north, the ocean glimmered.
"Are we there yet?"
asked Orfu. Not quite. Another day, day and a half.
"Is the wind still blowing us in the right direction?"
More or less.
"Define less, old friend."
"We're heading north-northwest. We may miss Olympos Mons by a shade."
"That takes a certain skill," said Orfu. "To miss a volcano the size of France."
"It's a balloon," said Monmouth. "I'm sure that Coras III planned to launch it from near the base of the volcano, not from 1,200 kilometers away."
"Wait," said Orfu. "I seem to remember a little detail about the Tethys Sea being just north of Olympos."
Monmouth sighed. "That's why I built this new gondola in the shape of an open boat."
"You never mentioned that while you were building it."
"It didn't seem relevant then." They floated along in silence for a while. They were approaching the Tharsis volcanoes, and Monmouth thought they might pass the northernmost, to Chryse, by midday tomorrow. If the wind kept shifting, they'd miss the slopes completely, passing 10 or 20 kilometers to the north of it. Monmouth didn't even have to change his vision into light enhancement mode to marvel at the beauty of the moon's light and the starlight on the icy upper regions of all 4 volcanoes.
"I've been thinking about this Prospero Caliban thing," Orfu said suddenly,
making Monmouth jump slightly. He'd been lost in thought. "Yes?"
"I presume you're thinking along the same lines that I've been, that these statues of Prospero and the LGM's knowledge of the Tempest are the result of some human or post-human dictator's interest in Shakespeare."
"We don't even know for sure that the stone heads are supposed to be Prospero," said Monmouth.
"Of course not. But the LGM suggested they were, and I don't think the Zeks ever lied to us."
"Perhaps they can't lie, not when communicating with you through molecular nanodata packages the way they were." Monmouth said nothing, but that had been his impression as well.
"Somehow," continued Orfu, "those thousands of stone heads circling the North Ocean—"
"And the flooded Hellas Basin in the south," said Monmouth, remembering the orbital images.
"Yeah. Somehow those thousands of stone heads have something to do with Shakespeare's characters."
Monmouth nodded at this, knowing that blind Orfu would take his silence as a nod.
"What if the dictator is actually Prospero," said Orfu, "and not a human or post-human at all?"
"I don't understand." Monmouth was confused. He checked the flow of oxygen from the tanks stowed near the device. Both he and Orfu were securely jacked in and getting full flow. "What do you mean, what if the dictator was actually Prospero?" "You mean some post-human was playing the role of the old magician and forgot they were role-playing?"
"No," said Orfu. "I mean, what if it's Prospero?"
Monmouth felt a stab of alarm. Orfu had been battered and blinded, zapped by huge quantities of ionizing radiation, and buffeted in the spaceship's fall into the Northern Sea. Perhaps his reason was going.
"No, I'm not crazy," said Orfu, sounding disgusted. "Listen to what I'm saying."
"Prospero is a literary character," Monmouth said slowly, "a fictional construct. We know about him only because of the memory banks about human culture and history that were sent along with the early Moraveks 2 millennia ago."
"Yes," said Orfu. "Prospero is a fictional construct, and the Greek gods are myths. And that their presence here is just because they're humans, or post-humans in disguise." But what if they aren't? What if they're really Prospero, really Greek gods?
Monmouth felt true alarm now. He had looked straight on at the terror of continuing on this mission alone should Orphu die, but he'd never considered the worse alternative of having a blinded, crippled, insane Orphu of Io as a companion on this last stage of the mission. Could he bring himself to leave Orphu behind when they landed? How could the gods, or whatever these people in togas and flying chariots are, not be myths or post-humans lost in role-playing? Asked Monmouth. Are you suggesting they're space aliens? Ancient Martians who somehow weren't noticed during the Lost Age exploration of this planet? What?
I'm saying, what if the Greek gods are Greek gods? Orphu said softly. What if Prospero is Prospero? Caliban, Caliban. Should we meet him, which I hope we don't?
Uh-huh, said Monmouth. Interesting theory.
God damn it, don't patronize me, snapped Orphu.
Do you know anything about quantum teleportation? Just the theory behind it, said Monmouth, and the fact that this world is riddled with active quantum activity.
Holes, said Orphu.
What?
They're like wormholes. When quantum shift events are maintained like this, even for a few nanoseconds, you get a standing wormhole singularity effect. You know what a singularity is, right?
Yes, said Monmouth, irritated now at the way his friend was talking to him. I know the definitions of wormholes, singularities, black holes, and quantum teleportation, and I know how all those conditions, except the last one, warp space-time. But what the hell does that have to do with gods in togas and flying chariots? These are post-humans we're dealing with on Mars. Possibly crazy post-humans, self-evolved beyond sanity, but post-humans.
You may be right, said Orphu. But let's look at another alternative.
Which is what? That fictional characters have suddenly come to life?
Do you know why Moravec engineers gave up on developing quantum teleportation as a way to travel to the stars? Said Orphu.
It's not stable, said Monmouth. There's evidence of some accident on Earth 1,500 or so years ago. The humans or post-humans were fooling around with quantum wormholes, and it didn't work and backfired on them somehow.
A lot of Moravec observers think that it backfired precisely because it did work, said Orphu.
I don't understand.
Quantum teleportation is an old technology, said the Ionian. The old-style humans were experimenting with it way back in the 20th or 21st century, before the posts even evolved themselves out of the human species, before everything went to shit on Earth.
So?
So the essence of quantum teleportation was that you couldn't send large objects, nothing much bigger than a photon, and not even that, really, just the complete quantum state of that photon.
What's the difference between the complete quantum state of something or somebody and that thing or person? Asked Monmouth.
Nothing, said Orphu. That's the sweet part. Quantum teleport a photon or a Percheron stallion, and you get a complete duplicate of the thing on the other end. So complete a duplicate that, to all intents and purposes, it is the photon.
Or Percheron, said Monmouth. He'd always enjoyed looking at images of horses. As far as the Moravecs knew, real horses had been extinct on Earth for millennia.
But even if you teleport a photon from one place to another, continued Orphu, the rules of quantum physics demand that the particle teleported can bring no information with it, not even information about its own quantum state.
Sort of useless, then, isn't it? Said Monmouth. Phobos had finished its fast hurtle across the Martian night sky and set behind the distant curve of the world. Deimos moved at a more stately pace.
That's what the humans back in the 20th or 21st century thought, said Orphu. But then the post-humans began playing with quantum teleportation, first on Earth, and then in their orbital cities or whatever those objects in near-Earth orbit are.
And they had more success? Said Monmouth. But we know that something went wrong about 1400 years ago, right about the time the Earth was showing all that quantum activity.
Something went wrong, agreed Orphu. But it wasn't a failure of the quantum teleportation. The post-humans, or their thinking machines, developed a line of quantum transport based on entangled particles.
Spooky action at a distance, said Monmouth. He'd never been very interested in nuclear physics or astrophysics or particle physics. Hell, in physics of any form. But he'd always enjoyed Einstein's damning phrase attacking quantum mechanics. Einstein had owned a wicked tongue when it came to shooting down colleagues or theories he didn't like.
Yes, said Orphu.
The Ionian obviously didn't enjoy getting interrupted.
Well, spooky action at a distance works on a quantum level, and the post-humans began sending larger and larger objects through quantum portals.
Percheron stallions? Said Monmouth. He didn't especially like being lectured at.
No record of that, but the horses on Earth seem to have gone somewhere, so why not?
Look, Monmouth, I'm very serious here. I've been thinking about this since we left Jupiter space. Can I finish without the sarcasm? Monmouth metaphorically blinked. Orphu did not sound so insane any longer, but he did sound serious. And hurt. All right, said Monmouth. I apologize. Go ahead.
We know that the post-humans accelerated their quantum research, fooling around, really, about the time we Moraveks abandoned it about 1400 Earth years ago. They were punching holes in space-time left and right.
Excuse me, said Monmouth, interrupting as softly as he could. I thought only black holes or wormholes or naked singularities could do that.
And quantum tunnels left activated, said Orphu.
But I thought quantum teleportation was instantaneous, said Monmouth. He was trying hard to understand now that it had to be instantaneous.
It does. With entanglement pairs, particles, or complex structures, shifting the quantum state of one member of the quantum twin set instantly changes the quantum state of its partner.
Then how can there be tunnels activated if the tunneling is instantaneous? Said Monmouth.
Trust me on this, said Orphu. When you're teleporting something large, say a small slice of cheese, just the amount of random quantum data being transmitted shoots the shit out of space-time.
How much raw quantum data would be in, say, a 3-gram slice of cheese?
10 to the 24th power bits, answered Orphu without hesitation.
And how much in a human being?
Not counting the person's memory, but just his or her atoms, said Orphu. 10 to the 28th power kilobytes of data.
Well, that's just 4 more zeros than a slice of cheese, said Monmouth.
Mother of mercy, whined Orphu. We're talking orders of magnitude here, which means—
I know what it means, said Monmouth. I was just being silly again. Go on.
So about 1400 years ago on Earth, the post-humans— it had to be the post-humans, since our probes at the time were sure that there were just 1,000 or so old-style humans left, like almost extinct species animals being kept around in a zoo. The post-humans began quantum teleporting people and machines and other objects.
Where? Said Monmouth. I mean, where did they send them? Mars? Other star systems?
No, you need a receiver as well as a transmitter with quantum teleportation, said the Ionian. They just sent them from somewhere on the Earth to somewhere else on the Earth, or in their orbital cities, but they had a big surprise when the objects materialized.
Does this have something to do with a fly? Asked Monmouth. His secret vice was old movies from the 20th century to the end of the Lost Age. A fly? Said Orphu.
No, why?
Never mind. What was the big surprise they got when they teleported these things?
First, that the quantum teleportation worked, said Orphu. But more important, that when the person or animal or thing came through, it carried information with it. Information about its own quantum state. Information about everything it shouldn't have information about, including memory for the human beings.
I thought you said the rules of quantum mechanics forbid that.
They do, said Orphu.
Magic again? Asked Monmouth, feeling the tug of alarm at the direction Orphu was headed. Are we talking Prospero and Greek gods here?
Yes, but not in the way you sarcastically mean, said Orphu of Io. Our scientists at the time thought that the post-humans were actually exchanging tangled pairs with identical objects, or persons, in another universe.
Another universe, Monmouth repeated dully, as in parallel universes?
Not quite, said Orphu. Not like the old idea of an infinite or near-infinite number of parallel universes. Just a few. A very finite number of quantum phase-shifted universes coexisting with or near our own.
Monmouth had no idea what his friend was talking about, but he said nothing.
Not only coexisting quantum universes, continued the deep space Moravec, but created universes.
Created? Repeated Monmouth, as in God?
No, said Orphu, as in through acts of genius, by geniuses.
I don't understand. Deimos had set. The Martian volcanoes were visible now in starlight, masses of clouds creeping up their long slopes like pale, gray amoebae. Monmouth checked his internal chronometer. 1 hour until Martian sunrise. He was cold.
You know what human researchers found when they were studying the human mind millennia ago, said Orphu, back before the post-humans were even a factor. Our own Moravec minds are built the same way, although we use artificial as well as organic brain matter.
Monmouth tried to remember. The human scientists were using quantum computers way back in the 21st century, he said, to analyze biochemical cascades in human synapses. They discovered that the human mind, not the brain, but the mind, wasn't like a computer. It wasn't like a chemical memory machine, but was exactly like
a quantum state standing wavefront, said Orphu. Human consciousness exists primarily as a quantum state waveform, just like the rest of the universe.
And you're saying that consciousness itself created these other universes? Monmouth followed the logic, if it could be called that, but he was shocked by the absurd implications.
Not just consciousness, said Orphu. Exceptional types of consciousness that are like naked singularities in that they can bend space-time, affect the organization of space-time, and collapse probability waves into discrete alternatives. I'm talking Shakespeare here, Proust, Homer.
But that's so, stammered Monmouth.
Solipsistic? Stupid, said Monmouth.
They floated along in silence for several minutes. Monmouth assumed that he might have hurt his friend's feelings, but that wasn't important right now. After a while, he said over the tight beam, "So, are you expecting to find the ghosts of the real Greek gods when we get to Olympus Mons?"
Not ghosts, said Orphu. But you saw the quantum readings. Whoever these people are on Olympus, they've punched quantum holes all around this world, all centered on or near Olympus. They're going somewhere, coming from somewhere else. The quantum reality of this area is so unstable it may actually implode and take a chunk of our solar system with it.
"Do you think that's what the device is built to do?" asked Monmouth. "Implode the quantum fields here before they reach some critical mass?"
"I don't know," said Orphu. "Perhaps."
"And do you think that's what screwed up the Earth and sent the post-humans to their orbital cities 1,400 years ago there? Some quantum failure?"
"No," said Orphu. "I think that whatever happened on Earth was a result of quantum teleportation success, not failure."
"What do you mean?" For a brief second, Monmouth was not sure he wanted to hear the answer.
I think they punched quantum tunnels into one or more of these alternate realities, said Orphu, and they let something in.
They floated along in silence until sunrise. The sun touched the top of the balloon first, painting the orange fabric in unreal light and causing each bucky cable to gleam. Then it reached the 3 Tharsis volcanoes glinting on ice, moving goldly down the east side of each of the 3 volcanoes like so much slow magma. Then the sun bathed the breaking clouds in pink and gold and illuminated the Valles Marineres inland sea all the way to the eastern horizon like a lapis crack in the world. Olympus Mons caught the sunlight a minute later, and Monmouth watched as the great peak seemed to rise above the western horizon like some advancing galleon with sails of gold and red. Then the sun glinted on something closer and higher. "Orphu," sent Monmouth. "We have company."
"One of the chariots?"
"Still too far away to tell. Even with vision magnification, it's lost in the sunrise glare."
"Anything we can do if it is the chariot people? Have you found any weapons without telling me?"
"All we have to throw at them is harsh language," said Monmouth, still watching the gleaming speck. It was moving very fast and would be on them soon. "Unless you want me to trigger the device."
"It might be a bit early for that," said Orphu.
"It seems odd that Coras 3 came on this mission without weapons."
"We don't know what he would have brought along from the command pod," said Orphu, "but that reminds me of something I've been thinking about."
"What's that?"
"You remember we were discussing Coros's secret mission to the asteroid belt a few years ago?"
"Yes?"
The sun was still blazing from the advancing aircraft, but Monmouth could see that it was a chariot now, its holographic horses in full gallop. "What if it wasn't a spy mission?" said Orphu.
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, the rock Moraveks have one thing we 5 Moons types never bothered to evolve."
"Aggression?" said Monmouth. "Bellicosity?"
"Exactly. What if Coras 3 was sent not as a spy, but as a—"
"Excuse me," interrupted Monmouth, "but our guest is here. One large humanoid in a chariot." Sonic booms crashed around Monmouth, rippling the fabric of the huge balloon above. The chariot continued to decelerate. It circled the balloon once from a distance of 100 meters.
"The same man who greeted us in orbit?"
asked Orphu. His voice was perfectly calm. Monmouth looked at the helpless shell lashed to the deck, without so much as an eye to watch what was going on. "No," he said, "that Greek god had a gray beard. This one is younger and clean-shaven. He looks to be about 3 meters tall." Monmouth held up his hand, palm outward, in the ancient sign for greeting, showing no weapon. "I think he—" The chariot wheeled closer. The man at the reins held out his right hand, fist closed, and swept the fist from right to left. The balloon exploded above them, helium venting as the fabric flamed. Monmouth grabbed the wooden railing of the gondola to keep from being thrown out as the twisting mass of flaming fabric, bucky carbon cable, and boat-shaped gondola plunged toward the Tharsis Plateau, 13 kilometers below. The little Moravek was in negative G, feet above his head, connected to the gondola only by his fierce grip on the railing as the platform began to tumble in freefall. The chariot with its ghost-like horses flew right at and through the flaming balloon fabric above. The man, God, reached out and grabbed the black bucky cable in one huge fist. Impossibly, absurdly, instead of ripping his arm out of its socket, the gondola jerked to a stop as the man held several tons in one hand. He whipped the horses with the reins, using his other hand. Trailing the pitching gondola and its contents 40 meters below and behind it, the chariot turned and flew west toward Olympos Mons.